Good evening, and welcome back. Tonight, I am recording this from a lighthouse that should be empty. The only light in the room is a dull red circle on my recorder, and my fingers are trembling just enough to make the microphone stand softly tick against the table. Outside the thick glass, the sea is so loud it feels like a huge animal breathing against the walls, exhaling in long, slow waves that you can almost feel in your chest. If you listen carefully, between my words, you might hear what I keep hearing in my headphones. Not the wind, but the faint drag of footsteps circling the room above me. Slow and patient, as if something up there has all the time in the world and knows you are listening too. That bang you just heard was only a door shifting in the storm. Or at least that is what I'm going to tell both of us, so you can relax your shoulders and sink deeper into your pillow. If these quiet, unsettling stories help you drift off and keep you company on nights like this, you might want to subscribe now, so you can always find your way back to this light when the rest of the world goes dark. Tonight, I will keep talking. The tower will keep creaking, and together we will walk through what really happened on this island that never quite learned how to let people go. The bedroom is small, but tonight it feels enough like a world. A soft lamp glows on the nightstand, spilling a warm circle over a paperback that will not be opened and a glass of water beaded with faint condensation. Outside the window, beyond a thin layer of curtains, a sodium orange streetlight hums, and somewhere farther away, a dog barks once, as if remembering a duty and then forgetting it again. The air in the room is gently stirred by the low, constant breath of the AC, a steady white noise that has become as invisible as the listener's own pulse. They lie on their back, or half curled on their side, the sheets pulled up, the day finally starting to fall off their shoulders. The phone screen rests in their hand, lighting their face in a cool, bluish reflection. Notifications fade into the background as muscle memory guides the thumb. Straight to the podcast app, straight to the familiar icon with the dark blue cover art and the lighthouse silhouette. The show they trust on nights like this. The one that lets them feel scared in a way that somehow makes it easier to sleep. The playlist loads. Episodes scroll past. Haunted highways, abandoned hospitals, strange phone calls in the middle of the night. Their eyes are tired, but the titles still tug at some small, curious place inside. At the top of the list, a new upload waits with a small red dot and a line of text. Special recording. The lighthouse where 3 men vanished. A little pulse ripples through their chest, part excitement, part the pleasant chill of choosing something that sounds just threatening enough, but safely sealed behind headphones and kilometers of distance. They tap play. The app's interface shrinks, and the cover art expands. The stylized lighthouse now filling the screen, surrounded by dark water. The room does not change, but it feels like it leans closer to the phone for a second, like the walls themselves want to hear what happens next. The listener adjusts their pillow, sinks a little deeper into the mattress, and lifts the earbuds, sliding them into place until the outside noise becomes muffled and far away, as if the world on the other side of the windows has been slowly moved down a hallway. There is a moment of soft, intentional silence, a black band on the audio file that lets their own breath become the loudest thing they can hear. Then his voice arrives, calm, slightly rough at the edges, the sound of someone who has been up a little too late but is still trying to be gentle. okay," he says. And even though he cannot see them, it sounds like he can. It is Evan. If you are hearing this, you are here for the same reason I am. You could not sleep, and you decided to make that someone else's problem for a while. In the third person, the narration watches how their shoulders loosen a fraction. This voice has tucked them into dozens of nights already, sliding between the cracks of their anxiety and turning it into something shaped like a story instead of a loose, colorless dread. Evan's tone tonight is the same. Warm, a little tired, but steady. Only there is a faint echo hiding behind it, as if he is speaking in a room that is too tall and too empty for just one person. Tonight's episode is different. He continues, his words in the listener's ears and in the quiet apartment all at once. I am recording from a lighthouse off the coast of Scotland. It is a real place where 3 keepers disappeared over 100 years ago and were never found. No bodies, no clean answers, just an empty tower and the sea. So I am up here, in the same tower, with a microphone and too much imagination. And you are, wherever you are, in your own bed, under your own roof, safe. The word settles over the listener like an extra blanket. He tells them to breathe with him. The narration follows every inhalation, every exhalation. Take a slow breath in, Evan says, and let it out. The day does not need you anymore. Let the sea do the worrying tonight. The AC hum becomes an ocean if they let it, a soft, constant rush in the background. The distant cars outside drift by like ships with their headlights for lanterns. The ceiling above them turns quietly into clouded sky in their mind, even as plaster and paint remain exactly where they are. The first subtle wrong note arrives as a sound almost too small to name. While he is describing the rocky spine of FLANNAN Isle, the empty rooms, the metal stairs spiraling up into lonely air, there is a tiny pop in the recording. Not a thunderclap, not a jump scare that yanks them upright, just a sharp, needle-thin crack in the audio, like a fingernail tapping once against glass right beside their ear. Their fingers twitch on the blanket before they can help it. The whole body has its own memory of sudden sounds in the dark. Evan pauses, not long enough to shatter anything, just enough for the listener to realize the silence is no longer planned. They can hear something faint behind him wherever he is, a low, almost musical rumble, too deep to be a passing car, too steady to be a train. When he laughs, it is quick and soft, embarrassed. That, he says, and their pulse starts to settle again, was an old cable arguing with an older tower. This place is full of wires and ghosts, and the wires are definitely louder. The third-person voice notices how the listener's hand relaxes on the sheet again, how their toes uncurl. The lamp on the bedside table still glows, a little island of yellow in the dim room, but the corners feel darker now, as if they belong to the story more than the apartment. Beyond the curtains, the night presses gently on the glass. Somewhere far, far away, on a piece of rock the listener has never seen, another light is waking up or pretending to be asleep, watching the same sky from a much lonelier shore. Evan talks on, his tone smoothing back into that practiced calm. He sketches the shape of the island, the bitter wind, the way the Atlantic throws itself at the cliffs until the stone looks bitten. He promises not to rush, promises that they do not have to keep their eyes open to follow. The story can do the walking for them. I am recording this alone up here, he says at last, almost as an aside. Just me, the sea, and 3 names that never made it home. As those words pass through the thin wires of the earbuds and settle into the listener's head, the room around them seems to lean in again. The AC, which has been humming tirelessly, stumbles. There is a brief, unnatural glitch, a hitch in the machine's breath, and then it cuts out altogether for a heartbeat, leaving the bedroom suspended in a perfect, fragile stillness. No fan, no vents, no outside traffic, just the tiny rush of their own blood in their ears, and Evan's voice fading into the gap. For 1 second, it feels as if the whole world has held its breath to hear what will come next. The island rose out of the water like something the sea had been trying to swallow for centuries and had given up on. The sky above it was the color of old steel, layered gray on gray, low clouds dragging their bellies over the horizon. The air had a taste to it the mainland never quite carried, iron and salt and something faintly sour, as if the wind had scraped against stone for too long and picked up its dust. Evan stepped from the rocking belly of the small boat onto the slippery rock of FLANNAN Isle with more care than he wanted to show. The stone under his boots was slick with algae in a thin film of constant spray. Every time a wave hit the lower ledges, a heavy, hollow boom rolled up through the rock into his bones, like the heartbeat of a creature sleeping under the surface. Above him, gulls circled in tight, angry loops, their cries cutting through the low roar of the ocean with a hysterical edge that made the place feel even more abandoned. It was as if they were shouting at him to turn around. The boat behind him shifted and creaked. The old Scottish boatman, Brannan, had one hand on the rail and one hand buried in his jacket pocket, watching Evan with pale, weather-beaten eyes. His boots never left the wood of the deck. He stood at that exact threshold where the land and the vessel kissed, but he did not cross it. The line where rock met boat might as well have been a drawn circle of salt. "You've got your code, then?" he called over the wind, his voice roughened by years of salt air and cheap tobacco. Evan adjusted the strap of his backpack, feeling the reassuring weight of the laptop and recording equipment inside. "Yeah," he answered, lifting his voice to match the gusts. "They emailed everything. Gate, main door, power override, all of it." Brannan grunted. A wave slapped the hull and sent up a spray that speckled Evan's jeans with cold, stinging dots. "I'll be back in the morning," the boatman said, and there was a tiny, almost polite pause before he added, "Weather permitting, don't expect the place to like you." It was said lightly, almost as a joke. Almost. The way his mouth twisted around the words, the way his knuckles whitened a fraction on the rail, suggested the sentence carried an old habit in it, something he had heard or said a dozen times before to other people who had disembarked here and then left again. Evan smiled anyway, because that was what you did when someone handed you a superstition in the middle of a job. "I only need it not to sink," he said. "Liking me would be a bonus." The boatman did not return the smile. His gaze flicked past Evan, up the slope, to where the lighthouse towered above everything, a white column streaked with grime, its windows like narrow dark eyes turned toward the ocean. The light at the top was off, a blind lens facing the gray sky. Brannan's jaw tightened once. Then he shifted his weight and backed the boat away with small, practiced movements, as if pulling a hand back from a hot stove. The gap of water widened between wood and stone, and the old man kept one boot planted on the deck until it was no longer physically possible. He had not, at any point, let his full weight rest on the island. When the boat engine growled to life and turned, sending a foaming wake out into the chop, Evan was suddenly alone with his luggage and the wind. The sound of the gulls filled the space where Brannon's voice had been. He watched the boat grow smaller, outline smearing into the haze, and for a moment he felt like a camera frame had pulled back from him, making him a tiny colored speck on a palette of stone and water. He turned his back on the retreating boat and started up the narrow path. The incline was steeper than it had looked from the ocean, a thin vein of flattened rock and concrete carved into the slope. The air grew sharper as he climbed, the wind more insistent, grabbing at his coat, trying to make him misjudge his footing. Each step produced a scuffing sound that vanished almost immediately under the ocean's endless rumble. The lighthouse grew larger with each switchback. It was not grand up close. The paint peeled in places, blistered from salt and storms, and dark streaks ran down from the windows like ghosts of old leaks. There were rusted hooks along the concrete wall beside the path, remnants of long-gone equipment, ropes that had rotted away, lives that had clocked in and never clocked out. Evan could feel the history in the architecture, the way it had been built to withstand wind, not time. At the fenced compound gate, he dropped his backpack with a soft thump, dug out his phone, and woke the screen with a swipe. The keypad panel was bolted to the left post, slick with spray, its tiny numbers glowing faintly. His fingers shook a little more from the cold than from nerves as he punched in the code. There was a second's doubt. What if they had sent the wrong number? What if the metal box simply stayed stubborn and red? And then a small green light blinked, and the lock gave a reluctant clack. The gate swung inward with a drawn-out creak that seemed too loud for how little metal actually moved. The wind chose that moment to howl through the gap, funneling in and up, turning the open space into a throat. Evan stepped through, then shut the gate behind him instinctively, the click of the latch, oddly final in the open air. The main door of the lighthouse stood at the base of the tower, set into a curved wall. Its paint was newer, a slightly different shade of white, and the keypad here was sleeker, shinier, out of place against the roughness of old stone. Another code, another anxious heartbeat. This time, when the mechanism accepted him, there was a deeper sound layered under the click, a soft buzz of electricity waking up, a subtle tremor that thrummed through the doorframe. He pulled the door open. The hinge protested in a rusty, drawn-out sigh that climbed the inside of the tower like a ghost announcing itself. Cold air rushed past him, smelling of dust, metal, and something thick and faintly sweet underneath. Old oil, the memory of lamps that had burned here long before wires were ever threaded through these walls. His first step onto the floor inside echoed, not loudly, more like a small, careful cough the stone made and then swallowed. The interior was a short, circular entrance with a stairwell hugging the wall, a spiral of stone and metal steps disappearing up and up. Evan's footfalls climbed with him, the rhythm small and regular, bouncing off the curved surfaces. As he reached the first curve in the stair, the wind outside pushed through the still open door behind him, rushing up the shaft. For a moment, the stairwell became a fluted instrument, wailing a hollow, low note that seemed to rise through his spine. He stopped, one hand on the rail, listening to it climb past his ears and slip into the higher darkness. Then the door downstairs eased shut on its hydraulic hinge with a heavy thud, and the sound cut off so abruptly it made his ears ring. The silence that followed was not true silence, not with the soft whine of newly awakened systems, the faint hum of LEDs in the emergency lights, the tiny scurry of his jacket sleeve against the rail. But it had weight. The steps under his boots were worn in just the middle, a long, shallow curve carved by decades of identical climbs. Salt stains bloomed along the lower edges of the walls, pale ghosts of waves that had found ways in during bad storms. Here and there, a darker streak hinted at old leaks from above. The fresh paint tried to cover it all, but it could not quite hide the fact that this tower had been standing long enough to remember people Evan would only ever know by reading their names. He reached the first functional level, a kind of small service landing, and pushed through another door into a room that felt like halfway between a break room and a hospital utility closet. A narrow metal table, a couple of chairs, a stainless steel sink, a compact electric kettle. On the wall, a panel of switches and status lights, some glowing steady green, some dead. Someone had tried to make it clean and practical. The effort only highlighted the old bones underneath. He dropped his backpack onto the table and unzipped it. The familiar shapes came out one by one. Laptop, neatly coiled cables, microphones wrapped in soft cloth, a small, warm-toned LED lamp the size of his fist, extra batteries, a power bank the size of a brick. As he set each item down, the surfaces responded with their own voices. A plastic thud, a faint metallic clink, the whisper of fabric against metal. In this room, every small action came with an echo. "Okay," he said softly, mostly to the table, but his voice floated up into the curved ceiling and came back to him thinner. "Let's see what you sound like." He plugged in the little LED lamp and set it to a dim, amber glow. The change in light was immediate, the room shrinking into something almost cozy. The harsh overhead strip lights stayed off, leaving the corners in shadow. The tower did not look less old or less haunted, but it looked less like a refrigerated storage space and more like a den improvised on a stormy night. He set up a condenser mic on its stand, tightened the knobs, tapped the body with a knuckle. The soft, rounded talk echoed twice in the metal room. He clapped his hands once and watched the levels on the laptop screen jump in quick little green peaks. The fan in the laptop whirred to life, a gentle mechanical sigh. The kettle gurgled when he filled it, water splashing against stainless steel, and its heating element began to tick and whisper as it came to life. He talked to the future audience as he worked, half under his breath, half in the storyteller cadence that had become automatic. "Testing. 1, 2. This is Evan Cole, in a lighthouse I probably should not be in." His voice was different unmixed, drier, a little raw, but the shape of it was the same one people recognized when they pressed play in their bedrooms. He listened to the sound of it through his headphones, adjusted the gain, moved the mic a few inches, creating tiny storms of feedback and quiet. When the kettle clicked off with a dull snap, he poured water over a tea bag in a chipped mug he had found in the cupboard, watching the color bloom and swirl. Steam uncurled into the air, carrying the faint, comforting scent of black tea and something almost like smoke. He wrapped his fingers around the mug and walked to the narrow window that looked out over the sea. From this angle, the world was nothing but dark water and a strip of heavy sky. No land in sight. The waves moved like breath, slow and relentless, catching what little light there was and folding it over and over. For a moment, it was almost peaceful. The tower held him like a hollow bone. The wind pressed distantly at the glass, and the mission felt simple: Talk into the microphone, tell a story, go home. He set the tea down, sat in front of the mic again, adjusted his headphones, and hit record on a fresh track. The red light on the laptop blinked to life. "Okay," he murmured, room tone. "Then we start." He let 10 seconds of silence roll. Only the soft background hum of the building, the faint hiss of distant sea in the mic. Then he leaned in and spoke clearly, for the file he would later cut into the intro. "There's no one here but me." The line dropped into the recording like a pebble into still water. He stopped, waited a beat, then reached over and hit stop. Habit made him immediately hit play, rewinding the last few seconds to check his levels, his diction, the sense of space. The speakers gave him his own voice back. "There's no one here but me," Evan said, slightly thinner, compressed. And then, half a second later, just as that sentence finished, another voice, almost identical, but not quite, whispered the same words again. "There's no one here but me." The echo was softer, a fraction lower in pitch, as if someone had been standing just behind his right shoulder, repeating him with a delay. Evan sat still, listening. He replayed the line, eyes on the waveform scrolling across the screen. 2 distinct humps where there should have been 1. "Latency," he said aloud, forcing his shoulders to unclench. "Glitch in the monitoring, or the room." He smirked, the kind of half-smile you make for an invisible camera. Old tower, old software. They can haunt each other. He moved on. He clicked to a new file, adjusted a slider, took another sip of cooling tea. The narrator, watching from the space between him and the listener far away, noted calmly that the second voice did not match the room's acoustics. It carried no trace of the kettle's hiss, no echo from the metal walls. It sounded, in fact, as if it had been recorded somewhere deeper in the tower, in a place where the only thing listening back was stone. For a while, the only sounds in the little room were the slow tick of the kettle cooling and the soft, steady breath of the laptop's fan. The amber lamp on the table carved out a pool of warmth in the center, leaving the edges to fade into shadow, pipes and corners blending into a single dark ring around Evan's shoulders. He sat with his headphones half on, the cups tilted so one ear could listen to the room and the other to the echo of his own recording. "All right," he murmured, more to the mic than to himself now. "We should talk about why this place is famous enough for you to have hit play." Somewhere far away, in a bedroom on the other side of an ocean, a body turned slightly under a blanket. A phone screen glowed faintly on a nightstand, the progress bar crawling forward. Evan's voice, softened by compression and distance, settled into that room like a familiar presence. The listener's fingers might curl a little, their breathing slow by habit as the rhythm of his narration wrapped around them. "In December of 1900, Evan said, leaning back just enough that the chair creaked, 3 lighthouse keepers disappeared from this tower and this island. They were not pirates or prisoners or soldiers, just working men with sore hands and too many shifts and bad weather. Their names were James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur." He spoke the 3 names slowly, almost ceremonially, as if pouring them into the air between himself and the listener. The laptop registered each syllable in green peaks, one after the other. They vanished during a stormy stretch of days. The lighthouse went dark when it should have been burning. A relief ship was delayed by bad weather. When someone finally made it ashore, the tower was in order, Beds unmade, dishes put away, lamps prepared, and no one here to tend them. He let that hang for a moment. The narration took in the details of the room. The way the light brushed the edge of the table, the faint shimmer on the steel sink, the dark mouth of the stairwell door. The tower itself seemed to be listening. Evan glanced at the nearest wall, as if expecting to see a face there, some suggestion of a profile pushed out of the plaster. Seeing nothing, he reached into his backpack again. And then he went on, fabric whispering as he moved, "There are the parts of the story people forget, or maybe never knew." He drew out a folder, the kind of neutral manila that looked the same in every government office and every dusty archive. It had been folded once, years ago, and the crease had left a permanent scar across its middle. When he opened it, the smell of old paper and ink escaped, a dry, brittle scent that did not belong to this room's newer plastic and metal. Inside, clipped together with a rust-speckled paperclip, were several sheets of thin, worn paper. The narrator's eye went to the edges first, yellowed, slightly darker at the corners, where fingers had turned them more times, tiny tears along the sides. Stamps and faded purple ink marked dates and departments in cramped handwriting. Pencil notes ghosted the margins, numbers, short comments, shorthand that only the original hand would have understood. It was a copy, according to the small notation at the top, but the age of it still felt heavy. "This," Evan told his future audience, "is a memorandum written by the superintendent who last visited the island while all three men were still alive. The official report, the one people quote, is careful, dry. This one is less so." He took a slow breath, letting the silence just before the first word expand. Far away, in that other quiet bedroom, the listener's AC rattled once and then settled, its hum blending with Evan's to create a kind of shared background. The scene became two rooms folded together, one lit by a warm lamp on a table, the other by a soft bedside light and the cold glow of a phone. He began to read. "On the 7th day of December," he quoted, "I visited the station on Island Moor and found the three keepers in good order and health." The superintendent's voice came through in Evans, formal but threaded with something human. Their manner was cheerful. We discussed the usual matters of supplies and maintenance, and I took my leave in the afternoon. As he spoke, the narration painted the moment from the old man's point of view. The lighthouse behind him, the path down to the landing ahead, the three keepers standing on the slope, caps in hand, the lantern room watching from above like an unblinking eye, spray in the air, wet stone underfoot, a boat waiting at the bottom of the path like a comma in a long sentence. "In my official report," Evan read, then paused. His eyes lowered to the next line, which had been underlined once, faintly, perhaps by the superintendent himself in a moment of uncertainty. "In my official report, I stated only that they waved farewell as I departed. In this memorandum, for my own record and perhaps my own conscience, I must add something that I did not deem appropriate to send to the board." The paper rustled between his fingers when he shifted his grip. The sound was dry and brittle, like leaves stepped on in winter. The lamp's light caught the faint indentation of something written more heavily than the rest. He frowned slightly, then read on. "As I turned back from the boat to look at the men one last time, I saw a fourth figure at the top of the path behind them. It appeared taller than the three, standing on the rise near the boundary wall. I could make out no detail of face or dress, only a dark shape against the sky. It did not move, nor raise an arm or cap. When I blinked and looked again, there were only the three keepers waving and the empty wall behind them. The words dropped into the room like stones into deep water. The echo was not something the mic could catch. It lived in the space between Evan's skin and the listeners, traveling through wires and waves and imagination. Somewhere in the listener's house, heat ticked through metal. A pipe expanded in the wall with a quiet tap. From the apartment upstairs came the faintest vibration of someone shifting a chair. It was easy, far too easy, to hear those as tap, 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 tiny polite knuckles on the edge of the story. The narration did not claim they were anything else. It only suggested, gently, that sounds always meant more than one thing at once. Evan swallowed. He lowered the paper for a moment, letting it rest on the table, fingers tapping once near the margin. "Now," he said, glancing toward the mic as if trying to read its thoughts. "There are 100 ways to explain that away." The superintendent was older. The sea distorts distance and shape. Shadows overlap. 3 men on a slope can look like 4 for half a second, especially if you are already thinking about the tower behind them. He leaned back, the chair giving a small groan that would travel straight into the listener's ear. Memory is slippery. We all know that. You remember a hallway, darker than it really was, a voice closer than it ever stood. The more you repeat a scene to yourself, the stranger it becomes. He wrote this for himself. He could have been spooking himself. The sin wave of fear dipped, not into comfort exactly, but into something reflective. His tone shifted from storyteller to the kind of tired honesty that kept people glued to his episodes. If you put me on a remote rock, told me men had vanished there, and then asked me to describe my last glimpse of them a year later, I might suddenly remember a few extra shadows too. He tapped the page lightly with one fingertip, the sound crisp in the small room. "But I like this image," he admitted quietly. "I like that he never put it in the official file. He kept it here, where only someone looking for more would find it." He looked toward the mic and, by extension, toward every bed in every darkened room on the other end. "Just in case," he said, his voice softening. "Picture them as 4, not 3, at the top of that cliff tonight. 3 men you know the names of, and 1 you don't. It does not make the story truer. It just makes it fuller." He lifted the memorandum again, eyes skimming the remaining lines. Administrative details, the date, the neat signature. No more mention of the 4th figure. No explanation, no embellishment. Just that single confession folded between more acceptable facts. With a small exhale, he closed the pages together. The folder shut with a muted slap, paper against paper, and he slid it aside, out of the direct light. The room shifted with the motion. As he moved his hand away, the lamp's glow changed angle, and the memo's outline stretched across the tabletop. The shadow it cast should have been a simple rectangle. Instead, the narrator watched as it seemed to break, just for a heartbeat, into 4 narrow shapes in a row. 3 of almost equal height, and a 4th, a little taller, leaning slightly forward as if peering over the edge. Evan did not see that. He was already reaching for his mug. The tea now cooled to a drinkable warmth. The shadow shivered, returned to a single flat block of gray. The tap, tap, tap in the pipes, if it had been there at all, fell silent. The tower did not have many places to go, but it had more levels than a casual visitor would guess. After a while, the rooms began to blur together in Evan's mind. half circles of space carved into the cylinder of stone, some dressed up for the 21st century, others left to rust and dust. The modern systems hummed quietly in their alcoves. Gray metal boxes with blinking lights, neatly labeled cables, plastic conduits clipping along the walls. Beneath them, like an old bruise under makeup, the original ribs and veins of the lighthouse showed through. Corroded pipes, hooks with nothing hanging from them anymore, shelves stained darker where oily tools once sat. He had finished his first round of recording in the little kitchen, and for the moment, the kettle was quiet and the mic was muted. It felt wrong to just sit and wait for the night to sink its teeth into the place. Movement made fear thinner. So he took his flashlight and stepped back into the stairwell, deciding to see what lived below. The air grew colder as he descended, the light from his portable lamp stretching the shadows into long, bending shapes along the curve of the walls. Each footstep produced a dull, hollow ring that spiraled upward and downward at the same time. On one landing, a stack of plastic safety cones leaned against the wall, one dented. On another, a coiled green hose lay like a sleeping serpent. The labels on the doors were a patchwork of eras, crisp printed stickers that read "Electrical" beside flaking paint that still spelled out "Oil Store" in faded black capitals. He pushed through a heavy door that dragged slightly at the bottom, recently repainted but hanging on an older, stubborn frame, and found himself in a storage level that had clearly not been on anyone's priority list. The ceiling was lower here. The light came from a single yellowed bulb in a wire cage, its glow soft and uneven. Dust lay thick on the floor in a film that recorded every shoe that had passed in or out. The most recent tracks were his own, from when he had first arrived and done a quick reconnaissance without really seeing anything. Metal shelves lined the walls, holding the ghosts of several lifetimes' worth of equipment. There were empty hooks with small rectangular shadows where labels had been removed, leaving behind cleaner metal. There were boxes with modern logos and expiration dates next to wooden crates whose stencils had long since blurred into illegible smudges. An old clock without hands lay face down on one shelf, as if ashamed. He trailed his fingers along one shelf as he walked, reading the half-scraped remnants of tape, spare fuses, rope, cleaning. Someone had tried to organize it all once. Someone else had given up. The blend of then and now tugged at him. This tower did not feel abandoned. It felt interrupted. His gaze snagged on a cabinet shoved into a corner, half swallowed by shadow. It was taller than he was, bolted to the wall, painted in a color that might once have been white, but had gone sallow with age. A circular sticker near the top had blistered and peeled, leaving only a ring of glue and a few stubborn letters. On the door, in neat printed black, on a more recent label, someone had written, "Cabinet 3, cleared." He frowned. The checklist in his phone, the one sent from the authority, had a line for Cabinet 3. Next to it, a simple note. Empty. Cleared decades ago. Nothing about it suggested it was worth more than a passing glance, but the way it leaned into the corner, as if trying to disappear, tugged at that same part of Evan that had chased down too many stories already. He gripped the handle and pulled. The top half of the door opened without protest, swinging out with a sigh. His flashlight beam cut across empty shelves. Dust, a few dead insects, the outline of something that had once been stored there and then removed, just as promised. "See?" he muttered, more to the future listeners than to himself. Sometimes an empty cabinet really is an empty cabinet. He moved the beam downward, squinting. "Bottom drawer?" he said, already expecting it to be jammed and stubborn for no good reason. There was a horizontal seam near the base, a small, recessed handle clogged with grime. He wrapped his fingers around it and tugged. It did not budge. The metal was cold under his skin, the chill traveling up into his wrist and forearm. He shifted his stance, braced one boot against the floor, put his shoulder into it. The drawer gave a reluctant shudder, but stayed closed, emitting a small, grinding sound that vibrated through the cabinet into the wall. "Come on," he whispered. The words floated back to him from the curved stone, quieter, but not alone. He tugged again, harder this time. Something inside gave way. The drawer tore open with a harsh screech that knifed up the stairwell. For a brief, ugly second, it sounded like something huge and metal being dragged over bone. The echo climbed out of the storage level and spun its way through the tower, rising toward the empty floors above, a shrill announcement to anything listening that someone was prying at old seams. Evan froze, heart thudding in his throat, until the last of the sound dissolved. Silence dropped back into place like a lid. A few specks of dust, shaken loose from somewhere overhead, drifted lazily down into his hair and onto his shoulders. He exhaled slowly, then looked into the open drawer. At first, it appeared empty, the beam of his flashlight hitting the bare metal bottom. Then the light caught on a shape tucked against the back corner, wrapped in something dark. He crouched, the floor cold through the knees of his jeans, and leaned in. Carefully, he reached both hands into the drawer, fingers brushing the edges of rough fabric, and lifted the bundle out. Whatever it was had weight, not heavy like a tool, but solid in a way that made his chest tighten for no rational reason. The cloth was an old, stained rag that might once have been white or blue. It flaked slightly under his touch, stiff in places where something had dried into it long ago. He carried it out into the center of the room, where the overhead bulb and his own lamp could both reach. "Okay," he said, the words slipping into the recorder's memory as easily as anything else, even though he had not planned this part. Off the books cabinet, not ominous at all. He set the bundle on a low shelf and began to unwrap it. The rag peeled away in layers, releasing a faint scent into the air. Smoke, salt, and that particular dry, long-closed paper smell that all archives shared. Beneath the fabric, revealed slowly like a relic in a ritual, was a book. It was no larger than his hand, bound in cracked brown leather that had split at the corners. The spine was worn smooth. Its title, if it had ever had one, long vanished. A thin length of twine had been tied around it at some point, cutting gently into the covers, holding it shut. The knot was simple, but the twine had hardened over the years, and he had to work it loose with his fingernails. When it finally fell away, he opened the cover. On the inside, in dark ink that had faded to a soft, weary gray, were two initials written in a careful, deliberate hand, T. Marshall. The name seemed to push the air out of the room for a moment. The bulb overhead flickered once, just a tiny hiccup in the current, and his own lamp threw a brief, jerky shadow onto the wall that looked too much like a figure leaning in over his shoulder. He swallowed and let out a sound that was half nervous laugh, half breath. "Right," he said quietly, as if someone might answer. "If this is a forgery, someone did their homework." His voice climbed the stairwell and thinned, then dripped back down in smaller echoes that barely resembled the original. He turned a page with his thumb and felt how fragile the paper had become, almost translucent, fibrous against his skin. Dust motes rose gently in the air with each movement, catching the light as they drifted. It felt, very distinctly, like opening something that had been waiting just for this, for someone's fingers, for someone's eyes, for someone's voice to bring it back into the air. The first pages were filled with neat lines of script, each letter formed with the kind of care that came from years of writing the same things over and over. The dates were written along the top. December 1900, each day stepped down in order. Beside them, notes on wind direction, cloud cover, sea state, NNE, strong, heavy swell, poor visibility, lamp burned steady, no land lights visible. Probably just maintenance, Evan said, more comfortably now. He could feel his professional curiosity displacing the earlier nod of unease. Weather, oil, that sort of thing. This is the part where half my audience falls asleep and the rest start Googling wave patterns. His thumb stroked down a column of tiny numerals, noting wick trims and oil refills. The ink here was more uniform, the hand unshaken. These were the marks of a man doing his job, not writing for drama. It made the existence of the journal feel more solid, more trustworthy. Someone had taken the time, in this very tower, to make sure every gust and drop was accounted for. He flipped another page. The penmanship remained consistent, tight lines of observation marching from one edge to the other. Small remarks about the other men popped up at the margins. JD repaired rail, DM quiet. A note about a gull trapped in the lantern room one night and shooed out again. It was mundane, almost tediously so, and that mundanity was its own kind of chill. These had been real, ordinary days. Nothing in the strokes suggested someone expecting to vanish. I think, he said slowly, choosing his words in that soothing, measured rhythm his listeners knew, this is going to be the spine of what we do tonight. We will take his hand in ours and follow his days until they stop. He turned a page gently, and see what, if anything, is different at the end. The sin wave of fear eased into a trough of curiosity. The old room, for a few minutes, felt like a reading room instead of a haunted one. He sank down onto an overturned crate, balancing the little book against his thigh, and read more entries in silence, letting the tower breathe around him. Somewhere above, a cable creaked. Somewhere below, water moved against rock, its deep vibration folding into the floor. Eventually, his thumb brushed past the dense, familiar lines and onto something else. Blankness. He realized he had reached near the back of the notebook, where several pages had no dates, no tidy rows of numbers, just empty, yellowish paper. All but one. On a page that was mostly bare, the paper slightly warped near the spine. A single sentence had been written sideways, so small and tight he had almost missed it. The ink was the same faded tone as the rest, but the letters leaned differently, as if written in haste or with the book held at an awkward angle. He turned the flashlight to it and read aloud, before he could think better of it. The tower is facing the wrong way tonight. The words hung there, black against the pale page, simple and complete. There was no date, no context, no follow-up. Just that one unsettling observation, pinned into the empty paper like an insect. The air in the storage level felt colder. The bulb in its wire cage hummed faintly. Behind him, the dark mouth of the stairwell yawned upward, leading to a lantern room that, as far as he knew, still faced the sea. Evan licked his lips, suddenly dry, and chuckled, but the sound did not climb as easily this time. "Okay," he said softly, to the microphone that was not even turned on, to the listener who would only hear this hours or days from now, to the tower that might have already heard it once. "That is less boring than oil levels." He did not want to stay in the storage level any longer than he had to. The air down there felt like it had been breathed once and then sealed up, waiting for someone else to take it in again. So Evan carried the notebook and his lamp back up the spiral stairs, each step pulling him farther from the drawer that had not existed on anyone's inventory, and closer to the soft, familiar glow of his little recording room. By the time he pushed the door open, the kettle had cooled completely, its metal skin cold under his fingertips when he brushed it. The amber lamp still burned on the table, steady and small against the tall, curved walls. His equipment waited exactly where he had left it, patient and blind. Mic, laptop, headphones, all pointed at the empty chair as if they had expected him to return. He sat, settling the cracked leather book in front of him, and slipped his headphones back on properly this time, both ears covered. The world beyond the room, ocean, sky, whoever else might exist on the island, dropped away to a distant murmur. Inside the headphones, the silence had its own texture, full of tiny, almost imperceptible sounds. The faint hiss of the mic, a soft whisper of blood in his ears, the occasional tick from the kettle cooling further. He opened the journal to the earlier pages, where the ink was a little less faded, and the handwriting still carried the consistency of routine. "Okay," he said, his voice a low, familiar current that would carry the listener with him. "Let's meet Thomas Marshall properly." He hit record. The red light on the screen blinked to life, and the flat line of the audio track waited for shape. December 8th, Evan read, the words slightly drier coming from his throat than they had from the pen. "Wind out of the west, strong, sea heavy, lamp burned without trouble. JD says the gulls are shouting at bad news. DM says they shout at good news also, so it evens out. Slept poorly. Dreams full of rope." His tone had a faint smile in it, the outline of boredom that any listener who had ever worked a repetitive job would recognize. He turned the page. December 9th, he continued. "Storm worsening, sea like iron, no ship seen, oil level good, cleaned mechanism, JD humming all day, some hymn his mother favored, DM whistling again. Cannot tell if tune is meant to be cheerful, or if he simply cannot carry one. Feel restless. The tower feels small when the clouds are low." The narration wrapped around the images those words drew. A cramped room with 3 men moving in practice patterns, one humming under his breath, the melody never quite resolving. Another whistling tunelessly when his hands were busy and his thoughts were not. The third, Marshall himself, scribbling observations into a notebook, while the wind tried to pry loose every corner of the world outside. December 10th, Evan read, "Rain, wind, sea, no change. Oil good, mechanism good, men tired and quiet. Time feels slower between midnight and 4, as though the night has been stretched on purpose." He let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "Relatable," he added softly, half to the notebook and half to anyone awake enough to be listening. He could feel a shift as he turned the next page, as if the ink itself had become heavier. The handwriting was still neat, but the letters seemed crowded together, like people stepping closer when the light goes out. He angled the lamp to cut the shadows on the paper and kept reading. December 11th, he said. Wind dropped in the late hours. Sea quieter, but no rest in the air. Heard footsteps outside the walls during the second watch. Clear weather. No rain to make such a sound. Crunch of gravel. Slow. Scrap of stone. One set going round the tower, then stopping beneath the east window. J.D. asleep in his bunk. DM with me in the lamp room. No man outside could have made such a circuit without one of us seeing. Evan's voice slowed. His eyes flicked up from the page unthinkingly, checking the room as if the storage level door might be ajar, as if someone might be doing that same circuit now. He forced his gaze back down. Opened the main door with lamp in hand. He continued, reading Marshall's words. Silence. No footprints in the wet. No movement. Only the feeling of being watched from behind, though nothing stood there when I turned. He let the sentence trail off and, for a moment, did not fill the air with commentary. In a bedroom far away, a listener's foot might curl under the blanket. The idea of footsteps circling a house they knew was empty was the kind of simple terror that did not need monsters to be effective. He cleared his throat quietly. Sometimes, he said, the conversational tone returning, but slower now. Isolation makes patterns where there are none. You start counting every creak and crack like it is a message. A gust of wind becomes knocking. Your own heartbeat at night becomes something in the wall. He turned another page, fingers careful on the fragile edge. But sometimes, he went on, glancing at the next entry, patterns arrive whether anyone invites them or not. December 12th, he read. Wind returned, sea rough again. No vessels observed. While on evening watch, noticed a light offshore, low on the water. Not in any known shipping lane. Too steady in brightness to be ordinary swell. Too slow to be any ship I know. The journal's description narrowed in, line by line. Light remained in same position relative to rocks, yet seemed too far from shore to belong to a man on foot. Did not move with waves. No mast visible, no outline of hull. When our lamp turned, theirs brightened, as if answering. When ours dimmed, theirs dimmed. Watched this correspondence for nearly 1 hour. J.D. refused to come look. Said some lights are not to be answered. Outside the room, somewhere up near the unseen lantern, or down by the hidden rocks, the real sea shifted. Inside the headphones, the only sound was Evan's breathing between lines and the barely there hiss of the mic. The listener might feel their own chest rise and fall in uneasy sync with his. He sat back a little, journal still open, but his eyes on the air, as if he could see that low light hovering beyond the safe circle of the island. It is easy to turn that into a story, he said, voice quiet. A ghost ship, a lantern being swung by some drowned hand. But there are real phenomena that could explain it too. Refractions, distant vessels, tricks of the atmosphere. He paused, then added, the problem, of course, is that tricks of the atmosphere do not usually keep time with your own lamp like they are dancing with you. His reading had slowed of its own accord. Each sentence weighed before it left his mouth. Shadows in the room seemed to thicken at the edges as he dwelt on them, drawn in toward the little pool of light on the table. The tower's old stone listened, as did the plaster and drywall of a bedroom an ocean away. He bent to the journal again, reading one more line from that entry. Considered signaling with shutters, he recited, but decided against inviting reply from something I could not name. He felt that one in his spine. He looked toward the microphone and let the words settle into the recording. Sometimes isolation makes patterns where there are none, he repeated softly, more for the edit than for himself. But sometimes patterns arrive, whether anyone invites them or not. After a few more minutes of reading, less charged entries, small notes about creaking beams, about MacArthur swearing at a kettle that would not boil, about Duckett singing under his breath until someone threatened to throw him off the rock. Evan finally clicked stop on the recording. The waveform froze as a dense forest of spikes and dips. The visual history of Marshall's days filtered through his own voice. He rolled his shoulders, then hit play from the beginning, wanting to make sure the levels were right before he moved on. The room filled with his own words, slightly thinner, a hint more distant, as if they were coming from someone standing 3 feet away. December 8th. Wind out of the west. Strong. His voice walked back through the storm complaints, the boredom, the comments about humming and whistling. It sounded fine. A little dryness here, a slight pop in a consonant there, but nothing a light edit could not handle. December 11th. Wind dropped in the late hours. There, in the middle of the recounting of footsteps circling the tower, the room felt colder by association. He watched the peaks rise and fall, listening for any unwanted rumble or hiss in the background. Then, as the playback reached the line he had chosen as a small thesis, something new slid into the soundscape. Sometimes isolation makes patterns where there are none, his recorded voice said. But sometimes patterns arrive whether anyone invites them or not. On the last 3 words, invites them or not, a second voice joined his. It was lower, quieter, almost buried in the noise floor. It spoke in perfect unison, matching each syllable half a beat behind, like a shadow trying to step into its owner. There was no warmth in it, no microphone softness, just a thin, dry echo that felt as if it had been stored in stone for a long time and was only now being replayed. The waveform on the screen showed a slight thickening at that point, but nothing that screamed anomaly. In the headphones, to ears tuned for it, the difference was clear. To a listener lying very still in a dark room, it would be unmistakable, as if someone else, somewhere else in the tower, had repeated the phrase to themselves as Evan said it. Evan did not flinch. His attention, in that moment, was on a small spike of static earlier in the track, on whether he should cut his little aside about throwing Duckett off the rock. He nodded once, absently, and murmured, "Levels are good," over the end of the playback, already reaching to arm the track for the next segment. The second voice, having done its work, faded back into the recorded silence, leaving no comment and no explanation, as though the tower had simply tested the fit of a sentence and then put it away again. The hours blurred once he settled into the rhythm of reading. Journal pages turned, dates rose and fell, and the tower seemed to listen along with him, its old stones soaking up each spoken word like rain. Outside, the light had thinned to the flat gray of late afternoon, and then sunk entirely, leaving the small room to the amber lamp and the faint electric glow of his laptop screen. Night on Flannan Isle was a different kind of dark, thick and close, with no city glow to dilute it, no distant signage or highway smears, just the sea and the sky, taking turns erasing each other. Evan rubbed his eyes once, then flipped to a page near the back of the filled section, where the dates stepped down toward the end like a stairway to something you could not see. The ink there was slightly more uneven. The letters leaned a little harder, as if the hand that wrote them had been tired, or cold, or both. December 13th, he read to himself, then into the mic. Wind moderate, rain intermittent, men quiet, no ships, no unusual occurrences. He scanned the lines. Routine, oil, wick, mechanism, the ordinary heartbeats of the tower. His thumb slid to the next page. December 14th, he said, and stopped. There was a tone in the first sentence that had not been there before, a weight in the ink, as if each word had taken more effort to put down. He adjusted the lamp so its light fell evenly across the paper and began to read aloud, already knowing this would be a section he kept. Wind ceased at the second hour of the morning. He read, his own voice unconsciously matching the gravity of the script. Not lessened, not shifted, stopped, as if someone closed a door on the sky. He glanced at the microphone, then continued, knowing that somewhere, eventually, someone would be lying in a dark room, listening to this, with their own breath in their ears. Sea continued to move, he went on, but without sound. Swells rose and fell below the cliff, but no crash, no boom, no spray against the stone. Only the sight of it, water behaving like water, and air behaving like glass. The image lodged itself in his mind, the constant Atlantic suddenly pantomiming itself, all movement and no voice. He could see the three men in his head, Marshall, Duckett, MacArthur, standing apart at different windows of the tower, each with his own private frame, all looking at the same impossible thing. He read their positions directly from the journal. J.D. at the north window, Marshall had written. DM at the west, myself at the lamp room, looking down. All heard the silence at once. All looked to the others to see if they noticed. We called out, and our voices sounded as they should. Only the sea was without voice. In the little kitchen room, the current sea outside continued its endless assault on the rocks, muffled through thick walls. It seemed, for a moment, to pull back in sympathy with the words. The hiss in the headphones grew louder by contrast. Somewhere in another country entirely, a listener might imagine their own ambient noises. Traffic, wind in trees, a refrigerator cycling, dropping away, leaving only Evan's narration and their own heartbeats. He turned another line with care. Stood in this state for several minutes, he read, tasting the wrongness of it. Counted 60, then 60 again. No change. Felt pressure in chest and ears, as if air itself were thick. Men did not speak after first exclamations. All sensed something observing. Not seeing us, but measuring us, like a hand hovering over a scale. The next sentence was shorter. Duckett muttered, Evan read, softening his voice to echo the imagined man. We are inside something's patience, that is all. There was a pause in Marshall's writing before the next line, a noticeable gap of blank paper, as if the pen had hovered there, deciding whether to continue. Evan's eyes followed the ink. I do not think this place is waiting for help, he read. I think it is waiting to be left alone. He let that settle. The tower around him seemed to press in a fraction, the curved walls gathering themselves a little closer. The lamp hummed. In the headphones, the microphone picked up the soft scrape of his sleeve as he shifted, the slight catch in his breath. He did not read the next line immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the narrow window in his own wall. The glass was a dull, dark rectangle, reflecting his face and the lamp more than anything outside. But he could feel the weight of the water beyond it, the way the tides were hauling themselves up and down against the island's bones, unseen. "Okay," he said, exhaling into the recorded air, letting his tone smooth out, tilt back toward rational. "Deep breath, if you are still with me and lying there in the dark. This is the part where we remember that storms do strange things to sound." He closed the journal briefly, keeping one finger tucked between the pages like a bookmark. "There are genuine acoustic phenomena," he said, speaking now in the measured cadence of someone who had done his homework. "If the wind drops a certain way, if the pressure shifts suddenly, sound can bend around obstacles or drop away almost completely in certain bands. You can be standing next to a busy road and for a few seconds feel like someone hit mute on half the world. Add stone and height and the shape of this tower, and you can get some very weird results." One hand gestured vaguely toward the wall, where unseen drafts traced their own paths. Maybe the wind changed direction fast enough that, for a short time, the sound of the waves didn't reach them properly. Maybe the tower acted like a filter. Maybe Marshall was tired and dramatic. We know he could be, just a little, from the way he writes about DM's whistling, he added, offering listeners a thread of humor to hold. He lowered his hand, fingers brushing the cover of the journal. "But," he said quietly, "it's one thing to read about silence like that from a warm office 100 miles inland. It is another to read it, sitting in the same stone shell, with the wind pressing lightly at the panes and the sea chewing at the rocks just out of sight." He lifted the cover again and looked at the page one more time, as if half expecting the words to have rearranged themselves. They had not. There they were. "We are inside something's patience. I think it is waiting to be left alone." "Imagination gets loud," he admitted, letting the truth sit between them. "Especially at night. Especially when you put yourself in the same room and let your mind share a wall with someone else's fear." Outside, the wind chose that moment to worry at the edge of the structure. A low, distant moan, barely audible through the walls. He could feel it more than hear it, a subtle vibration in the floor, a sense that the island itself was breathing just a little deeper. He read the last short note from that entry. Nothing more than, "Wind returned at last. Sea loud again. Men said nothing afterwards." And then let the journal rest fully against the table. His hands stayed on it, palms flat, as if he were pinning it down. "All right," he said softly. "We'll stop here for tonight." He reached over and ended the recording. The red light on the laptop screen flicked off, leaving only the reflection of the lamp dancing faintly in the black. For a moment, he did nothing. The tower hummed around him, its noises suddenly smaller without his own voice layered on top. He pushed his chair back with a muted scrape, intending to close the notebook and set it aside. His fingers curled around the worn cover. As he lifted it to fold it shut, a whisper of cold brushed the back of his neck. Nothing dramatic, just the lightest touch of air moving where there should not have been any. Somewhere in the higher parts of the tower, a subtle draft had found a new path. It slid down the stairwell like a careful hand, slipped under the door, and sighed across the table. The lamp's flameless bulb did not flicker, but the loose pages of some stray printout rustled faintly. Evan closed the journal. For half a second it obeyed, covers meeting with a soft, papery thump. Then the stray current of air caught the edges of the thin, time-warped pages and pried them gently apart. The book shivered in his hands and then sprang open again, not all the way, just enough for the leaves to riffle past his thumb in a soft, dry flutter. It sounded like someone exhaling through their teeth. He watched, startled, but not frightened enough to do more than blink as the pages flipped of their own accord, past the dates he had just read, past neat columns of weather and oil and complaint. They fanned outward, stopped, then slid back a few leaves as if reconsidering. Finally, the movement died, and the book lay open on a page near the back. Most of it was blank. The paper there was slightly discolored, rougher where it met the spine. Only one line of ink occupied the emptiness, written in a hand that leaned a little more erratically than the earlier entries, squeezed close to the inner binding, as though it had been put there as an afterthought or a confession. Evan angled the lamp, the light pooling over the words. He read them silently once, lips parting just a little in a soundless "oh." Then, before he had time to talk himself out of it, he spoke them into the unused air of the room. "Someone else is reading this." The sentence fit the space too well. It seemed to glance up from the page at him, then past him, toward a point he could not see. A point that might be at the other end of a podcast feed, in a bedroom where a stranger was lying very still, listening to the same tower through a different throat. A shiver crawled up between his shoulder blades. He closed the notebook more carefully this time, pressing the covers together until the edges of the pages were perfectly aligned. He placed it gently beside the laptop, resting his hand on top for just a heartbeat longer than necessary, as if to make sure it stayed shut. "I'll pick this up tomorrow," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone. Above him, the lighthouse shifted almost imperceptibly in the wind, settling its weight a little deeper onto the rock, like a tall, tired figure adjusting its stance to watch something for a little while longer. All afternoon, Evan had moved in its middle floors, in that narrow strip of height where kitchens and storage rooms lived, where the walls were close and the windows small. He had followed the ghost of a keeper's handwriting across yellowed pages, listened to his own voice weave around it, and felt the light outside drain away by degrees. Now, as he stepped back into the stairwell and looked up, the dark that waited above seemed different than the dark below. There was a sense of going toward something, not away. The spiral stair rose along the inside of the lighthouse like a spine. The metal steps were bolted into the wall, curving upward in tight, repeating arcs. Their centers open so that if you leaned out over the rail, you could see all the way down to the stone throat of the tower. Evan did not lean. He kept one hand lightly on the railing and his other wrapped around his small recorder and lamp, and he began to climb. With each step, the air changed. On the lower levels, it had been still and faintly stale, touched only by the occasional draft. Here, as he ascended, he felt a subtle movement against his skin, cooler, more insistent, as if the tower's hollow center was channeling a breath downward from somewhere high. His own breath grew louder in his ears, softened by the padding of his headphones, sitting around his neck like a waiting collar. The metal under his boots transmitted every shift in his weight, each tread producing a small, dull clang that spiraled up and down the column, the sound chasing itself. There were tiny windows set at intervals in the stairwell, portholes sliced into the white curve of the wall. As he passed them, the light from outside touched his face in uneven strokes. The first few still held the washed-out, tired gray of late afternoon, the kind of color that did not commit to either day or night. Higher up, those rectangles began to deepen, trading pallor for density, the sky turning the bruised blue of a storm that might decide to happen later if it remembered. By the time he neared the last landing, the windows had darkened into panels of near-black glass, occasional streaks of distant cloud barely visible, like smears left by fingers on a fogged surface. Halfway between one landing and the next, he felt it, the suggestion of movement under his feet that did not entirely belong to him. A slight sway, as if the tower, tall and narrow, had shifted its shoulders against the wind. It was too subtle to be definitely real, and too real to dismiss immediately. His hand tightened on the rail for one step, and then the feeling passed. He told himself it was muscle fatigue, the ghost of the boat still in his legs, the way a body remembered a deck long after it had stepped onto concrete. At the top of the stairs, a heavier door waited, its paint less fresh than the ones below. The metal showed through at the edges, exposed by years of hands and weather. A single wired bulb hung above it, casting a yellow halo that exaggerated every bump and unevenness. He set the recorder on the floor for a second, pulled the door toward him, and it opened with more resistance than he expected. The gasket around its frame made a soft peal as it unsealed, followed by a brief, high whine of air from the space beyond. The smell that rolled out was sharper, cleaner. Glass, oil, the faint ozone scent of electronics that had not been run long enough to fully own their space. He stooped, picked up the recorder, and stepped into the lantern room. It was smaller than the idea of it. Stories and pictures had made it seem vast in his mind, but in reality, it was a compact, circular room, encased in a shell of curved glass. The lens and its mechanisms took up the center, a metal heart, still and dark for now, surrounded by its own cage of supports. A narrow walkway circled around it, bordered by a low railing, offering a 360-degree view of everything the lighthouse was meant to guard against. Outside, the sea was in the middle of changing uniforms. The gray sheet of earlier hours had been drawn back, leaving a growing expanse of black that swallowed light instead of reflecting it. The horizon was a smudged, uncertain line where that black met the heavy underside of the clouds. Far off, a pair of tiny points moved steadily. A ship, maybe, or something else hauling its brightness from one invisible place to another. Clouds hung like bruises, darker patches within dark, with occasional seams of lighter, sallow color where some remnant of the day still clung. The wind found new ways to be heard up here. It buffeted the glass in soft, regular pulses, making a muffled whum that resonated in the metal framework. Every so often, a stronger gust dragged a low moan out of some unseen joint, or persuaded a cable outside to tap, tap, tap delicately against the pane like a finger testing how thick it was. Evan walked the narrow circle slowly, feeling the floor underneath him give the tiniest hint of spring with each step. Not enough to be unsafe, just enough to remind him of how high he was. He found a spot against the inner rail, near one of the thicker support beams, and set his recorder down with care. It was a small device, matte black, with a screen that glowed a soft blue when he touched it. He armed a track, set the input to its internal microphones, and then simply let it sit, listening. In the headphones that would later carry this sound to someone else, there would be a rich texture, the constant breath of wind, the occasional metallic tick of cooling or warming joints, the faint clink of cables brushing against each other outside, the distant roar of the sea diluted but present, like blood in the background of a stethoscope. Up close, there was also the quieter, more intimate noise of his own presence, boots scraping, fabric whispering, a breath that sometimes hitched when he thought too hard about the drop beyond the glass. He lowered himself to the floor, sitting cross-legged on the cold metal, his back against one of the vertical supports. The chill soaked through his jeans quickly, biting at his skin, but he did not move. There was a strange comfort in that solidity, in having the bulk of the tower at his spine. He pulled his headphones up into place, sealing the room's sounds closer around his head, and then reached down to tap the recorder's button, marking a timestamp. "Okay," he said softly, his voice immediately swallowed by the high space and handed back to him as a thinner echo. "If you are still awake, this is where I am now." He angled his head slightly, speaking more to the idea of the listener than to the machine. "Imagine you're here with me," he murmured, "sitting on this floor, your back against the same cold metal, your legs gone a little numb. There's a blanket around your shoulders. Let's say I was a good host and brought one up for you. And every time the wind hits the glass, you feel it shiver through the frame." He paused to let the room supply its own punctuation. A gust slid over the curved panes, producing a low, breathy tone. Somewhere below, something in the structure answered with a faint clunk. He continued. "Look out," he said. "There's nothing between you and the horizon now. No houses, no trees, just the black skin of the sea turning over and over on itself. Those two lights out there, they're a ship probably, or a buoy, or maybe they're two eyes if you're in that kind of mood." There was humor at the very edge of his words, but it was the kind of humor that knew exactly how thin the ice was. His tone stayed gentle, careful not to jolt anyone who might be half asleep now, drifting in that pleasant limbo where reality and suggestion were already bleeding together. "The air is colder up here," he went on, "colder than in your bedroom. You can feel it in your fingertips, in the tip of your nose. If you breathe in too deeply, it stings a little. If you breathe out slowly, you might see it fog in front of you, just for a second, before the wind snaps it away." He let his own breath slow to match the image he was giving them, ribs expanding and contracting under his jacket. His eyes traced the lines of the glass, the ribs of metal that divided it into curved panels, each one reflecting a slightly distorted sliver of the room behind him. He turned his head and caught sight of himself in one such reflection. A man hunched on the floor in a halo of small electronic light, headphones on, mouth moving. Beyond his shoulder, the recorder sat like a tiny patient animal. Then, for a heartbeat that felt just a fraction too long, the scene in the glass did not match the real one. In the reflection, the lantern room behind him was not empty. 3 additional figures stood clustered near the top of the stair, where the door opened onto the walkway. Their forms were little more than silhouettes, cutouts in the dimness, the details of faces and clothing blurred by the curvature of the lens. They faced outward, not toward him. 3 dark heads turned toward the windows, as if watching the sea with a posture that suggested long practice. Behind them, closer to the floor, his own reflected body sat just as he was, headphones on, a 4th presence smaller and closer to the ground. His muscles locked. The heart has its own instinct for counting, and his did it now. 1, 2, 3 at the rail, 4 on the floor. He did not move, did not blink, for an entire rotation of the thought. The wind pressed against the glass, and the panel trembled minutely, shifting the reflected shapes. He blinked. The 3 extra figures broke apart with that simple act, disassembling into stray shapes of shadow and angle. In the next instant, there was only him in the reflection again. One man in a circle of glass and metal, the curve of the stair door yawning dark and empty behind him. No cluster of shoulders at the top. He exhaled, the breath rushing out a little faster than he meant it to. Double reflections, he said under his breath, almost automatically. Lens on lens, he glanced around the room, at the way the glass curved, at the multiple surfaces that could bounce an image twice, 3 times, before sending it back to his eyes. Into the recorder, into the future, he framed it more neatly. If you look into the glass up here, he told his invisible companion, his own voice smoothing itself out again, you'll see all kinds of things that aren't really there. The curve bends light, throws your shadow places you don't expect. Add a tired brain and a little history, and it's not hard to see an extra body or 3. He lifted one hand and wiped at the glass in front of him with the sleeve of his jacket, smudging away a faint film of salt and condensation. The pane squeaked softly and then cleared, showing him only the night beyond and the faint, ghostly overlay of his own eyes. Dirt, he added, with the casual certainty of someone building a safer narrative. Reflection. Old stories talking louder than they should. The usual. Outside, the Black Sea moved on, unbothered. Inside, the recorder continued to listen, capturing the wind and the metal and the quiet, deliberate effort of a man trying to name everything he saw so none of it could surprise him. In another country, in another kind of tower made of drywall and quiet, the listener's bedroom held its own small world of reflections. The lamp on their nightstand had been turned down to its lowest setting, just enough light to keep the room from becoming a single block of black. The walls were a muted color that looked gray in the dimness, though in daylight they might have been something warmer. The ceiling was a plain, unremarkable rectangle, a blank canvas that on better nights held nothing more threatening than shadows of tree branches or the faint sweep of car lights passing. The bed creaked softly when they shifted, not in protest, but in acknowledgement. Their phone lay propped against a stack of books or a folded blanket, its screen the brightest thing in the room. The podcast app's interface glowed blue-white, progress bar inching along, a little thumbnail image of a lighthouse floating above the time code. The bezel and glass caught the lamplight in the dark, making a small mirror where their own face appeared in miniature when they turned their head. Beyond the phone, beyond the bed, there was a window. The blinds or curtains might have been half drawn, leaving a narrow, vertical slit or a full pane open to the night. Either way, the glass reflected more of the inside world than it showed of the outside. In it, faintly, the listener could see the pale smear of their own face, the suggestion of their hair, the dim outline of the lamp, the shape of their pillow like a white ghost floating next to them. Up in the lantern room far away, Evan was still talking about glass. Reflections are liars, he said, his voice traveling through their headphones and into the room, changing the way the shadows behaved, whether they noticed it or not. Up here, at the top of the tower, the glass curves. It bends light in ways your brain doesn't like. I look once, and there's only me. I look again, and there's maybe someone behind me. Or maybe it's just my own shadow pushed around until it doesn't fit anymore. The narration slipped between the two spaces like a tide. In the bedroom, the window was a flat, rectangular eye. In the lighthouse, the windows arched in a ring, watching everything at once. The listener's glass showed a vague stratification of darkness. a hint of their own features, a smear of interior, and beyond that, maybe the ghost of streetlights or another building. If they looked long enough, if they let their eyes unfocus, little shapes might start to suggest themselves at the edge of recognition. A shoulder where there was only a hanging coat. A head where there was only the corner of a shelf. And sometimes, Evan went on, it isn't even the light that's playing tricks. It's us. You stare at anything long enough, and your mind starts editing, adding, removing. You add another figure in the corner because you're tired. You remove the memory of how long you've been awake so you can keep going a few more hours. His breath fogged the inside of his own lantern room just a fraction. Invisible to the listener, but recorded all the same as a slight softening of consonants. The narration noticed how, back in the bedroom, the listener's gaze might drift to the window unthinkingly now. The dim glass might offer the outline of their own head on the pillow, the curve of their shoulder under the blanket. For a moment, if their angle was unlucky, there might be the suggestion of something else behind that. A darker patch, a taller smear of shadow, leaning at an impossible place. The heart might skip once. Then their eyes would adjust, and they would see the truth. The shape of a curtain gathered to one side, the back of a desk chair with a jacket thrown over it, the edge of a bookshelf. Nothing at all. Up in the tower, Evan shifted on the metal floor, his back pressed against the cold support. Honestly, he confessed, I am not the best person to have up here for a night like this. I haven't slept properly in months, if we're being generous. Years, if we're being honest. The laugh that followed was quiet and a little frayed. It was the sound of someone trying to defuse a bomb with a joke. In my apartment, he continued, voice dropping into a more intimate register, like someone sharing something in the dark between strangers who would never meet. There's this bathroom mirror, cheap thing, warped at the edges. Sometimes, when I look into it too long, brushing my teeth, zoning out, I swear I see static around the frame, like an old TV when the channel's gone. Snow in the corners of the glass. He paused, letting a breath roll through his chest. The recorder on the floor caught the subtle shift of fabric as he moved. Maybe it's just my eyes, he said. Maybe it's just floaters, nerves, the usual. Maybe I'm just seeing my subscriber count trying to climb. The smile was clearer in his tone this time. A small, warm shape dropped into the cold room. In the bedroom, that earned at least a mental smile. Maybe even the ghost of a real one, the kind that curls only one side of the mouth. The connection in that moment was not through fear, but through exhaustion. The shared experience of staring at a mirror or a screen at unreasonable hours and seeing things in it that probably weren't there. Underneath his words, something else began to make a quiet claim on the audio. It started as the faintest of sounds, a low, dragging noise that could have been mistaken, at first, for a trick of wind in the mic. A soft scrape, repeated at regular intervals, like a rope being pulled slowly over stone. Not sharp, not desperate, just steady. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There was a rhythm to it, time not to Evan's breathing or his sentences, but to something else entirely, like a mechanism turning somewhere out of sight. The funny part, he said, oblivious, is that once you start seeing those little glitches, it's hard to stop. You start watching every reflective surface like it's going to tell you a secret. A window on a subway car, a spoon, a black phone screen when it goes dark. You catch the shape of someone over your shoulder and, well, it's you. It's always you. until the one time your brain really convinces you it isn't. Chirp. The sound slid gently across the track again. In the lantern room, nothing visible moved. The main lamp was cold, its gear train dormant, officially disengaged. No obvious source presented itself. But the tower had more bones than met the eye. Old rods, old chains, things that remembered motion even if they had not truly moved in years. They had their own way of participating, of adding their signatures to whatever story was being told in their bodies. Imagine, Evan said softly, being one of the keepers, months out here. The sea for a neighbor, the fog for a visitor, the gulls as the only choir. Imagine you've run out of books to read twice. The letters from home are weeks apart when they do come at all. Your world is stone, water, and the same two faces day in, day out. The sin wave of unease dipped into something else now, something quieter, but no less deep. His voice dropped, barely above a whisper, the kind of tone that made a listener instinctively breathe more quietly so as not to miss anything. You'd start listening to the building the way some people listen to music, he continued. You'd know every creak, every groan. You'd know which step complains when you put your weight on it wrong, which window whistles when the wind's out of the north. You'd start noticing when any of those things changes, when a new sound appears, when an old one stops. Chirp, chirp. The scraping threaded itself between his words, slipping into the spaces where another sentence might have gone. It had the patient inevitability of something pulling taut slowly, a rope being drawn through an unseen ring, each movement the same as the last, and yet bringing whatever was on the other end a little closer. And you would start seeing things, he said gently, almost kindly, in the reflections, in the corners, in the glass. Maybe at first you'd laugh it off. Maybe you'd blame the wind, the isolation, the lamp, the way the sky and the water trade places until you can't tell which is which anymore. But in the quiet hours, between midnight and 4, you'd know better. You'd know that whether or not anything is actually there, your mind has already opened the door for it. His words hung there. In the bedroom, the listener might stare at their own dim reflection and feel the skin at the back of their neck tighten. In the lantern room, Evan's throat worked as he swallowed, the sound almost inaudible, swallowed by his own headphone cups. On the recording, in the tiny gap after his last sentence, something else slid into the silence. "We did," a voice whispered. It was barely more than breath, thinner and lower than his, as if it had been carried up a long tunnel before reaching the microphone. It came from no clear direction. It had no reverb, no room signature, just a raw edge that made it seem older than the equipment capturing it. If the listener had their volume up, if they were not yet too far gone into sleep, they would hear it as clearly as their own name. Evan did not react. He blinked once, looking past the recorder to the black glass and the smear of his own face in it, and went on talking, unaware that the tower had chosen, for a heartbeat, to answer a hypothetical that was never meant to have a reply. Eventually, the cold on the lantern room floor made its case. Evan's legs had gone from numb to pins and needles. His back ached from leaning against metal, and the thought of hot water and a chair started to outweigh the strange comfort of sitting at the top of the world. He let the recorder run a few more seconds, capturing another rotation of wind and faint scraping, then reached out and tapped it off. The little blue light on its screen dimmed, and the lantern room seemed for a moment, to exhale. He gathered his things: the recorder, the journal tucked under one arm, the small lamp in his hand. The rest could wait. With a last glance at the glass and his own pale reflection in it, he stepped to the door. The heavy iron hatch at the top of the stairwell had no keypad, just an old-fashioned lever and a thick gasket around the frame. From this side, he had to brace his shoulder against it and pull. It opened with that same sticky resistance, a low peal of rubber and metal, followed by a gulp of cooler air from the stairwell. The hollow shaft below him breathed up, bringing the smells of stone and faint oil. He did not want it closing behind him this time. Something about the way the latch had clunked earlier stuck in his mind. The idea of that door sealing him out from the top, or in with it, made his palms damp. So he leaned the recorder and notebook against the rail for a moment, bent down, and fished around by the jamb until his fingers found what he'd noticed on the way in. A wedge of wood, once painted white, now chipped and stained. "Good," he muttered. A civilized lighthouse. He wedged the block firmly under the bottom edge of the door, testing it with a few sharp pushes. The door shuddered but stayed open, resting against the pressure like a stubborn shoulder. Satisfied, he picked up his gear again and stepped through, turning sideways to ease onto the top step. From here, the view down the spiral was dizzying, a descending coil of shadow and light, the occasional window cutout showing slivers of the dark outside. He started down carefully, boots ringing lightly on the metal, one hand on the rail. Half a turn down, the sound came. A single, heavy slam rolled through the tower, starting above his head and dropping past him like a falling object. It reverberated off the curved walls, deep and metallic, the kind of noise a thick door makes when it meets its frame with conviction. The stair vibrated under his feet, a faint tremor that climbed his legs. Tiny motes of dust shook loose from somewhere higher and drifted slowly down the central shaft like lazy snow. He stopped, heart kicking once against his ribs. The recorder in his hand captured his sudden inhale, the small scrape of his boot as he froze. He looked up. From this angle, he could see only a partial slice of the doorway at the top of the stairs. The wedge itself was out of sight, hidden by the curve of the landing. The door appeared, so far as his limited view allowed, to still be ajar. The slam had been too loud, too whole-bodied, to belong to a mere gust of wind nudging metal. It had sounded final. The tower hummed, settling from the impact. Then silence, except for the usual breath of air and distant ocean. Probably the building, he told himself, and by extension, the listener who would one day hear his shaky exhale. Metal flexing, temperature, old bones. The words sounded thin, even to him, but they were words, and words had always been his way of putting fences around fear. He started down again, one step, then another. The spiral carried him past a narrow window, where darkness pressed just as firmly on the glass as it had above. He could see nothing beyond it, only the reflection of his own face in the dim lamplight. The second slam came halfway between that window and the next landing. It was nearly identical to the first. That same thick booming crack of impact, the same ring lunging down the stairwell. Dust fell again, more this time. Tiny grains that pattered invisibly against his jacket and hair. The rail trembled under his hand. The sound seemed to arrive from just above his head and rush past his body into the depths below, as if the tower had become a bell being struck softly but insistently somewhere in its upper reaches. His grip tightened. For a moment, he considered going back up right then, confirming that the door was still open, reassuring himself with the mundane sight of wedge and hinge and frame. Instead, he did what he always did. He kept moving and narrated. By the time he reached the level with the kitchen, the slams had stopped. The stairwell door here squeaked gently on its hinges when he pushed it open, a small, almost apologetic sound compared to the impacts above. The room beyond greeted him with its familiar mixture of eras. Old stone cylinder, newer flooring. The metal table with scuffs from decades of different chairs dragged close and pushed away. The modern electric kettle sitting where an oil stove might once have rested. He set the journal down, placed the recorder near the center of the table, and checked the laptop's battery. It was holding, but dropping faster than it should. Outside the narrow window, night had thickened into something almost solid, the glass reflecting more of the lamp than the sea. He clicked the recorder on, letting it begin a new track to capture room tone. The tower obliged with a low symphony, the faint hum of power in the wires, the soft whine of the laptop's fan, distant wind pressing on the structure, a drip somewhere deep in the walls from some old condensation path. No slamming, no heavy impacts, just a restless building being itself. He slid into the chair, adjusted the mic in front of him, and spoke. "All right," he said, his voice settling into that calm, measured pace he slid into when delivering facts instead of feelings. "We've talked about journals and unseen footsteps and weird lights. Let's talk about what people actually wrote down in offices when this was all over. The official theories, the ones that probably sit better with insurance companies than with your imagination." He described, in simple terms, the hypothesis of a rogue wave. 3 men at the West Landing trying to secure equipment in a storm, taken by a sudden freak swell. No murder, no ghosts, just bad timing and geography. His words were almost soothing in their mundanity, the comfort of a universe that occasionally killed without malice, just math. As he spoke, in the shaft above him, the air shifted again. A third slam dropped through the tower. This one was slightly duller, as if whatever surface had been striking had met something softer this time, but the force of it still traveled down the walls. The metal table vibrated under his forearms, his tea mug rattling a faint ceramic rattle. The recorded audio caught a short, low-frequency pulse that made the waveform swell, a visible bruise on the line. He went very still. Silence opened around the end of his sentence like a dark flower. "And in that version," he said automatically, finishing the phrase he'd already begun, "it's tragic, but it's clean." The last word came out oddly clipped. For a few seconds, he listened. The tower seemed to be doing the same, its pipes and beams quieting, its usual creaks holding their breath. Then, somewhere much higher up, a very small sound. A tick, like cooling metal or something readjusting on a hinge. "Okay," he said finally, his voice slightly thinner. "I'm going to go check that door, because I am, above all things, a responsible guest." He clicked the recorder to stand by, but did not turn it off fully, leaving it to keep a low-level watch on the room in his absence. Its tiny light glowed, a solitary ember on the table. He stepped back into the stairwell, the air there cooler, more neutral. The curved wall rose around him like the inside of a throat. His boots rang on the steps as he climbed. 1 turn, 2. The slam had felt as if it came from not very far above the kitchen level. But in a structure like this, sound could be a liar, bouncing around until up felt like down. He kept going until the wall at his side brightened slightly with the yellow of the lantern room's lone bulb. The door at the top was exactly as he had left it. The wedge of wood was still jammed under its bottom edge, snug between metal and floor. The door itself stood open a predictable number of degrees, its painted surface unmoved. No fresh scrape marks, no sign of impact where iron would have met frame. The gasket was undisturbed. The air from the lantern room slipped past him in a steady, unremarkable draft. He stood there for a moment, hand hovering near the handle, fingers feeling foolish. "You heard that?" he said under his breath, unsure if he was talking to the tower, the recorder, or the version of himself who would listen to this later with the benefit of hindsight. "You definitely heard that." He stepped into the lantern room, just long enough to glance around. Everything was where it had been. The silent lamp in the center, the arc of glass showing the endless night, his breath fogging the air a little when he sighed. No cables swung wild against the panes. No loose chain banged in regular heavy strikes. Whatever had made the noise, if anything had, was not doing it now. The tower flexed once under a stronger gust, a subtle shift that sent a small vibration through the floor. It was the kind of movement that might not have registered at all if he hadn't been listening for anything to explain the slams. He retreated down the stairs, hand trailing the rail. As he descended, the sound came again, quieter now, but still there. A thud, not from above, but from somewhere in the wall beside him. Then another, a few seconds later, lower down. Not the clean bang of a door, but a dull, more internal knock, the kind of noise a heavy object makes when it bumps an interior surface. It moved as he moved, following his level. By the time he reached the kitchen landing, the impact seemed to be coming from just behind the plaster near the floor, as if something solid were traveling slowly down inside the hollow spaces of the structure. He stepped back into the room, and the sound faded abruptly, like someone letting go of a breath they'd been holding. The recorder's little light still glowed on the table, steady and indifferent. "There are a lot of reasons," he told it quietly, sitting back down and aligning his notes with unnecessary precision. "Why you should not spend the night inside an old lighthouse if you are the kind of person who pays attention to noise." He hit record again, and his voice resumed its previous calm, steady cadence as he laid out the next official theory. A fight, a moment of madness, one man killing the others and then himself. As he spoke of human violence and statistics, the tower's secret, downward-moving knocks went unmentioned, lodging themselves instead in the marrow of the stone and the narrow gap between what was said aloud and what was only felt. Morning, he decided, deserved at least one honest attempt at being normal, even if it was being borrowed from a century ago. By the time he made that decision, the night outside had done its work. The darkness felt less like a curtain and more like a pressure now, leaning gently on the glass, pushing cold through any crack it could find. The lamp on the table had burned on long enough that its amber glow seemed natural, as if the tower had always been lit that way. Evan rubbed his eyes, flexed his fingers, and reached for the kettle. "If we're going to talk about their last day," he said, mostly to the recorder, but also to the empty room, "we might as well try to hear it." He moved slowly, conscious of each sound he made. The scrape of the chair as he stood, the soft thump of his boots on the floor, the kettle's hollow clatter as he lifted it and carried it to the sink, where the tap coughed and then offered a small, steady stream of cold water. He let it run a moment longer than usual, listening to it hit metal, and pictured a pair of rougher hands doing the same thing with a bucket or with a kettle that had to be hung over coals instead of plugged into a wall. He set the kettle back on its base. The element inside began to tick and groan, warming from the bottom up. The sound was simple, domestic, and did not belong to ghosts. That was the point. On the table, he rearranged his equipment. The mic, which had spent most of the night angled toward his face, he now shifted back a little, giving it a wider view of the room's noise. He adjusted the gain, wanting to catch the subtler parts, the chair legs, the clink of ceramic, without letting the kettle drown everything out. Then he fetched 4 mugs from the cupboard. They were mismatched, 2 with the Lighthouse Authority's logo, 1 plain white, 1 with a faded cartoon from someone's forgotten visit. He set 3 of them near the chairs, roughly where 3 men might have sat if they were still taking breakfast before starting their rounds. The 4th he placed at the far corner of the table, slightly away from where anyone would naturally reach. "For Duckett, Marshall, MacArthur," he said, touching each mug lightly with his fingertips. "And 1 for the tower, for good manners." It was a throwaway line, something he knew would land as a small, nervous laugh in someone's bedroom. But the way the words felt in the air, like naming 4 guests who might yet arrive, set a small current running under his skin. He hit record. The digital display blinked over to a fresh file, time code starting at 0. For a moment, he said nothing, letting the room speak first. The kettle hissed, louder now, a building rustle. Somewhere deeper in the lighthouse, a pipe clicked. The faint static of wind filtering through stone was a low, constant floor under everything else. "Okay," he said gently, the storyteller's cadence smoothing into place. "Let's build a morning." He told them to close their eyes if they wanted, to let his voice do the looking. "It's just before dawn," he said, "the kind of light where you can't tell if the sky is about to get brighter or darker. The lamp upstairs has done its work all night, turning and turning, painting the sea with slow white bands. Down here, in this same room, there are 3 men who have seen too many mornings that look exactly like this one." He moved through the space as he spoke, letting his actions align with the scene he was building. He opened a drawer. The runners squealed faintly. He took out a fork and a knife and set them down on the table, the small metallic chime ringing once, then bouncing off the curved walls. He pulled a chair back. The legs scraped over the floor with the unlovely honesty of wood on stone. "Duquette," he said, and the name seemed to find its own place by the stove. "He's the principal keeper. He's been here the longest. He's frying something simple on a black iron pan. Bread, maybe. A little salt pork if they're lucky. The coal smoke has stained the wall above the stove a darker gray. You can smell it in everything you own." He did not have a coal stove, but he had Marshall's description. Smoke in the hair, in the bedding, in the very grain of the table. He let that phantom scent layer itself over the more neutral, modern air of the room. "Marshall's at the table," he continued, cleaning a small part of the lamp mechanism, some piece that can't stand grit. He's careful, methodical. His hands know this shape better than they know most people. He's complaining, quietly, about the weather, about his back. about Ducat humming. As if on cue, Evan hummed a tiny snatch of an old hymn, tuneless on purpose, just enough to mark the space. The sound made the hair on his arms lift. He wondered if any of his listeners would recognize the melody from their own grandparents' cabinets. And MacArthur, he said, is at the window. He always ends up there if no one needs him, staring out at the fogged glass. There's a smear where his breath has clouded it. His fingertips have made little half circles where he's wiped and wiped, trying to see if the sea looks any different today. He shifted his weight, letting his boots give a soft, unconscious knock against the chair leg, something that could stand in for another pair of feet moving. The kettle behind him grew louder, its whisper rising to a steady, urgent hiss. "There's a clock on the wall," he said, glancing at the modern one that ticked above the doorway. Its tick is louder than it should be in the early hours. Click, click, click. It's counting down to nothing in particular. Just the next wick trimming, the next log entry, the next meal. The scrape of chairs, the soft rattle of cutlery when someone reaches for the knife a little too quickly. All the noises of a life that, on paper, looks like routine. He popped the switch on the kettle. It responded with a sharp, mechanical click, then a sudden boil-over of sound. The rush of bubbles, a low roar muffled by metal. The recorder drank it in, the waveform climbing with the crescendo. He poured water into 3 of the mugs. The splash and glug imitated well enough, someone decanting something stronger from a pot. "If you were sitting at this table," he told the listener quietly, "your ankles would be cold. The drafts in here live low. They wrap around your legs and climb if you let them. Your hands would be warm on the mug. Your face would be somewhere in between. You'd smell smoke and salt and fatigue. You'd hear Duckett set a pan down with a thud that says he's used to this weight. You'd hear Marshall's chair creak because he leans on it a little too hard when his back twinges. You'd hear MacArthur sigh at the window in a way that only men who have been watching the same horizon for months can sigh. He let his own chair creak then, leaning back and forward to give it a voice. He set his mug down with a deliberate, muted thump, ceramic against wood. He drew in a breath and released it as a tiny, unconscious-sounding sigh. These didn't have to be perfect reenactments. They just had to suggest enough that a tired brain on the other end of the signal would fill in the rest. "This is the last morning we can prove they existed," he said after a moment, his tone flattening slightly with the weight of it. "After this, only guesses, only stories. So, if you're imagining them, hold on to the small things. The way Ducat wipes his hands on a rag and misses a spot. The way Marshall taps the table 3 times before he stands, for no good reason. The way MacArthur's shoulders rise once and stay there a little too long when he hears the wind shift. The knowledge sat under everything like an extra bass note. They were already ghosts, and none of them knew it. The sense of it leaked into his phrasing, gave certain words an extra drag. He let the room live on its own for another 30 seconds. Chair scraping, mug moving, a spoon clinking softly as it stirred nothing. He shuffled his boots once, then again, faking the paths of 3 men moving around each other. He didn't overdo it. Too much choreography would sound staged. He wanted this to feel like the barely structured chaos of a morning with work to do. When he had enough, he clicked the recorder off. The sudden absence of its tiny indicator light made the room feel a fraction darker. Later, After he had talked through the theories and the journal entries again, after he had checked the doors and convinced himself the knocks in the stairwell were, at worst, the building settling, he queued up the last morning track on his laptop. He wanted to see if the idea had worked, if the soundscape felt rich enough, or if it just sounded like a man playing with dishes in an empty room. He hit play. The waveform rolled. First came his own calm description, laid like tracing paper over the room's noise. The kettle's growing hiss, the clock's dull tick, the brief, thin strain of him humming, the chair scraping once as he stood, the mugs touching down with hollow ceramic notes. He listened with an editor's ear, noting where he might trim, where he might let the silence breathe a little longer. Then, in the middle of the segment, where he had fallen quiet to let the imagined men move, something else edged into the audio. He heard a chair drag. That was expected. He remembered doing it, pushing his own seat back a little to give the microphone a sense of dimension. The legs grumbled against the floor. A second later, he heard another chair move. Shorter, a briefer scrape. He frowned, replayed that portion, and saw two distinct spikes on the waveform. The first taller, the second smaller. He had only moved one. As he listened again, more closely this time, counting without meaning to, he realized there were more little noises than he remembered making. A soft knock that sounded like a chair leg tapping stone. A faint rustle like someone adjusting their weight. The count of those movements, layered under kettle and clock and his own staged sounds, suggested not one body playing at morning, but more. 4 paths crossing, 4 seats claiming space, 4 small presences shifting at a table where, officially, no one had sat in a very long time. The next entry sat lower on the page, dates stepping closer to the point where the ink stopped for good. Evan ran a thumb along the edge of the paper before he began, as if feeling for a temperature change. December 15th, he read, his voice slower now, aware of the weight the date had gained in hindsight, damage discovered at the West Landing. He shifted in his chair, and the recorder picked up the soft rasp of fabric, the creak of old wood under new weight. The lamp on the table cast the journal's lines into sharp relief. Each letter of Marshall's hand looked like it had been pressed in with more force. Found the box at the foot of the crane smashed. He continued. Contents gone or scattered. Iron rail bent inwards toward the sea. Turf torn from edge of cliff as if by heavy hand. No sign of recent human work. Weather rough, but not beyond what we have seen before. In the images those words summoned, the West Landing came into focus. A jagged bite taken out of the island, where stone stepped down toward the water in a series of unforgiving ledges. A crane bolted into the rock, a heavy box meant to hold ropes and supplies. Bent railing, torn turf, the marks of immense sudden force. Unsure if damage occurred over several days or in one event, he read. No reports from passing vessels of unusual seas. We'll secure as best we can. The entry itself was short, practical. Marshall wrote like a man who had more work to do than time to write about it. Evan let the page rest under his fingertips and looked toward the microphone, drawing a breath that the recorder would later render as a soft, slightly uneven swell. Let's walk that, he murmured, just once. He asked the listener to stand up with him, in imagination, if not in their actual bedroom. Picture the tower first, he said, this same room. The mugs not yet cold, the chairs pushed back. Outside, the wind has teeth. You can hear it in the way it squeezes itself through every gap in the stone. He let his own breath roughen a little, syncing with the rhythm of a man preparing to go out into weather. "They're putting on oilskins," he went on. "Ducat and Marshall. Coats stiff with salt, hanging heavy on the pegs. Boots that never really dry, thick, rubbery sleeves that creak when you shove your arms through. They're not talking much. This is work they've done before." He stood, slowly, letting his chair legs complain against the floor, and walked toward the door. His hand touched the handle, metal cool under his palm. He imagined Ducat in front, Marshall behind, both braced against what they knew would be waiting beyond. "Protocol says one man stays," he said, turning his head slightly as if MacArthur were sitting at the table behind him. "The light cannot be left without a keeper. One man always inside. So MacArthur stays. For now." He opened the inner door. The hinge gave a soft, protesting squeal. Even that small sound carried a suggestion of the larger one it preceded, the heavy slam of the outer door at the base of the tower. He described it, letting his voice wrap around the noise the old walls remembered. "They step into the passage," he said. "Wind knifes through. The outer door is a thick thing, iron and stubborn. But when Ducat opens it, the storm punches its way in, as if it has been waiting outside with its fist raised. When he hauls it shut, it hits the frame with a bang that goes up the stairwell and down your spine." The tower around him seemed to respond, some hidden part of its structure producing a small, sympathetic vibration. Evan's next breath came a little faster. He sat again, letting the imagined men go on without him. "MacArthur is alone now," he told the listener. He takes a sip from his tea. It's still warm. He doesn't put his coat back on the peg properly. It hangs half off, like a person who changed their mind halfway through leaving. He listens to the wind hunt along the outside of the tower, looking for a weak spot. He hears, faintly, the thud of the men's boots on the steep stone steps that lead down to the west landing. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, giving the impression of those receding footsteps. The mic caught the rhythm. 4 or 5 knocks, then nothing. Outside, in the picture he was painting, the air was a chaos of salt and spray. The west side of the island took the Atlantic's full impact. Ducat and Marshall would have moved in crouched, careful strides, heads down, coats snapping around their legs. The broken box, the twisted rail, the torn earth. These were not abstract images anymore. They were tangible obstacles in front of them, things they had to get close to with their bodies. "Back upstairs," Evan said softly. MacArthur starts to hear other things. He let the room's actual sounds thin out, giving space around his words. "The wind in a place like this doesn't just howl," he explained. "It threads itself through gaps in the stone, sings in the pipes, makes the metal of the tower vibrate. If you're tired enough, jumpy enough, you can hear words where there aren't any. Old logs talk about that. Men hearing their names in the storm, in the edge of sleep, and most of the time, you can laugh it off." He turned the journal slightly, the paper rustling. His gaze fell on the next part of Marshall's entry, written more tightly, the letters drawn a little sharper. "Today," he read, "MacArthur reports hearing his name called from outside while both of us were at the West Landing. He describes the voice as too close, not from the cliff, from the metal itself." Evan swallowed. The mic caught the tiny wet click at the back of his throat. "Not through the door," he reiterated for the listener, voice lowering. Not from down the steps, from the tower, like the walls themselves said it. He imagined it as he spoke. MacArthur, standing with his hand on the back of the vacated chair, the room around him breathing in little drafts, the light overhead ticking. Then a sound, not quite a word at first, forming in the overlap of pipes and stone and wind vibrating the iron beams. Donald, die. The syllables felt wrong in his own mouth. He could see MacArthur's shoulders gathering around his ears, the human animal reacting before the mind had sorted the source. MacArthur hesitates. He went on, breathing a little faster now. It showed in the recording as a shallow rise and fall. He knows the rule. One man stays inside. He knows, on paper, where the other two are. He knows that if he leaves his post, he's breaking the thing that keeps this whole clockwork system from falling apart. He looked down at the mug on the table, half drunk, a faint tea ring on the ceramic. It wasn't the one MacArthur had held, but it was close enough. He looks at his cup, he said. At the door, at the stairs. The wind says his name again, but this time it does not sound like wind. It sounds like iron and stone, and something pressing its mouth up against every part of the tower at once to get his attention. The tension edged higher. In someone's quiet bedroom, a listener might find themselves holding their breath, the sounds of their own house suddenly standing out, the hum of the fridge, the creak of a settling beam, a car tire on wet asphalt. His coat is on the peg, Evan added, deliberately. He doesn't take it. He just grabs his cap, leaves the tea where it is, and steps out. The door he closes behind him is the last door we can be sure he ever closed. He let that image stand. A half-drunk mug cooling on a table, a coat hanging askew, a chair still angled toward the warmth of the room. The journal beneath his hand seemed to weigh more suddenly, as if the paper were absorbing all the gravity of that choice. He lowered his eyes back to the page, intending to read the rest of the entry. The part about securing the landing, about ropes and railings and waves. But something snagged his attention. Between two paragraphs, squeezed into a narrow band of space, as if it had been added after the fact, there was an extra line of ink. It was subtle, the sort of thing a casual reader might skim right past. The handwriting, at first glance, mimicked Marshall's, similar slant, similar loop. But the more Evan looked, the more the differences emerged. The letters were a fraction taller. The pressure into the page was different, a heavier hand pressing harder at the downstrokes. And the ink, though still old, was a shade darker than the rest, as if it had been laid down later, years or decades after the original entries. He held the journal closer to the lamp, feeling a small, involuntary chill walk up from his wrists to his shoulders. In that cramped space, the added sentence read, he heard his name from above, not below. The room around him stayed the same, the hum of the laptop, the steady tick of the modern clock, the soft whisper of wind at the narrow window. But something in the tower's posture felt altered, as if it had leaned over a little further to see if he was truly paying attention. He read the line aloud, more to test the sound of it than for the recording he knew would be running. From above, he said quietly, tasting the revision. Not from the metal at his back, from somewhere higher in the spiral, from the direction of the lantern, the sky, the empty air. His fingers tightened around the edges of the notebook. The pages crackled softly in protest. Somewhere deep in the walls, a pipe gave a tiny dry click, like the end of a sentence being added where none had been before. He did not give them a monster. By the time Evan reached what might have been the last minutes of the men's lives, the tower around him felt close and oddly attentive, as if the stone itself were waiting to hear which version he would choose. He could have filled the space with claws and glowing eyes, with hands dragging men into the dark. Instead, he laid his palms flat on the table, felt the cool grain of the wood, and decided to keep it simple. "All right," he said, to the recorder, to the journal, to whoever was lying in a bed far away with their eyes half closed. "Let's assume the Northern Lighthouse Board was right. No conspiracies, no murder, just a wave." The notebook lay open in front of him. The last, dated entry staring up with its cramped lines. Notes on damage, intentions to secure, the small domestic details that meant no one writing them expected to die shortly afterward. There was no description of what came next. That absence was its own kind of invitation. Out on the West Landing, he continued softly. Duckett and Marshall are working, oilskins slick with spray, rope in their hands. The crane groans when they test it, complaining in long, rusty vowels. They're shouting to each other, but the wind eats the words, turns them into broken syllables and breath. His voice painted it slowly, carefully. In a bedroom somewhere, the listener might see it behind their eyelids. Two small human shapes against a backdrop of forever, knee-deep in a temper they cannot hope to match. "They're focused on the damage," he went on. "On the smashed box, the bent rail, the places where the turf has been torn back from the cliff edge like someone picked at it with huge fingers. They're thinking about how to bolt things down, not about how to leave." He paused, hearing his own breath in the headphones. The ambient wash of the real ocean outside was a constant low roar in the background of the recording, a bed of sound that had become almost invisible after hours of listening to it. "Inside the tower," he said, thumb stroking absently along the margin of the page. "MacArthur has already broken protocol. He's not at the lamp. He's on the stair or at the door, coat forgotten, cap in his hand, because he has heard his name from somewhere no voice should be, from the metal, from above, from the place where the air gets thin and the glass starts to lie." His next inhale was a little shaky. The recorder captured that too. "None of them," he said, "see the swell that's about to arrive." He described it in the only way he could, as a shape in the water, miles away, born out of a distant storm or a strange meeting of currents. "There's nothing supernatural about a big wave," he reminded the listener gently. "The ocean makes them like we make thoughts. Some are small and break early. Some travel a long way, gathering height, saving themselves for the moment they meet something that won't move out of their path." In his mind, and in the space his words sculpted, that swell came rolling in. It did not have malice. It did not have a face. It had energy. It had mass. It had timing. "From the sea's point of view," he murmured, "there is just the usual exchange. Wind gives to water. Water gives to stone. From the keeper's point of view, if they had time to have one, it's different." He let his voice thin, slow. "The water below them pulls back a little farther than usual," he said. "Not dramatically, just enough to show a bit more rock than they're used to. Enough for a man who's seen 1,000 waves to frown and think, that's odd." The wind drops for a heartbeat, like someone taking in air through their teeth. His mind's ear heard the next part as thunder, but the story needed something worse. "The swell hits the base of the cliff," he breathed, eyes fixed on the middle distance. It rises. It folds. It throws its whole body at the west landing. The first thing it takes is sound. He fell silent, just long enough for the real world to notice. In the tower, something changed. The constant roar of the Atlantic, filtered through several feet of stone and glass, did not stop entirely, but it thinned, as if someone had nudged a slider down on a mixing board. In the headphones, the background washed away into a muffled, thick quiet. The microphone still heard his voice, but now it lived in a smaller, more suffocated space, wrapped in cotton. You feel it in your feet before you hear anything, he told the listener, unaware that they were hearing the same effect in real time. The rock under you shudders, a long, low vibration that climbs your bones. The railing bends, not with a squeal, but with a sick, slow surrender. The box that held the ropes lifts and flies and hits the stone with a weight you don't hear, only see. He emphasized it. The water moves, but there is no crash, no boom, no shatter of spray. It's like someone hit mute on the ocean for 3 seconds and left only the picture. In those 3 seconds, the ambient track stayed strangely hollow. The usual wash of distant surf was missing, leaving his words hanging in a kind of ringing absence. In a bed somewhere, a listener might think their headphones had slipped, or their own house had suddenly become very, very still. 3 men disappear from the edge of the world, he finished quietly. As if cued by that line, the sea rushed back into the recording. The muffled hush shattered under a renewed roar, as if someone had unmuted the track they'd lowered by mistake. The background hiss surged, the low, constant thrum of waves reasserting itself. Evan blinked, the tiny muscles in his face tightening, reacting to the shift without quite knowing why. He cleared his throat, trying to steady his tone. If it was an accident, he said, and now the tremor in his voice was not entirely theatrical. It was a cruel one, the kind that doesn't even give you time to be afraid the right way. One step in the wrong place on whetstone, one hand on the wrong part of the rail, and the sea does what it's been doing for longer than we've been naming it. He tapped the journal lightly, once, knuckles on paper. If it wasn't, he added, after a breath, then something chose the moment. Something waited for the storm, for the damage, for the fear, for the one-time protocol broke, and the man who was supposed to stay inside stepped out. He let the words settle, not pushing them toward any particular belief. In the bedroom, a pair of eyelids might droop a little further, the listener drifting between numbers and stories, between rogue waves and something that knew their names. He finished the segment with a simple summary. No bodies, no witnesses, only evidence of violence without an author. When he stopped speaking, he let the recorder run a few more seconds, catching the steady, ordinary return of the ocean's noise, as if to prove that whatever odd dip had just happened was over. Eventually, he reached out and stopped the track. The red timer froze. His right hand flexed, shaking off the stiffness of holding the journal open too long. The tower felt particularly quiet around him in the moment after the buttons click. He rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands, then slid the journal aside and woke his phone. The screen's cold light briefly overpowered the lamp's amber. He squinted, thumb flicking through open apps, recording software, notes, battery monitor, tide tables. He had downloaded the local charts as a nod toward thoroughness, a way to salt the episode with a little extra realism. Now, he scrolled to the current date and time, more out of absent-minded curiosity than anything else. the numbers sharpened into focus. His tired brain took a second to line them up. He had marked the moment in his notes when he started describing the wave, the time code on the recorder, a tiny digital timestamp. Out of habit, he had spoken it aloud for the future edit. 23:14, he'd said under his breath, just before beginning the narrative. 11:14 p.m. On the tide chart for this lonely piece of coast, for this night, the highest swell was forecast around midnight. But a supplemental note from a more recent update showed a spike at 23:14, an anomalous reading from an offshore buoy. A sudden, unusually high swell recorded at that exact minute. No storm overhead. Weather stations still reported relatively calm wind, no shipping alerts, just one out-of-place hump on an otherwise smooth line. He stared at the screen. The pale numbers reflected faintly in his pupils and let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Coincidence, he told the empty room. His voice did not sound convinced. The sea throws big waves all the time. We only notice the ones that hit something. The tower said nothing, but the stone under his feet remembered every impact it had ever absorbed. Outside, beyond the narrow window, the black water rose and fell, carrying its own clock, indifferent to the little devices humans use to try to catch it in the act. By the time he allowed himself to talk about theories, the night had settled into his bones. Evan sat back at the table with the journal closed beside him, the recorder and laptop forming a little triangle of light in front of his folded hands. The amber lamp drew a circle around him, leaving the edges of the kitchen level to slope off into shadow. Outside the narrow window, the glass showed almost nothing of the sea now, only the occasional smear of white when a wave threw spray high enough to catch the faint reflection of the sky. He cleared his throat, conscious of the microphone hanging on every sound, and slipped into a tone that felt safer. Measured, detached, almost documentary. "All right," he said. "Let us step away from notebooks and footsteps and strange waves for a moment and look at the easy stories, the ones people tell each other when they need this to make sense." His fingers tapped the table gently once, twice, as if calling a class to order. "Theory 1, he went on. Murder-suicide, one keeper snaps, isolation, alcohol, old resentments. He kills the other two in a fit of rage or madness, then throws himself into the sea." He laid it out plainly, piece by piece. It had all the bones of a satisfying explanation. A human cause, a human flaw, a single mind you could point to and say, "There, that is where it went wrong." "People like this one," he said, "because it gives the story a villain. It makes the world smaller. Angry men, we understand. Rogue oceans, not so much." He paused to breathe, and something in the wall answered him with a tiny, almost polite tick. He barely noticed. "Theory 2, he continued. Foreign spies. Turn-of-the-century tensions. A small remote station sabotaged as part of some larger plot we never fully uncovered. A boat in the night. Men climbing the rocks like shadows. 3 keepers taken away in silence." His voice flattened a little as he spoke it, as if even he did not quite believe the script he was reciting. "It explains the lack of bodies," he acknowledged. "It gives the lighthouse a role in a bigger drama. People like that. We like to imagine hidden wars under our noses. It makes us feel like we were closer to history than we really were." The tick came again. Not the soft tick of the clock above the doorway, which had been keeping its own patient time all night, but something deeper in the structure. A sharper, more hollow sound, like a small metal ball tapping a pipe. It seemed to arrive just after his sentences, as if putting a period on them. Theory 3, he said. A drunken fight. The men argue. Someone falls. The others go after him. No malice, just bad balance and worse judgment. Bodies lost to the sea. The lighthouse left empty in a hurry. He leaned back slightly, chair giving a familiar creak, and let a hint of skepticism show. This one is popular in pubs, he admitted. It fits the way people think of lonely outposts and long shifts. The problem is, there is nothing in the records about them being heavy drinkers. No bottles found smashed, no overturned furniture inside, no signs of struggle beyond one chair a little out of place. Tick. The sound slid in on the heels of his voice again, as neat and regular as a heartbeat. Evan frowned slightly, but this time he assumed it was the clock. It had been there all along, had it not? He glanced up at it. Its hands crawled obediently, its face as bland as ever. Theory 4, he said. Abduction. By what depends on who you ask. A sea creature, a phantom ship, something that wanted 3 men from a remote island and nothing else. This is where the legends breed. Phantom boats full of spirits. Lights on the water that should not be there. It is the least useful, and for many people, the most satisfying. He did not linger on that one. He let it flutter past like a page in a cheap magazine, then folded his hands more tightly together. The tick in the wall stayed, still soft, still timed with his pauses. Tap, tap, tap. It had drifted closer somehow, or grown just loud enough to step out of the background. The last easy story, he said, voice calm again. The one the board ultimately chose. Simple accident, a freak wave. 3 experienced men in the wrong place at the wrong time. No malice, no mystery, just bad luck on an unforgiving coast. He nodded slightly, as if speaking to an unseen panel. If you are in charge of lights and safety, you need that one. You need a version of events you can print, something you can file, learn from, and move on. No one wants the official conclusion of an investigation to be, we do not know. The sea did something strange. The ticking in the pipework picked up half a breath sooner this time, sliding under his last word. It was not frantic, not urgent, just there. Too present now to be ignored. His eyes shifted toward the wall, toward the place where an old line of conduit disappeared into plaster. But, he said, letting his rational tone bend, each of these stories has seams, places where the fabric does not quite meet. He began to pick them apart, gently. Murder-suicide, he said. No blood, no broken bodies, no sign inside that 3 men fought or died in here. The chairs are not overturned. The crockery is intact. Everything is almost too tidy. If someone had killed the others, and then themselves, out on those cliffs, you would expect something. Clothing washed ashore, bones in a crevice, a rumor even. Tick. Foreign spies, he continued. There were tensions, yes. Empires jostling, but why 3 keepers on a rock? Why not a more strategic target, a ship, a port? Why leave everything so carefully in place? Clocks stopped, doors closed. Spies are messier than people give them credit for. And again, no bodies, no proof. Tick. Drunken fight, he went on. Men do stupid things when they drink. It is true. They throw punches, knock themselves off cliffs. There is nothing in MacArthur's reputation that suggests he was a monster waiting to happen. Nothing in the journals to hint at brewing violence. And no smashed bottles. The only mess at the West Landing is the kind the ocean makes. The ticking grew louder still. though it never quite became intrusive. It was as if each point he knocked down woke some tiny part of the tower up, a little mechanical heart that responded to logic with its own counter-rhythm. Abduction, he said, by spirits, monsters, or anything else with intent. It has the advantage of explaining the lack of remains. It has the disadvantage of asking you to believe that something came all this way for 3 lighthouse keepers and then never bothered anyone again. Possible, if you are generous with what you consider possible. But it tells you more about what you are afraid of than about what actually happened. Tick. And the rogue wave, he finished softly. The favorite. It explains the twisted rail, the smashed box, the torn turf. It fits the physics. It has, in its favor, the simple fact that the ocean does not care if you have followed protocol for 20 years. It cares about depth, wind, and luck. He let a breath out. But even that has questions. Why were all 3 outside? Why was one man missing his oilskins? Why were the doors closed? The gate latched. The clock stopped, as if someone had stood here and calmly wound their day down before being erased. He fell silent. The ticking did not. For 3 precise beats, with no words to ride behind, the sound continued. Sharp little taps inside the wall, perfectly spaced. 1, 2, 3. In the headphones of a listener lying very still, it would be impossible to mistake them for the clock, which had its own, lazier tempo, or for pipes cooling, which usually stumbled and stuttered. Then, as if a finger were lifted from some unseen metronome, the ticking stopped. The silence that followed had a kind of posture to it, as if the lighthouse itself had leaned back in its chair, hands folded, waiting to see which story would survive being told. For a while after dismantling the neat theories, Evan just listened to the tower breathe. The recorder sat between his hands, its little light steady. The journal lay closed, a tired animal finally allowed to sleep. Outside, the wind had dropped a notch, the roar of the sea smoothing into a deeper, more even sound. In the headphones that would later cradle this moment in someone else's ears, the room's noise floor was a soft, layered hush. Stone, wire, distant water. "There's one more thing," he said eventually, as if confessing to keeping a secret too long. "It is not in the official file. It is not in Marshall's journal. It lived in a drawer for a long time before anyone bothered to send it to the people who keep track of tragedies." He reached into his bag again, this time bypassing the notebook and laptop and pulling out a thin plastic folder. Inside, on a single sheet of paper lined with uneven blue stripes, was a copy, just a copy, of a letter. The original, he had been told, had stayed in a family trunk for decades, folded carefully around a small wooden rosary and a tarnished coin. He slid the copy out and laid it on the table. The lamplight showed every imperfection the scanner had preserved. The yellowed tone of the original paper, the darker speckles where age or damp had eaten into the fibers, the faint shadow of old creases. The handwriting crawled across the page in a shaky, looping script that leaned to the right, letters crowding each other like people hurrying down a narrow street. Here and there, a darker blot marked where the pen had lingered too long. "There is no record," he told the listener quietly, "that this ever made it into any official investigation. It was found in a trunk after the fisherman who wrote it died and sent to the Lighthouse Authority as part of a donation. For interest," the note said, "because some stories cannot bear to be buried with the person who carried them." He adjusted the mic, brought the paper closer, and started to read. "It is addressed simply," he said. "To the man in charge of the lights in Stornoway. It's not dated neatly the way Marshall's entries are. It just starts." He let the words come in the fisherman's unsure hand, smoothing them with his own voice. "I write this now," he read, "though I should have written it then. I am an old man, and there is little in me that fears what people will say anymore." The line had a tired dignity to it. The next sentence staggered more. "The night after the light went dark on the big rock," Evan continued, "I was out with my brother to check our lines. Weather was bad the night before, calmer that night, though the sea still had a mean look to it. We were not close enough to land to be foolish, but close enough to see the shape of the island against the sky." His own breathing slowed as he read, matching the rhythm of the words. The tower seemed to lean in, the shadows at the edges of the room pooling a little deeper. "I saw something I have not spoken of proper," the letter went on. "I have told it in bits to drunk men and the like, and they laughed. I did not blame them. I have kept it mostly to myself, because if I did not write it, it could stay a story. There is comfort in stories." Evan glanced at the mic, the recorder, the little red numbers counting up. Then he gets to it. He said softly what he saw. "On the side of the aisle where the great light stands," he read, "I saw a ring of small lights low on the rocks. Not the beam at the top, not a ship. These were low, like lanterns carried in men's hands, but too even. They were spaced out, all the way round a part of the rock, making a circle like you would see round a dance." He let that image settle, a necklace of lights around the dark throat of the island. "They moved," the letter said, "not together, but in turn. One went down, then the next, then the next, like steps on a stair. They did not swing as a lantern on an arm would swing. They went straight down, each one finding the place where the last had gone until they reached the water." The room seemed colder. In the bedroom, far away, a listener might feel a tightness in their chest as they pictured it. Lights descending one by one off the edge of the rock, like beads sliding off a string. "They did not go out when they touched the sea," the fisherman had written. "They went under. I could see them still, making a spiral as they sank. Round and down. No boat, no rope, no men I could see. Only those round lights stepping down into the deep." Evan's voice slowed even further, letting each phrase drag its own shadow. "I heard no engine," he read quietly. "There was no smoke, no oars in the water, no shouting. My brother saw them too, but he will not speak of it now, and maybe he has forgotten. I have not forgotten because of the sound." The low hum of the building's electrics pressed gently on his ears. Outside, the sea murmured and hissed its usual restless song. Under that, as if summoned by the line, something quieter seemed to rise in the recording. A faint, almost tonal vibration that could have been nothing more than the sympathy of stone and air, but which, in the context of the words, took on another shape. It was like the sound in a church before the singing starts, the letter said. Not the organ itself, but the air in the pipes when the man's foot is on the pedal and he has not yet put his fingers down. A low hum under the water, as if something very big was waiting to open its mouth. The phrase hung there, heavy and wet. In the years after, the fisherman had scrawled, "I have heard many things said of that place. Men vanished, men murdered, men taken. I have heard clever people laugh and simple people pray. I have done both myself. Maybe I saw nothing but tricks of eyes or lights from some boat that did not want its business known. Maybe I am putting shape to something that never happened. Evan swallowed, the paper rustling slightly as his fingers tightened. I do not claim to know what I saw, the letter concluded, only that the ring of lights stepped down into the sea, and I did not hear the waves against the rock while they did it, only that the hum was in my teeth and in my bones, and when it stopped, I could hear the world again. If you are reading this, I have taken too long, and the men are still walking. The last line sprawled a little, as if the hand that wrote it had been shaking. The word walking dragged its tail, ink darker there, pressed harder into the paper, as if the writer had not meant to say it that way, until the pen was already moving. Evan let the silence swallow the echo of the sentence. In the bedroom, the listener might find their eyes open again, staring at the ceiling, suddenly very aware of the sound of their own house settling, pipes expanding, floorboards adjusting, the almost imagined sense that something was pacing the length of some unseen hallway, its footfalls too soft to hear and too heavy to ignore. He looked around the kitchen level, his own awareness sharpened. The table, the kettle, the battered cupboards, the narrow window. All the mundane objects he'd been using to anchor himself all night seemed, for a moment, like props on a stage someone else had written. The men are still walking, he repeated under his breath, not for the recorder this time, just to hear how the words felt in his own mouth. They fit the tower uncomfortably well. Footsteps around the base, footsteps on the stairs, footsteps circling the lantern room, outside, inside, in the spaces between steel and stone. He shifted in his chair. The legs made a small noise against the floor, a true, honest human scrape. Still, he found himself counting it, folding it into the tally of movements he'd been unconsciously keeping all night. His own footsteps up and down the stairs, his own weight pacing the narrow strip between table and door. Climbing, descending, turning. The letter sat where he'd left it, its scanned edges slightly blurred. The looping script glowed faintly under the lamp. Somewhere between the line about the ring of lights and the final unsettling sentence, a small grease stain had soaked into the original paper and been preserved in the copy. A thumbprint, maybe, or some long-ago supper. Evidence that the hand that wrote these words had belonged to someone who had lived long enough after that night to eat, to age, to hesitate. Hoax? He asked the empty air. Misremembered storm? An old man's way of making meaning out of a black sea and a dark island? The tower did not answer, but up in the unseen lantern room, down at the sealed west landing, in the curved length of the stairwell, the old stone and metal held its own counsel, remembering the feel of boots, the vibrations of voices, the pattern of three men, and perhaps something else. Walking, 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 long after anyone stopped writing down what they heard. The kitchen had begun to feel like the only real room left in the world. After the lantern room's glass, and the stairwell's throat, and the notebook's thin, crackling pages, there was something grounding about chipped countertops and humming appliances. 4 walls, 1 door, a window that behaved itself. It did not matter that those walls were curved and old, that the window looked out on nothing but black water and sky. The table was a table. The kettle was a kettle. The cupboards were, mostly, just cupboards. Mostly. Evan stood up again, feeling the stiffness in his knees, and wandered over to the narrow run of cabinets along the wall. He had already raided them once for mugs. He knew there were enough modern dishes to keep him fed and caffeinated for a weekend. But there was more here than the new stuff. This had been a working station. Before it was a heritage site and a podcast set. People had lived here in layers. "You get a sense," he said, reaching for a cupboard door, "that no one ever really clears a place like this out. They just add another layer on top of what was already there." The door creaked open. Inside, newer white bowls and plates sat in neat stacks, their edges uniform, their surfaces still glossy from some faraway factory. Behind them, half hidden in shadow, were older shapes, thicker ceramics, more irregular, the white gone to cream with age, patterns faded. He slid the modern stack aside carefully and reached to the back. His fingers closed around a plate that felt different, heavier, cooler. When he brought it out into the lamplight, he could see why. It was an old ceramic plate, wider than the others, its rim decorated with a simple, chipped blue line. In the center, faint under years of use and washing, was a crest, a tiny lighthouse picked out in blue, waves suggested beneath it in 3 stylized strokes. Around the edge, almost erased, a circle of letters that might once have read the name of the authority, or the station, or both. Hairline cracks spidered out from one side like frost on a window. The glaze had worn smooth where countless knives and forks had scraped across it. There was a tiny nick on the rim where something had hit it just a bit too hard. He ran his thumb over that chip. "You've seen some things," he murmured to it, as if talking to a tired colleague. The plate said nothing, but it sat in his hands with the kind of quiet that only comes from long, repetitive service. As he stood there, with the old crockery between his fingers, a memory surfaced, half anecdote, half warning, from a conversation on the mainland days before. A man in a small harbor bar, weather-beaten and generous with stories, leaning in over his drink. "They used to set 4 places," the man had said, with the easy certainty of someone who could not possibly have been there, and yet believed it anyway. Always 4. 1 for each of them, and 1 for whatever keeps the light company. "You don't work a place like this entirely alone, lad." Not really. Evan had laughed at the time, filed it away as local color. Now, with the old plate in his hands and the tower listening, it did not feel so much like a punchline. "Let's see what that looks like," he said quietly, more to the room than the recorder. He fetched 3 more plates, newer ones this time, plain and clean, and carried them to the table. The mic was still on. It turned its blind attention toward his movements, ticking up time and noise. He set one plate down near the chair he had unofficially assigned to Duke it in his mind, a solid, practical spot by the stove side where he could get up quickly if something boiled over. The ceramic met wood with a soft, hollow thump. The second he placed opposite, for Marshall, close enough to the journal, in some mental map of things, that the man could jot notes between bites. Another thump, a faint ring. The third went near the window, MacArthur's place, where someone could sit and watch the sea even when there was nothing new to see. The plate clicked against the tabletop, the sound traveling small and quick through the room. "And 1 more," he said. His voice had that half smile in it again, but the smile did not reach his shoulders. "For whatever keeps the light company." He carried the old plate around to the far end of the table, the end where no chair had sat all evening. It was slightly out of the lamp's direct pool, on the edge of shadow, From the doorway, if someone were standing there, the 4 places would form a rough, incomplete square. 3 ordinary, 1 just a bit apart, waiting. He described it for the listener because that was what he did. If you stand in the doorway right now, he said softly, you see 3 settings close together. Mugs, plates, the ghosts of knives and forks. You can almost hear the conversation that would sit there, the scrape of chairs, the sound of someone laughing too loudly at a bad joke just to make the room feel bigger. He shifted his weight, letting his own chair legs give a small reminder of their presence. And at the far end, he continued, there's a 4th plate, older, a little cracked, crest almost gone. No chair pulled out for it, but the space is there. It feels reserved, not forgotten, not really claimed either, just kept. He set the old plate down. As porcelain met wood, there was the expected sound, a soft little clunk, but it came with something else. A very faint, very distinct second tone, a higher, finer vibration tucked under the first. Clink. Like 2 plates tapping each other, one on top of the other, or like something thin and brittle being struck just underneath the tabletop. He frowned, hands still resting on the rim. The plate sat flat on the wood. When he lifted it an inch and peered beneath, there was nothing there. No other dish, no stray piece of cutlery, no trap chip, just the bare surface of the table, its old scars and grain exposed. Sound carries strange in here, he said under his breath, pocketing the question for later. Echoes, pipes, imagination. He put the plate down again, more gently this time. Only one sound answered him. He finished arranging the scene for the sake of the episode. He described the cold around his ankles, the way the lamplight pooled on the plates, turning the old crest into a pale ghost on ceramic. He asked the listener to imagine standing just outside the door, hand on the frame, watching these places wait to be filled. 3 for men whose names they knew now. 1 for something else, unnamed and maybe unnameable, that had shared their shifts without ever signing the log. When he was satisfied, he had enough. He clicked the recorder off and moved on to other segments. There were still outros to consider, edits to plan, the long descent back through the tower's body before he gave himself permission to lie down. It was only later, when fatigue and curiosity pushed him to start skimming through the files, that the plate came back. He pulled up the track, labeled 4 places, dragged the playhead a little way in, and listened. His own voice filled the headphones, talking about the door, about the vantage point, about the imagined keepers, his footsteps, his chair, the gentle clatter of mugs and plates. The waveform crawled along, a cityscape of small peaks. He heard himself say, and one more, for whatever keeps the light company. He watched the little digital line tick forward. He heard the plate touch the table, thump, and then that faint, crystalline clink he remembered, like something kissing china from underneath. It was clearer in the recording than it had been in the room, the microphone's sensibility capturing it as a distinct spike. He leaned closer, squinting at the waveform. Immediately after the plate settled, there was a new sound he did not remember hearing at all. A chair moved, not his. It was quiet, but unmistakable. The soft scuff of wooden legs shifting against stone or worn linoleum. The kind of modest, respectful scoot someone makes when they are pulling their seat back without wanting to intrude. It had a direction to it, too, from stillness into place. A sound of arrival. Following it, barely a second later, came a low exhale. Not quite a sigh, not quite a grunt. Just the sound a body makes when it sits down and lets its weight go. Air leaving lungs in a gentle, resigned rush. He froze, hand hovering over the spacebar. In the memory of the moment, standing there with the old plate in his hands, he recalled only the clink, his own puzzled frown, the empty space at the end of the table. No chair had moved. No breath had sounded that close to his ear. He would have sworn to it. On the recording, however, the tower had kept a different account. 4 plates set, 1 extra place filled, the quiet ceremony of a 4th presence taking its seat as if this were, in truth, nothing more than the continuation of a habit older than the wires and switches and plastic in the room. Okay, he whispered to himself, not yet ready to speak it aloud to anyone who might one day listen. Okay. In the bedroom, an ocean away, someone shifted under their blanket, perhaps hearing in that small scrape and exhale the answer to a legend they had not known they were part of. That in some lighthouses, you always set an extra place, because some guests never really leave, and some towers never really learn how to eat alone. By the time the night really arrived, the island felt like it had drawn a circle around itself and pulled everything else out of it. Outside the narrow kitchen window, the world had gone from black to something more aggressive. Wind did not just move past the glass now. It hurled itself at it in blunt, flat-handed blows. Rain came in sheets, then in needles, then in strange sideways bursts that made the droplets tick against the panes like thrown gravel. Every gust found a new angle, a new gap in the stone, a new way to make the tower answer. Evan sat at the table with his shoulders slightly hunched, as if the weather could reach his bones through several feet of masonry. His phone lay face up next to the recorder, screen lighting his fingers from below. The signal bars in the corner rose and fell with the mood of the storm, never quite disappearing, never quite enough to hold on to. He typed a short message out of habit rather than expectation. Still alive. Tower not haunted. Yet. And watched the small sending wheel spin. It spun for a long time. Then the word failed appeared in tired gray letters. He tried again with something simpler, a single emoji, as if that would be easier to smuggle through the weather. Same result. Right, he said, more amused than frightened at first. It is just us then. He put the phone face down, the light snuffed, and turned his attention back to the laptop. Its battery indicator had been an occasional quiet concern all evening. Now, it felt like a countdown. The percentage had slipped much faster than he thought it should, as if the machine were working harder than its fan would admit. He tapped the icon. The little window popped up, blunt and unsympathetic, 23%. Estimated time remaining, just under an hour, and that estimate kept flickering downwards in odd, jittery jumps. I brought enough, he murmured. I checked, twice. Backup batteries sat in his bag, but the thought of juggling cables and power banks in this place, at this hour, made him tired in advance. The recorder at least was self-contained, its own little island of charge. It would outlast the laptop easily. He reached out and patted it once, a small, unconscious gesture of faith. The amber lamp on the table cast its familiar, comforting circle. The filament inside glowed steadily, a warm halo that painted the curve of the wall in honey-colored bands and turned his hands into soft, moving silhouettes when he lifted them. The hum of the building's electrics was a low, continuous thread under the louder sounds. The storm, his breath, the tiny movements of chair and fabric. Then, without warning, everything blinked. It was not the long, dramatic fade of power winding down. It was the instant off of a switch thrown somewhere far away. One moment, the room existed in golden shadow. The next, it was gone. For less than a heartbeat, even the laptop screen went black. The lamp died. The hum cut. The entire tower seemed to inhale and forget how to exhale. In that slick, absolute dark, there was a strange sense of weightlessness, as if the walls had stepped back and left him sitting on a small, floating piece of floor above nothing at all. He did not make a sound. The storm did, but even that seemed to stutter, the roar outside swallowed by the sudden lack of interior noise, leaving only the blunt impacts of rain on stone. Then the emergency backup kicked in. It started as a thin whine somewhere in the walls, a high, uncertain tone that could have been the beginning of a scream or the end of one. A fraction of a second later, a small, cold strip of light over the door flicked on, throwing a harsher, bluish illumination across the room. It turned the curved walls into something flatter, stranger, shadows sharper and more brittle than the soft lamp had made them. The laptop screen surged back to life as well, its glow now the warmest thing in the room by comparison. The amber lamp remained dark, its filament cooling, its cord suddenly just a cord. "Okay," Evan said quietly. The word felt louder than it should have in the narrow, hard-edged light. "We knew the power might throw a tantrum. That is why we have batteries, right?" He forced his voice back into its usual rhythm, the one he used when he wanted people in distant bedrooms to feel like they had a friend sitting on the floor beside their bed. He reached for the recorder, checked that its tiny red eye was still burning. It was. It had not noticed the lapse at all. "If you are still with me," he said, letting his tone soften despite the glare of the emergency fixture, "we are going to keep going as long as the batteries allow. That is the deal. I will stay up here with you until either I run out or the night does, whichever one of us gives up first." Outside, the wind drove itself harder against the stone, making the whole structure murmur in a low, sustained growl. The sea roared and hissed, its rhythm more chaotic now, breaking waves, overlapping so that no single impact stood out alone. Rain rattled on the glass like handfuls of small bones scattered against it over and over. Inside, the soundscape was a collection of smaller, more intimate voices. The old wood of the table creaked as it adjusted minutely to temperature and time. Somewhere above, a window pane rattled in its frame whenever the gusts hit from a certain angle. The electronics hummed again, although their tone had shifted, a little higher, a little more strained, as emergency systems took on loads they were not used to carrying. The recorder listened to it all, building a layered portrait of a tower riding out a storm. Wind, water, stone, and the thin, fragile noise of modern devices trying to hold their own in a place that had seen centuries of weather before wires were an idea. Evan kept talking, partly to fill the space, partly because that was his job, partly because he needed to hear his own voice bouncing off the walls to prove they were still there. "Deep night now," he told the invisible listener. "The kind where even the gulls have given up pretending they are not cold. No more boats, no more distant lights, except the ones smugglers and strange things keep to themselves. If you were a tower with a memory, this is when you would start remembering other nights like this." As he spoke, a stronger gust hit. The window shivered in its frame. A line of cold air slid under the door and across the floor, curling around his ankles like a cat that had not decided yet whether it liked him. He rubbed his hands together, not sure if he was chasing warmth or simply giving them something to do. The lights flickered again. This time, it was subtler. A quick dip, a pulse. The emergency strip over the door fluttered, lay low, then brightened once more. The laptop screen dimmed for half a second, throwing his reflection at him in a ghostly double exposure before stabilizing. The amber lamp remained stubbornly dead. "Just to keep me honest," he muttered. The joke did not land far. He glanced up, half expecting another blackout. It came sooner than he would have liked. The second full cut was longer. The room snapped back into nothing. Light gone, screen gone, even the little LED over the door giving up this time. The hum dropped. For a stretching moment, there was only the hard, heavy noise of weather. In that blind space, the tower shifted. From high above, beyond the curve of the ceilings and the next turn of the stairs, there came a sound that did not belong to any storm. A click, at first. A solid, mechanical engagement, like a gear tooth finding its place. Then another. Then a series, faster, settling into motion. A whirring noise joined it, soft at the edges. The steady, low-speed spin of something round moving in a circle. It did not clatter. It did not grind. It sounded practiced, familiar, a habit, resuming. Evan sat very still. His chair became suddenly very small. He knew, from the paperwork and the guide who had met him at the dock, that the rotation mechanism in the lantern room was long decommissioned. The lamp's heart was electric now. Its sweep controlled by quiet motors and circuit boards that did their work with barely a murmur when they were on at all. The old clockwork that had once hauled the lenses around, weight-driven and gear-driven, was meant to be museum piece only. Fixed, silent. In the dark, with no light to soften it, the sound from above was unmistakable. Tick-click, tick-click. The slow, relentless cadence of gears turning under load. A tiny pause at the end of each sequence as weight lifted, reset, and fell again. And around that heart of metal, the faint whisper of something heavier sliding. A lens frame, maybe, or a central shaft taking the movement and converting it into rotation. The storm outside did not stop. The sea did not mute itself this time. But for a few seconds, the old machinery's voice slid cleanly through the roar, distinct enough that any microphone worth its circuitry would catch it. Then as abruptly as it had begun, the blackout ended. The emergency strip light over the door snapped back on, painting the room in cold white. The laptop woke with a small digital sigh. The hum of the electrics returned, sourceless but present. Above, the gears fell quiet, or became once more part of a layered soundscape too busy to separate. Evan let out a breath he did not know he had been holding. "Did you hear that?" he asked, softly, not sure if he was addressing the listener in the future, the recorder now, or the tower itself. His hand hovered over the battery pack in his bag, suddenly very aware that every percentage point of power left between his devices and the dark might count for more than a clean ending to an episode. Because, he added, even quieter, I think something upstairs just decided it did not need electricity to remember what it used to do. The sound from above did not leave him alone. Even after the power came back, even after the emergency light steadied and the room returned to its makeshift normal, Evan could still feel the ghost of the gears in his teeth. That measured, patient click whir, like an old habit resuming in a body that had sworn it would never move that way again. He sat very still at the table for a full minute, hands flat, listening. The storm pressed and shouted. The electrical hum smoothed back into its usual, unremarkable drone. Nothing from overhead. That was not good enough. "Okay," he said at last, voice low and almost conversational. "We are going to go and see something we probably do not want to see." The recorder caught that. The small scrape of his chair as he stood, the rustle of his jacket as he pulled it a little tighter around himself. He checked his flashlight, still bright, battery solid, and slipped the recorder into his pocket, letting its tiny red light peer out from the half-open zip. He did not want to leave it behind now. If the tower decided to tell him something, he wanted proof that it had spoken. The stairwell swallowed him again. Each step on the spiral was a drumbeat. Thunk, boot on metal, echo climbing and falling in the same instant. The emergency fixtures along the shaft cast intermittent slashes of cold light, leaving whole stretches in gray half-shadow where the beam of his flashlight became the only truth. It swept over rusted bolts that had once held old supports, over cables clipped neatly to the wall, their plastic sheaths glistening faintly. Spider webs in the corners shivered when the wind found some subtle way in. His breathing was louder now, not quite ragged, but present in his ears. He spoke occasionally, partly to keep the recorder fed, partly so the silence did not get too bold. If the mechanism really spun, he murmured, it could just be residual movement. Old gears settling, metal remembering what it was made to do. There are 100 practical explanations. The words were reasonable. The way his hand gripped the rail was not. At each landing, he paused and listened. No more mechanical cadence, just the storm's deep bass, the building's answering creaks, the faint electric buzz of the emergency system. The higher he climbed, the more he noticed another sound under all of that, a low, steady hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, too consistent to be wind, too smooth to be pipes. By the time he reached the last bend in the stairwell, the hum had grown thick enough that he could feel it in his chest. A soft pressure, like standing too close to a large speaker at low volume. The door to the lantern room stood in its usual place, paint scuffed at the edges, gasket dark around its frame. Light leaked under it where there should have been only darkness, not the harsh blue-white of the emergency strip. A warmer, paler glow, pulsing very slowly. His fingers hovered over the handle. For a moment, he considered the luxury of just turning around, of recording a neat, anticlimactic ending. I heard something odd, but when I checked, nothing was happening. It would make the night easier to sleep through. It would keep certain possibilities firmly theoretical. Instead, he wrapped his hand around the cold metal and pulled. The door fought him for half a second, then gave. The gap widened. The hum grew louder, filling the small entryway like a fog. He stepped through. The lantern room was not dark. The main lamp, officially off, declared unavailable for the duration of his stay, a relic to be admired but not used, was glowing. Not at full power, not the blinding white spear it would have become in a true gale, but with a dim, heavy radiance that seemed to leak from its glass, like thick, slow light. The lens assembly, that crown of curved glass and metal which had sat inert earlier, now turned in lazy, deliberate rotation. The old clockwork beneath it, the decommissioned heart, must have found a way to engage, because the structure moved in the measured, indifferent pace of a machine that knew its job and did not care who had told it to stop. Around the room, the curved panels of glass were no longer simply reflecting interior shadow. They were carriers for a slow-moving band of illumination. As the lamp rotated, a soft, concentrated beam crawled along the horizon, sweeping the sea in patient arcs. Evan stepped onto the narrow walkway, fingers finding the rail automatically. The hum he had felt in the stairwell was stronger here, but it was not harsh. It had the sound of something old waking up reluctantly, joints complaining, then finding their rhythm. The gears below ticked in a soft, relentless cadence. Gears on gears, weight on chain, something winding down and hauling up all at once. He looked out. The sea below was a black sheet, wrinkled and restless. The beam, faint as it was, had enough strength to draw textures out of it. The pale tops of breaking waves, the long, slick lines between them, the broader swell rising and falling under the chaos. Each time the light passed, it carved a temporary path out of the dark, a moving window that slid over emptiness and foam. He watched it once, twice, letting his eyes adjust to the rhythm. On the third sweep, something else appeared. Far below, maybe halfway between rock and horizon, the beam caught an upright shape. At first, it read as nothing more than an interruption in the water's pattern, a slightly darker stroke against black. But it did not move with the waves. The surrounding surface heaved and dipped. This did not. It stood, vertical, like a post, or a person, or a shadow. The light passed over it, painting it for a fraction of a second in dull, pale gray. There were no details, no face, no clear edges, just height, straightness, the suggestion of something that had no business standing still in that much motion. The beam moved on. The dark swallowed it. He closed his eyes and opened them again, wondering if the image would have the courtesy to vanish as a trick of rods and cones. The hum continued. The machinery turned. The storm hammered. On the fourth sweep, the beam found the shape again. It was closer now. Not dramatically so. No cinematic lurch, no impossible jump. Just a little nearer, as if whatever it was had taken a careful step during the interval when the light was off it. It still did not sway with the waves. It seemed to stand on something that did not move, or was anchored in a way the water could not easily disturb. His hand tightened on the rail. If the metal under his fingers had been a living thing, it would have complained. He felt his nails bite into his palm where his fist had closed. "Okay," he said, his voice surprisingly calm, almost conversational. Anyone listening in the future would hear only that, a slightly lower register, a man working hard to keep his tone smooth. "We have a lamp that should not be on, turning. We have a beam that should not exist, sweeping. And we have something that seems very committed to being seen only in slices." He swallowed, listening to his own words bounce off the glass, the recording gear capturing their thinness against the hum. "Here are our options," he continued, because if he did not name them, he would have to feel them instead. 1. I shut it off. I flip whatever breakers they told me not to touch, and I put this room back to sleep. 2. I leave it alone and pretend I never saw it, because maybe there is a very sensible reason for all of this that involves timers and automatic tests and someone forgetting to check a box on a form. He glanced at the mechanism, at the wires and conduits that had been clearly marked earlier as inactive. There was no obvious switch to flip. The old clockwork did not care about modern labels. It had its own buried instructions. 3, he said, more quietly. I leave the room. I go back downstairs, I close the door, and I tell you a nice, tidy version of this, where the weirdest thing that happened was a flicker in the lights in my imagination. The beam made another slow revolution. He watched it move along the sea, like a fingertip tracing a wound. On this pass, the upright shape did not appear. The water rolled and broke and heaved, but there was no standing thing. He realized his jaw was clenched only when it started to ache. He let it loosen, exhaling through his teeth. This is the part, he said to the recorder in his pocket, to the listener in their bed, where I am supposed to be reassuring. Deep breaths. We are together in this. You are safe where you are. I am reasonably safe where I am. His knuckles said otherwise. Another sweep. The shape was back, directly in line with the beam now, closer than before. It had the disconcerting quality of a smudge on glass. You could look straight at it and still not quite bring it into focus. Taller than a man, thinner than a rock. It seemed to be facing the tower. Whatever you are, he whispered, so softly the mic might have taken it as breath. You have made your point. He forced himself to look away, to break the line that kept being drawn between his eyes and that distant vertical stroke. He turned slightly, focusing instead on the recorder he'd dropped on the inner sill when he came in, its screen still glowing like a small, captive planet. The live monitor on it showed a simple interface, levels pulsing, time code running, a little representation of the room's sound as a rising and falling bar. But above that, in a flattened preview, fed by the tiny built-in camera he'd turned on absent-mindedly earlier, was a wide, blurry view of the lantern room. He was in it, a lone figure near the glass, profile lit by the faint, stray spill of the beam. The curved walls behind him were a darker suggestion. The central lamp apparatus loomed as a pale mechanical spine. He frowned, leaning closer, thinking some smear on the lens was distorting the view. The preview was grainy, the low light handling bad, but even through the softness, he could see that he was not alone. Behind him, in the reflection on the inside of the glass, 3 other shapes stood. They were not sharp. The camera, struggling with contrast and motion, rendered them as elongated, slightly translucent smudges, but their outlines were unmistakable. 3 human-sized figures gathered just behind his shoulder, each turned not toward him, but toward the windows. Their heads were tilted at angles that suggested attention, not attack. They did not move. They did not flicker with the beam. They were there in one frame, and in the next, and the next, as the live image refreshed. Evan turned, slowly, heart climbing into his throat. The real lantern room lay around him in 360 degrees of glass and metal. The central lamp turned. The beam swept. The sound of the hum pressed on his ears. There was no one there. Just him, the machine, the storm. He turned back to the recorder. The preview still showed 4 figures. Himself and 3 slightly blurred silhouettes, standing where no one stood, facing the dark as the impossible beam washed over the sea again and again, like they were waiting for something to finally answer it. He did not run. That was something. As Evan left the lantern room, he told himself that much. One hand on the rail, recorder warm in his pocket. The impossible beam still swept behind him, carving slow scars of light across the dark sea. The hum of the awakened mechanism vibrated in his ribs all the way down the first few turns of the stair. It would have been satisfyingly dramatic to slam the lantern door behind him, to make some grand break with whatever the tower had decided to remember tonight. He did not. He eased it shut, careful with the latch, as if closing a bedroom door on someone sleeping. The stairwell accepted him back. The emergency lights along its curve glowed their cold, tired white, turning his shadow into a stuttering ribbon that climbed and fell on the inner wall as he moved. His steps were steady, if a little quicker than before. Thunk, 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 the drumbeat of retreat. There's a point where you stop collecting and start surviving, he said softly, not quite out of breath, talking to the recorder like a friend. I think we can agree we have passed it for tonight. He did not say what he had seen in the recorder's preview. He did not say what he thought might be standing in the beam outside. Those images hung behind his eyes anyway, and he knew mentioning them would only make them sharper for anyone lying in the dark listening. Instead, he filled the stairwell with the gentler language he kept for people who were close to sleep. We've walked their days, he murmured. Read their words. Listen to pipes and waves and old gears. That's enough. At some point, you have to let a story stop chasing you around the house. The kitchen level appeared like a small harbor. He stepped through the doorway and pulled it mostly closed behind him, leaving it an inch ajar out of habit or superstition, so the tower would not feel completely shut out. The emergency strip over the door painted the curved walls in that same hard light. The lamp on the table remained dark. The laptop still glowed faintly, its battery percentage now flirting with single digits. The 4 plates on the table were exactly as he had left them. 3 near the chairs, white and anonymous. 1 at the far end, older, its faint crest catching the cold light in a way that made it look almost wet. The mugs sat where the imagined men had put them down in his reconstruction. 1 near the stove, 1 near the journal, 1 near the window, 1 a little apart. Okay, he said, exhaling, letting his shoulders lower by a fraction. Last stretch. He took the recorder from his pocket and set it back in the center of the table. Its tiny screen showed time ticking forward, levels pulsing with the room's sound. He nudged the mic angle, sat, and let his hands rest on either side of the little machine. Somewhere, an ocean away, in a bed that now felt a touch too big or a touch too small, a listener might roll onto their side, treating his voice like a hand on the shoulder. If you are still awake, he told them, this is the part where we start coming back. Slowly. No jump cuts. No loud music. Just a bit of thinking before we let the night close over this place again. He talked about mysteries then, not in the fevered way of true crime forums, but in the slow, resigned way of someone who has lived with their own sleepless questions for a long time. He spoke of how the human mind hates loose ends, how it will tie any knot, no matter how ugly, rather than leave 2 threads hanging. He spoke of insomnia as a kind of lighthouse, always on, always sweeping for dangers that may never arrive. The truth, he said, his voice smoothing out, is that some things never get an ending that satisfies the part of you that wants a cause and effect. Sometimes men simply vanish in places that are very good at keeping secrets. Sometimes nothing supernatural happened at all, and the only horror is that nobody got to say goodbye. He was about to say more, about how, even if that was all, it was still enough to haunt a century, when he heard the first footstep. It came from below, Not from the lantern room above or the gallery outside, not the polite tick of pipes cooling or the random complaint of old metal settling. From lower in the tower, from the direction of the entrance level, where the outer door and the first broad landing waited, a single, slow step. Thunk. Not the hollow clang of his own boots on metal. A deeper, softer impact, as if something heavier, wearing something less sympathetic than rubber, had put its weight down on the stair. He raised his head, breath catching. The recorder's little levels jumped at the tiny silence that followed, hungry as ever. Another step. Thunk. He did not move. The sound continued, a measured cadence that began to climb. Slow, unhurried, the rhythm of someone who knew the stairs and was in no particular rush. It echoed around the hollow core of the tower, the spiral amplifying and distorting it just enough that he could not tell how many feet made it. One man, 2, 3, or one set of boots sounding like several as they ricocheted off the walls. They always came up together, he had said earlier, talking about Duckett and Marshall and MacArthur. He heard his own words now, as if someone else had spoken them. The footsteps reached the first landing. Pause. A subtle creak of weight shifting, like someone turning to look down the stairwell or up. Then the ascent resumed. Okay, he whispered, more to himself than to anyone who might be rerouting their dreams to include this sound. His heart had begun to drum in his ears. The recorder would catch that, a low, thudding underscore to his next sentences. We talked about footsteps in journals, footsteps outside walls. Your imagination gets a say, but this... He stopped himself. The mic did not need his fear. Neither did the person in the bedroom far away who had trusted him enough to fall half asleep with his story in their ears. He drew a breath, let it out slowly. When he spoke again, his voice was shakier for one sentence, then steadied, like a line finding its level. Here is something I have learned doing this, he said as the steps climbed. You do not always have to go open the door on whatever is asking for your attention, especially not at night, especially not if you already know the story you are there to tell. Below, the footsteps reached the next landing. Pause. The timing matched, almost painfully, the pace he had imagined that last day, the way he had described MacArthur hesitating on the stair, the way he had given Duckett and Marshall weight as they climbed. If I go out there, he continued, forcing his tone back into that slow, measured cadence meant more for breathing companions than thrill seekers. I either find nothing and have to explain to you why my heart is beating this fast over pipes and old wood, or I find something. And then this story changes into one I am not sure any of us signed up for. The steps climbed again, closer. The tower seemed to hold its breath between each impact, the old stone attentive. The storm outside roared and rattled, but even that began to feel like background now. The primary sound was in here, solid soles on steep metal, getting nearer. So, he said, and his voice really was steady now. Calm through choice, if not through comfort. I am going to stay right here with you. I am going to finish what we started. We will let whatever is walking, walk. That is all. In a bedroom somewhere in the U.S., someone might curl in a little tighter, grateful for his refusal to go chasing the noise. The world had enough door openers. Sometimes the bravest thing was to sit by the bed and keep talking. The footsteps reached his level. They stopped directly outside the kitchen door. He could hear, now, the tiny sounds that wrapped around them. The faint rasp of fabric against the wall as someone squeezed past a narrowing curve. The soft almost respectful scuff of a toe nudging dust on the landing. Then, very clearly, the doorknob turned. It did not wrench, did not rattle. It rotated slowly, a careful hand on the metal, as though whoever, or whatever, was on the other side did not want to startle him. The latch clicked lightly against its plate. The door did not open. The knob held at that half-turned angle for a moment that stretched longer than it had any right to. Evan's hands were flat on the table now, his fingertips tingling. The plates did not move. The old crest on the extra one seemed to watch. On the recorder's track, something strange happened. For 2 full seconds, all the environmental sound dropped out. The storm, gone. The wind against the glass, gone. The faint hum of electronics, gone. The ticking clock above the doorway froze mid-click. Even the building's own deep, structural groans disappeared, as if someone had carved a silent notch out of the world and pushed him into it. In that gap, only 2 things remained audible: his breath and his heartbeat. The mic picked up the air moving in and out of his lungs, the slight catch on the inhale, the slow, forced control on the exhale. Under that, deeper, a drum. Thud, 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 thud. The unmistakable sound of his own heart, loud as if it had moved up into his throat to get a better look at the door. The doorknob eased back to its original position. The latch settled with a soft click. The silence ended. The storm came crashing back into the recording, as if someone had unmuted the world. Wind rattled the window. The clock resumed its patient tick-tick. The building sighed, old and busy. Somewhere down in the stairwell, there was no longer any sound of footsteps. Evan sat there for another second, letting the roar pass through him like a wave. When he finally spoke, his voice was very quiet and very clear. "If you need someone to keep watch tonight," he said, not looking at the door, not looking at the plates, "you already have one." It was the kind of sentence that worked in both directions. Out across the ocean, into a bedroom where someone lay with headphones on, eyes now settling shut, and inward, toward the tower's stone, toward whatever habit of presence had walked those stairs and stopped at his door, deciding, just this once, to let him finish the story in peace. Morning did not so much arrive on Flannan Isle as admit that the night had finally tired itself out. The first sign was not light, but a change in sound. Sometime after the footsteps at his door and the long, careful end of his recording, the storm's voice had lowered. The wind that had spent most of the night throwing itself at the tower in ragged blows began to move in longer, slower breaths. The rain turned from fists to fingers to a fine, misty tapping that barely registered on the glass. The sea still roared, of course. It always did out here. But its anger seemed to have cooled into a sort of weary, rhythmic grumbling. When Evan finally let his eyes stay open, the narrow window in the kitchen was a flat, bleached rectangle. The darkness had drained out of it, leaving behind a sky the color of old paper. Not blue, not really white, just an exhausted gray. The kind of morning that looks as if someone has wrung all the color out of it and left it to dry. He moved carefully, half expecting every noise he made to wake something. The 4 plates still sat on the table where he had left them. In the washed-out light, they looked more ordinary, the old crest on the extra one barely visible. The mugs were ringed with cold stains. The recorder lay on its side where he had dropped it after the last track, its battery indicator a sliver of red. The laptop had long since given up and gone dark, lid closed like a tired eye. For a few seconds, he just listened. The tower was quieter now. Its creaks had softened, its occasional internal ticks spaced farther apart. Somewhere above, the lantern room waited. He could no longer hear the hum of the impossible mechanism, though that did not mean it had not turned in his sleep. Outside, gulls had started to reclaim the air, their sharp cries cutting through the thicker, lower sounds like chalk on a board. He exhaled slowly, the breath fogging the air just a little before the drafts whisked it away. "Morning," he said to no one in particular, and the word felt thin and real in his mouth. Another day, the same rock. For other people, at other times, that had been the whole story. Packing up felt like breaking a camp in a place that did not entirely want it broken. He moved with a kind of quiet ceremony, coiling cables, sliding the recorder back into its padded case, tucking the journal into the bag it had arrived in. He shut down what equipment was still willing to talk to him, fingers lingering on each switch just long enough to feel the tiny click, the official end of each device's vigil. In the kitchen, he washed his mug out at the small sink. The water ran cold and metallic from the tap, splashing against ceramic in a bright, ordinary sound. He rinsed the extra plate as well, the old one with the lighthouse crest, and dried it with a thin towel before setting it back in the cupboard behind the newer plates. It seemed wrong to leave it on the table, as if he were assigning someone a place and then walking away without saying goodbye. He paused at the doorway once, looking back at the room as a whole. The table, now bare. The chairs tucked in. The window showing a slice of pale sea under a low, washed-out sky. The lamp on the table still lifeless, its cord limp. There was no sign, in that moment, of footsteps outside doors or plates accepting invisible guests. Just a room at the end of a long night. Downstairs, the tower's lower levels smelled faintly of damp stone and the ghost of old oil. The entrance corridor funneled him toward the outer door, its heavy iron latch cool under his hand. He hesitated there, breathing in the cold air slipping under the threshold from the outside world. Then he pulled. Daylight spilled in, thin and gray and honest. The air slapped his face with salt and a cleaner kind of cold. The sea, now fully visible, was still restless, but no longer in full attack. Waves slapped and rolled against the rocks in a more orderly fashion, as if having remembered their usual choreography. The sky was low, clouds layered in flat bands, but the madness of the night had gone out of it. The boat was there, nosing cautiously at the landing. The same small vessel that had left him the day before now rode the swells with a kind of grudging familiarity, its paint dull, its lines taut. The old boatman stood at the bow, one boot braced, hands easy on a rope. In daylight, he looked more solid, less like a figure cut out of weather and rumor. His beard was a brighter gray than the sky. His eyes, when he squinted up at Evan, held the same faint gleam of amusement they'd had when he refused to step fully onto the island. "Still in one piece, then?" he called, voice carried thinly by the calmer wind. "Thought I might come back and find the tower had eaten you." Evan stepped out onto the wet rock, his boots careful on the slick sheen of spray. The air tasted of metal and kelp and the faint burn tang of exhausted storm. He managed a small smile, the expression feeling strange after so many hours of talking to darkness. "Not for lack of trying," he said. It was easier to make the joke now, with the sea visible and the sky pretending it normal. "Had a few interesting noises." The boatman snorted, a sound that could have been laughter, or just wind meeting throat? Aye. Well, she talks to folk who listen too hard. Had any nightmares? Not yet, Evan said. And it was almost true. The night felt like something that had happened in a room full of other people's memories, not his own. The tiredness in his limbs suggested otherwise. They worked in small, efficient bursts to get his bags aboard. The old man's hands were steady, practiced. He glanced at the recorder case with professional curiosity, but said nothing. A gull perched on the railing, watching them as if judging their technique. When Evan finally stepped down into the boat, the hull dipped and then steadied under his weight. The sensation of something moving under him, after so long in the fixed vertical world of the tower, was disorienting. At the same time, it felt like an exhale, the first step in being unhooked from this rock. Behind him, the lighthouse rose from the stone like a tall, tired person pretending to be asleep. In the flat light of morning, its white walls looked less dramatic, more worn. Streaks of salt and age ran down its sides. The narrow windows were dark, deeper than they should have been, like closed eyes in a pale face. The gallery around the lantern room was a thin ring halfway up its height, metal rail catching the weak light. It stood very still. It did not wave. It did not glare. It simply existed, as it had for more than a century, as if last night had been just one more weather system in a long private archive. Say your goodbyes then, the boatman said, more lightly than the words might have deserved, and swung them off the rock with a practiced shove. The engine chugged to life, a small, stubborn heart beating against the vastness of the sea. As the distance between boat and stone widened, something in Evan's chest loosened. The tower was behind him now, the angle changing, the line of the horizon widening. The noise of the sea altered too, the strict geometry of cliff and wave giving way to a broader, rolling rhythm. He let out a breath he had not realized he'd been holding, and felt it leave him completely, instead of hitting the tower's walls and coming back. Relief came in quiet ways, in the way his shoulders dropped, in the way the wind on his face felt less like a hand pushing and more like one brushing past, in the way the deck's small, familiar movements felt, against all logic, safer than the solidity of stone. Still, as the boat eased out, he looked back. The lighthouse watched them in its own blank way. The windows were dark, no glint of interior light catching at the glass. The lantern room, from this angle, was just a glass crown sitting on a white throat. From here, no one not primed with stories would know what had woken in it in the night. For a moment, just a moment, his eyes played the same tricks they had up in the lantern room's curved glass. On the highest balcony, where the gallery wrapped around the lamp room like a narrow belt, it was possible to imagine shapes. 3 silhouettes, standing with their backs to the tower and their faces turned toward the departing boat. One taller, one slighter, one somewhere in between. No details, no clothing, no hats. Just the suggestion of forms in the corner of his awareness, there only as long as he did not look directly at them. And in the shadow of the stairwell window below, half hidden by the curve of the wall, a 4th outline, not quite on the balcony, not quite gone back inside, lingering as if caught between staying and following. He blinked hard. The morning insisted on being ordinary. The silhouettes collapsed into nothing more than stains of shadow, where the architecture bulged and recessed. The windows remained dark. The tower remained itself, a tall, tired thing, pretending it had slept through the whole night. Evan turned his face toward the mainland, toward the low smudge of land that was slowly taking shape on the horizon. The wind carried a different smell now, less raw salt, more faint hints of soil and smoke. Behind him, the lighthouse dwindled, inch by inch, into a pale mark against the gray. The island let him go. Or perhaps it simply looked away. In another night, in another kind of tower, Evan sat with his back to a wall that did not move. The city around his apartment was a steady, low animal. Traffic murmured along the street 4 floors below, tires whispering over wet asphalt. Somewhere, a bus sighed at a stop, doors exhaling. The neighbors above him paced occasionally, their footsteps softened by carpet and the insulation between joists. A television on the other side of a wall gave off muffled laughter from a show he could not identify. Out his window, streetlights threw orange halos onto damp brick and bare tree branches, the air holding the distant wail of a siren that came and went without involving him. His desk was an island in all of that, lit by a single lamp with a warm shade. The glow pooled over a clutter of notebooks, an external hard drive, a half-empty coffee cup cooled to the temperature of his own hand. His laptop sat open in the center, screen full of waveforms and time codes, each jagged line a little city of sound from the island that now existed only as stored electricity on a disk thousands of miles away. He wore headphones again, thicker this time, the kind that wrapped around his ears and shut most of the apartment out. With them on, the room's small noises, fridge hum, plumbing sigh, distant hallway doors, thinned to nothing. What replaced them was the heartbeat of the tower. He hit play. The stairwell came back first, the hollow ring of his boots, the echoes climbing and falling. Then the kitchen, its curved acoustics and kettle hiss, the wind clawing at the glass. His own voice, younger by a handful of days, speaking into the thin air of the FLANNAN kitchen with a calm he could now hear bending at the edges. He listened with 2 sets of ears at once. One belonged to the producer, the man who knew where he would cut, what he would smooth, which pieces would need a little compression to make them easy on sleepy listeners. The other belonged to someone who had walked those stairs and sat at that table, who remembered which sounds had been there and which had not. At first, the work was technical. He trimmed long silences down to soft pauses. He pulled a cough out of a section about the journals, smoothed a sharp spike from where he had accidentally bumped the mic with his knuckles. He adjusted levels so the storm would not roar too loud in anyone's ears at 3 in the morning. Curiosity rode higher than dread then. This was what he did, what he knew. Then he reached the parts he had been putting off. On the screen, a segment from the lantern room unfurled, its waveform full of low, steady hums and occasional spikes. He moved the cursor to the moment he had described the reflection in the glass and pressed space. His own voice filled his head, describing the curve of the windows, the way reflections lied. Beneath it, he could hear the faint scraping sound he remembered, the subtle extra vibrations. When the point came where he should have said, "You would start seeing things," he heard it. Another whisper, just underneath his words, repeating the last phrase with that tired, thin breath. "We did." He zoomed in on the waveform. The whisper made a shallow, delicate ridge. He soloed the channel, lifted the volume a little, played it back again and again. The timbre did not match his. It was lower, rougher, worn down like stone under waves. He could cut it. A tiny snip, a crossfade, and the silence would be clean. The average listener, half asleep, would never know it had been there. He sat with the cursor hovering over that sliver, the blade tool selected, the decision waiting at his fingertips. After a while, he exhaled and moved the cursor away. "If I take you out," he murmured, not realizing he had spoken until he heard the words bouncing faintly inside the headphones. Then what was the point of going there at all? He left the whisper in. That became the pattern. As he worked through the night, he cataloged the things that should not have been on those tapes. The extra chair scrape in the reconstructed breakfast. The quiet underside exhale at the fourth plate. The 3 precise ticks in the wall after he dismantled the neat theories. He marked them all. Some he pulled down by a decibel or 2, so they would not jar, but he did not erase them. Artifacts, he called them aloud, more for his own comfort than anyone else's. He recorded a short intro later, explaining in neutral terms that the episode would contain unaltered field audio and that listeners might hear environmental sounds he chose not to overprocess. He did not promise ghosts. He did not deny them either. There were darker moments. Listening back to the footsteps on the stair was one. Sitting at his desk, safely held between neighbors and streetlights, he heard again the slow, measured climb from the tower's base. The pauses at each landing, the turn of the doorknob, the 2-second hole where the world dropped out, leaving only his breath and heart. When the storm came back into the track, even here, his pulse sped in sympathy. He leaned back in his chair, pushed the headphones up onto his forehead until they rested there like a tilted crown. The room around him reasserted itself. The fridge hum, the traffic swish, someone laughing next door. The ceiling above his head felt reassuringly low. There was no hollow shaft of stone for footsteps to echo up through here, just concrete and pipes and other people's shoes. His eyes drifted to the crack where the floor met the wall. For an irrational second, he imagined black water seeping through it, a slow tide rising under his apartment. It was not the first time that thought had come. He picked up his portable mic, the one he used for quieter, reflective segments, and turned it on. Its small red light glowed steady. He set it on the desk and spoke into it, his voice smaller now, more like the one he used when he addressed single listeners rather than crowds. "Confession time," he said, a faint smile in his words. "Since I came back, there have been nights when I wake up and I could swear I hear the ocean under the floor. Not the city, not traffic. Waves, the slow, grinding kind that hit rock. I know it is the building, the heating, the refrigerator, the neighbor's plumbing. I know that. But the mind is a traitor when it is tired." He let the admission sit there. In the final episode, he would tuck it somewhere between explanations and good nights. A small human seam between the statistics and the strange. Curiosity and dread traded places a few times as the hours passed, but the longer he worked, the more acceptance settled in. Not the easy, shrugging kind. The kind where you realize you will never get a satisfying answer to certain questions and decide to live with the discomfort rather than fill it with something worse. He finished the main edit sometime after midnight. The timeline stretched across his screen, a complete spine from bedroom opening to island dawn, from theories to footsteps. All that was left was the final pass, the slow, careful listen through the entire episode, from the first chime of intro music to the last breath of outro. He saved his work, stretched, refilled his coffee, and started at the beginning. The episode unspooled. His own bedroom narration from the first night, the flares of the boat's horn, the creak of the lighthouse door, the journal, the wave, the extra plate, the footsteps, the soft closing lines where he told the listener they were safe, that some mysteries belong to the sea, and some to the mind, and some to the gap between. Then the official outro. Music faded up, low and slow. His voice thanked people for listening, suggested they breathe, promised more stories another night. The music faded down again, the waveform leveled out, and the time code marched a few seconds into what should have been empty, just the end of the file tapering into nothing. He nearly stopped it there. Habit would have had him click out, move on to exporting. Something made him keep listening, letting the playback head crawl over the last half minute. For several seconds, there was only the faint hiss of room tone, the noise of his own apartment late at night, air and electronics, and the distant filtered city. Then, as if someone had stepped up to a mic in a large bare room, a voice spoke. It was male, slow, exhausted in the way old beams were exhausted, weight pulled through them long after they should have been replaced. It did not sound like his voice pitched or warped. The accent was hard to place, somewhere out on that coast, vowels worn by weather. Light still kept, it said. Just that. 3 words. No introduction, no breath before, no sigh after. The mic caught the soft husk of the consonants, the hollow around them as if they had traveled a long distance and arrived lacking some of their original flesh. Then, faint but distinct, 3 knocks. Distant, hollow. Not the sharp rap of knuckles on a modern door. The deeper, more resonant sound of something heavy touching old wood or stone. Thud. A pause. Thud. Another pause. Thud. Evan's hand froze on the mouse. The levels on the screen barely quivered. Whatever had made the sound was near the floor of audibility, but undeniably there. He had no memory of recording that line, in that tone, in that room. He scrubbed back, listened again, slower. Light still kept. 3 knocks. No other noise. The city held its breath in that clip, the apartment erasing itself around the words as if making space. For a long moment, he sat absolutely still, headphones sealed over his ears, surrounded by layers of ghosts. The men on the island, the sounds in old stone, the artifacts he had chosen to leave in, and now this, the final voice claiming, quietly, that whatever else had happened, whatever else was forgotten, the thing that mattered most had not failed. He could cut it. He did not. Somewhere far from the Atlantic, in a country where the sea is a rumor, wrapped in traffic noise and weather forecasts, a bedroom held its own small ocean of quiet. The room was dim, not fully dark. A lamp on the nightstand had been turned down to its lowest setting, a warm blur behind the shade. It turned the walls into soft gradients instead of hard edges, the ceiling into a pale, restful cloud. Outside the window, a streetlight spilled a faint orange halo over parked cars and bare branches. Shadows from those branches swayed a little on the blinds, like ripples on a slow, shallow tide. In the bed, you had sunk into a shape your body knew. The mattress bowed just slightly under your weight in the exact place it always did. The pillows remembered the hollow of your head. The blanket lay over you with a familiar heaviness, pinning your legs in a way that felt more like being held than trapped. Your breathing had slowed without you quite noticing. Each inhale pulled in air that smelled of your own laundry detergent, your own house dust, the faint ghost of tonight's dinner. The phone or speaker near your bed glowed briefly and then dimmed, leaving only Evan's voice and the soft background hush of his recording. Out beyond the walls, a car passed, its tires whispering over asphalt. Above you, someone in another apartment turned over in their sleep, their floorboard creaking once in a tired, harmless shrug. The world had settled into all the small domestic noises that mean you are not alone, even if you are the only person in the room. On the track, Evan's voice had changed. It was still the same timbre you had been listening to for the last hour or more. Warm, a little worn around the edges, with that careful slowness people use when they are not trying to impress anyone. But the way he spoke now was different. The tower was gone. The island was gone. He was not talking to a stone room anymore. He was talking to you. If you are still awake, he said, you have come a long way from a very small rock in a very big ocean. The narration did not need to point at you. It could feel the way your shoulders eased a fraction, the way your fingers uncurled where they had been resting near your chest. His words threaded gently through the air over your blankets, settling around your ears without demanding that you sit up and think. There are some stories, he went on, that never give you what you came for. No culprit, no clean answer, no neat little box where you can put 3 men and say, this is exactly what happened to you. I am sorry, and now we can all go home. He paused. You could hear the tiny shift of his breath, the soft noise of a chair creaking somewhere far away in his apartment. Behind his voice, the low hiss of city air through a distant vent, a refrigerator cycling on, the quiet buzz of electronics. Not waves, not wind knifing past glass. Familiar machinery, living its own background life. When I was younger, he said, that used to bother me. The idea that something could happen, something big, something that hurt people, and no one would ever be able to say why. It felt like the universe was being careless or cruel. His voice softened, and the room seemed to lean toward it, like someone in the next seat of a bus, sharing something they had not meant to say out loud. But after a night on that island, he continued, I think maybe some unsolved things do something else, something gentler. They remind us that we are small, not unimportant, just small, that the world is deeper than our worries and bigger than our mistakes, that it has tides and gears and habits that move whether or not we are awake to see them. You felt the blanket's weight more clearly then, not as pressure, but as proof. The bed under you, the wall behind you, the distance between your body and any real cliff, any real wave. The 3 men at that lighthouse, he said quietly, vanished in a way no one has ever been able to pin down without leaving little loose threads. Maybe it was a wave. Maybe it was fear. Maybe it was something we do not have good words for yet. But wherever they went, or did not go, I do not like thinking of them as lost. He let the hum of the track breathe for a moment. Somewhere in your room, the soft rush of your own fan or heater fuzzed the air like distant wind, a much gentler cousin of the Atlantic's roar. A pipe in the wall clicked once as metal adjusted to the night. The refrigerator's low growl in the kitchen came and went. I like to imagine, he said, that they are walking the dark edge of some other shore, somewhere we do not have charts for. Not wandering, not trapped, working, keeping someone else's light. Maybe for people who wake up in places that feel lonelier than your room does tonight. He did not push the image. He let it sit at the edge of your mind. 3 figures on a far, black horizon. Their lanterns moving along some invisible path. Not reaching for you. Not calling you out. Just doing. Somewhere else. The thing they once did here. And you, he added, the word landing softly in your ear, are not on an island tonight. The sentence came like a hand resting lightly on your shoulder. You have walls that remember you, he said. They have heard you laugh and curse and talk to yourself and drag furniture around at stupid hours. You have a bed that keeps your shape and waits for you, even on nights when you get home later than you meant to. You have a light you can turn off whenever you want, without worrying whether ships will hit rocks because of your choice. Your breathing, already slow, had found an even rhythm now. Inhale. Exhale. The fabric over your chest rose and fell in time with his pauses. Out in the Atlantic, he said, there is a tower that has stood through more nights than you or I will ever remember. It has seen storms that would turn this whole city inside out. It has seen calm so deep the sea looked like glass. It has watched 3 men vanish, and it has learned to stand very still when people ask it why. He let a hint of warmth creep into the words. But here, in your room, the monsters are smaller. A bad day. A bill. A feeling you cannot name that sits in your ribs like a stone. The wind outside your window is a safer kind. It pushes leaves around, not ships. The room you were in, your room, offered up its sounds in agreement. The quiet whir of a box fan, the faint whoosh of a car passing through a patch of wet road, the plumbing hiccuping in the wall as someone 2 floors down ran the tap. He named them without naming them, giving them roles. If you listen very hard, he murmured, you might hear a little wind in your vents, a little rush under your floor. That's just air looking for ways it can move. Not the Atlantic. Just the tame version, the home version, the kind that does not want anything from you except to slip past. The sin wave of fear that had run under the story all night dipped low, letting comfort flood over it like a softer tide. Your eyelids felt heavier, the muscles in your jaw unclenched. The mattress held you as if it had decided quietly to keep you through until morning. Before we let you go completely, he said, voice now barely more than a whisper, I will ask you for one last bit of imagination. He paused, long enough for you to float somewhere, halfway between awake and asleep. Picture those 3 men, he said, not frozen on a cliff, not tumbling forever in a wave. Picture them walking a different coastline, somewhere nobody is named. Maybe the sky is darker there. Maybe the stars are different. Maybe when someone's mind starts to drift at 3 a.m, and they feel like they are the only person not safely anchored, those 3 pass by just to check the light. Your room felt a little less like an island and more like a harbor then, a place on a map, not at the edge of it. If, later tonight, he went on, the softest thread of humor woven through the words now, half asleep, you hear 3 gentle knocks, on the wall, in the pipes, in the wind. You do not have to answer. You do not have to get up. You do not have to be the one who goes out into the dark. Let someone else take that shift. There was the briefest, almost playful beat. It may just be 3 tired men, he said, checking that you made it home. If anything in your house chose that moment to oblige, a settling crack in the wood, a car door closing just right, a pipe tapping 3 times in the wall, the sound would slide neatly into the space he had made for it. A tiny jump in your chest, followed by a spreading, irrational comfort. the episode began to fade. The music, so soft you had barely noticed it until now, drifted up and then away again. Evan's voice said a quiet goodnight. The track slid toward its end. Far out in the North Atlantic, a white tower stood alone on its rock. Its lamp was dark, the great lens still for now. Gulls circled it, indifferent, as they always had. The sea pushed and pulled at the stone, wearing it down a grain at a time. Inside, where no one could see, footsteps moved. 4 of them now, not 3. Slow, unhurried, circling upward along a narrow stair. Not hostile, not hunting, just climbing, as if answering a duty bell only they could hear. The tower, which had always been good at remembering those who walked its bones, shifted the shapes in its memory and made room for one more keeper in the line. You fell asleep to the faint echo of that sound, carried not by waves, but by wires and air, into a room that would be exactly where you left it in the morning. Next story, The Hunger Beneath the Ice. Captain Arne Solberg had always imagined the end of his working life would come on a calm, blue Atlantic, somewhere off the familiar coasts of home. Instead, his last season was being spent at the bottom of the world, under a sky that refused to turn properly dark, aboard a tired whaling ship named the Northlight that creaked like old bones every time it pushed through the ice. It was the late 1940s, southern summer, and the days around the Antarctic Peninsula were long strips of gray-white that never quite folded into night. The horizon was an endless smear of cloud and ice. The sun hovered somewhere behind the haze, never warm, only bright, making the water and the floes shine like broken porcelain. Men moved slowly along the Northlight's deck. Sleeves rolled, eyes narrowed into permanent squints. The light slid under hat brims and into the crow's feet around their tired eyes, drew out headaches, made some of them snap at each other over nothing. They shuffled between tasks like sleepwalkers, dragging coils of rope, checking winches and harpoon gear, kicking ice free from metal fittings. They talked, when there was breath to spare, about home. On the mid-watch, when the work was light and the ship simply nosed along through loose floes, the crew would lean against the rail and talk about diners in New Jersey that stayed open all night, and cold harbors in Norway, where the mountains came straight down into the water. Some of them talked about children they had not met yet, letters that had arrived from women back home with photographs of round faces and unreadable eyes. Jokes floated over the deck the way breath did, steaming faintly in the cold. Ghost whales, a harpooner said one afternoon, cleaning grease from his hands. Big old bulls you think you wounded 20 years ago, still swimming around down here, waiting for you. Ghost Germans, another chimed in. Subs that never heard the surrender, still hiding down here, still waiting to put a torpedo into an American flag. There were laughs at that, a few quick glances at the gray horizon, and someone replied that if any Germans were left this far south, they were probably frozen solid into the ice with the rest of the things that had not seen daylight since before Christ. The jokes always ended there, and a moment of silence followed, as if they had brushed against something they did not want to feel too closely. The Northlight herself was tired. Arnie knew every scar on her hull. The paint along the railings had peeled back in strips, leaving exposed steel streaked brown with rust. The ropes sang and muttered in the wind, taut and then slack. The harpoon gun at the bow crouched like some squat, patient beast, metal dulled by salt. When the ship pushed through a band of thicker ice, there was a particular sound Arne had never heard anywhere else. First, the slow, rising groan as the hull drove against the floes. Then the deep, resonant thud as the ice broke and rolled aside. Sometimes, if the floe was large and stubborn, there would be a sharp crack, like a rifle shot, that echoed out over the flat water and came back thinner, as if the world were hollow. Far ahead, the ice rose into distant ridges and low mountains. In certain lights, they glowed from within, seams of blue running through them like veins. The world down here was empty, but it did not feel dead. That was the part that bothered him. From the bridge, the sounds of the ship were a constant background. The steady thud of the engines below, the clink of cutlery from the mess, the low rumble of men's voices drifting up through the open companionway. Above it all rode the wind, high and thin in the rigging, deeper and more mournful when it threaded itself under the eaves of the wheelhouse. Arne Zolberg stood with his hands on the worn wooden rail, knuckles swollen with age and cold, and told himself again this would be his last season. 58 was too old to be chasing whales at the bottom of the world. His joints ached in the mornings. His eyes watered constantly in the light. The doctor back in port had told him to find a quieter job, something behind a desk. He could not imagine himself in a chair on land. He watched a small floe slide past the hull, turning slowly, and had the sudden, ridiculous impression that something under it was turning with it, keeping pace with the ship. A shadow, just out of sight. He shifted his weight, leaned out to try and see the water under the ice, and scoffed at himself, muttering in Norwegian under his breath. Too many stories. Too many young men talking about ghosts. Still, the feeling lingered, like eyes on his back, like something under the gray skin of the sea was looking up. He checked the instruments more often than he needed to, made a slow walk around the deck, scanning the horizon, looking for changes in the sky, the pattern of the floes, anything to give that prickle of unease a name. Nothing offered itself. Age, he told himself quietly as he climbed back to the bridge. You get old, you start hearing creaks in your own bones and think the world is making them. He was halfway through pouring himself coffee from a dented metal pot when the voice came down from above, lazy and stretched by boredom. "Captain," the lookout called from the crow's nest. "There's a dark shape off the starboard bow. Might be another ship. Hard to tell in this light." The mug stopped halfway to Arne's lips. He set it back down carefully, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and stepped out again into the glare, narrowing his eyes against the wind and the brightness as he turned his head toward the starboard side. Another ship, he thought, probably a supply vessel, probably nothing at all. But the unease in his chest shifted, just a little, like something under the water, rolling onto its other side to listen more closely. They saw it first as a darker smudge inside the general gray, a place where the light seemed to slide off instead of catching. At that distance, the horizon and the sky were the same color, and the ice was just a pale band between them. But this thing broke the line in a way no floe ever did. Arne lifted his binoculars and pressed them to his face, elbows braced on the rail. The metal was cold against his knuckles. The lenses showed him nothing but haze and the blurred backs of gulls for a moment, and then the shape sharpened slowly into a ship. It sat still amid the patchwork of ice, as if it had grown there rather than sailed into place. Mid-sized, maybe a little smaller than the Northlight, but with a very different posture. There was no flag at her mast, no smoke from a funnel. Her paint was blistered and bubbled in long streaks, and where a hull number should have been, there was only a scorched patch, as if someone had tried to burn the digits off with a torch. "See her?" the lookout called down. "Told you, Captain, not a flow." "I see her," Arnie said quietly. She looked like she could not decide what she had been built for. The lines of her hull and superstructure spoke of a warship's ancestry, but there were wide flat decks with rails, odd crane-like structures that did not match any class Arnie knew, and a row of enclosed compartments along one side that looked almost like labs. A hybrid, he thought. Part supply ship, part something else. Could be a research vessel, the first mate offered, squinting past him. Some government thing. Maybe Norwegian, maybe British. "Where is their flag, then?" Arne murmured. He could not see any crew moving about. No smoke, no flags. Just the ship, anchored in the ice, as if waiting. "Slow ahead," he said. "Bring us a little closer, but keep us on this bearing. I do not want to get too friendly until we know who they are." The North Light responded with a familiar shudder, her engines pushing slowly against the water. The ice floes shifted and tilted as she eased nearer to the stranger. As the distance closed, more details came into focus. The deck of the unknown vessel was too clean, not tidy in the way of a naval ship, but almost empty. No coils of rope, no barrels, no clutter. Just bare metal and a line of rail. And the men. They were the first thing anyone on the Northlight really saw clearly, and once seen, no one looked away for long. Several figures stood along the rail of the unknown ship, spaced evenly from bow to stern, like chess pieces set at precise intervals. They wore long, dark coats that hung straight down, motionless in the light wind. They faced the Northlight, every one of them, as she came on. Through the binoculars, Arne could see that they were bare-headed, no caps, no helmets. Their hair, if they had any, lay flat and colorless against their skulls. Their faces were pale in the haze, but there was something wrong about the way the light hit them. Features blurred together, noses and mouths barely suggested by shadows. It put him in mind of wax figures left too close to a stove. "They are not moving," the first mate muttered. "Are they even—" "They are moving enough to stand," Arne said, although he had not seen so much as a shift of weight. "Get Carlson in the radio room. Let us see if they have anything to say for themselves." He became aware, as they drew closer, that the sound of the sea had changed. It did not stop exactly. The wind still blew. The ice still cracked. The ship still creaked in every joint. But around the unknown vessel, all of it felt muffled, as if someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the air itself. The slap and hiss of water against the hull dulled. The whistle in the rigging dropped to a distant sigh. The Northlight's own engines, on the other hand, seemed suddenly too loud. The thrum of them rose up through the deck boards and into Arne's feet, an intrusive heartbeat thudding against the hush that wrapped the stranger. On the bridge, the radio coughed once into life. "Got them on visual, Captain?" Carlson's voice came thinly over the intercom. "We do," Arne replied. "Unknown vessel off our starboard bow. No flag, no identification. Try them on English first, then Norwegian, then German if you like." Carlson chuckled nervously. "Yeah, maybe they are ghosts, and we should try Latin." "Just call them," Arne said. A moment later, his voice carried out over the water from the radio room's loudspeaker, formal and precise. "Unknown vessel in position." He rattled off the coordinates. "This is whaling ship Northlight, out of Reykjavik. State your identity and intentions. Do you require assistance?" The words dissolved into the gray air. No movement from the line of dark coats. No shift of weight. No lifting of hands. No flag run up the mast. Carlson tried again, in Norwegian. Then grinning a little despite himself, in German. Each time, there was the same reply. A thin, dry rustling over the speaker, like papers being turned in an empty hall, or wind winding its way through a long, deserted corridor. No voice, no signal tone, just that soft, restless sound. "Interference," the mate said, but the word came out uncertain. Arne lowered his binoculars and listened. The rustle did not quite match the movement of the ship or the rhythm of the sea. It seemed to slide in from some sideways angle, from a place his ears did not want to map. He felt eyes on him again and raised the glasses, focusing on the figures along the rail. They had not yet moved, as far as he could tell. The pale ovals of their faces were all fixed toward the north light. As the two ships slowly drifted into a roughly parallel line, the distance between them shrinking to a few hundred yards, a silence fell over the North Light's deck that had nothing to do with the muffling around the stranger. Conversations died. Men straightened from their tasks, wiping hands on trousers, shading their eyes, staring. The stranger's crew, if that is what they were, stood like a row of mannequins arranged for inspection. Arne was about to say something calming, something practical, when it happened. Every one of the figures along the unknown ship's rail turned their heads. They did it at exactly the same moment, as if a cord had been pulled. Pale faces, indistinct features, all pivoted in a single, smooth motion to lock directly onto the north light. There was no lag, no human hesitation, no one slower than the others. A row of blank faces turning as one. The effect jolted through the Norwegian crew like electricity. One young sailor, who had been holding a pair of binoculars that did not belong to him, gave a shout and fumbled them. The heavy glass smashed down onto the deck with a ringing clatter that made everyone flinch and look away for a second, hearts jumping hard. "Jesus Christ," someone hissed. Another man crossed himself without seeming to know he was doing it. "Hold your nerve," Arnie growled, more to himself than to them. "They are just men on a ship." He did not quite believe it. Before anyone could say anything else, a sound cut through the muffled air, a sharp mechanical cough, and then a whoomp. From the deck of the unknown vessel, a flare gun belched smoke. A single flare climbed into the sallow sky, leaving behind a thin, twisting tail. It should have been red or green. That was what flares were. This one was neither. It burned a pale silver, almost white, but with a faint, sickly tint, like the color of old bones under ice. It rose with an unnaturally steady trajectory, no dip or sway, as if pulled on a wire. As it climbed, it made a soft hissing noise that Arnie felt more in his teeth than in his ears. The crew shifted uneasily, some of them clapping hands over their ears without knowing why. The hiss seemed to echo inside their skulls, curling around thoughts, pressing against the soft inner places. The flare reached its height and then hung there for a shuddering moment, burning too bright for the gray day. Its light spilled out over the water and the ice like a thin wash of strange paint. Under that pale glare, the flows around the two ships changed color. Whites and blues flattened into something gray-green and unhealthy. Shadows lengthened, drew in tighter, went almost black at the edges. The crevices in the ice looked deeper than they had before, like mouths. The men on the north light fell very quiet. Some of them crossed themselves again, fingers moving quicker this time. Others muttered about Germans, about ghost ships, about old stories of raiders who sailed under no flag and took men with them, never to be seen again. Enough of that, Arnie said sharply, though his voice came out lower than he intended. We keep our distance. We watch. We do not panic. He gave the helmsman low, careful orders. Hold the course, but do not close the gap too much. Keep ice between them and the stranger like a token barrier. His tongue felt thick in his mouth. He could not shake the sensation that they had walked into a room where something private was happening. The men along the unknown rail did not look up at their own flare. They kept their heads turned toward the north light, eyes, if they had eyes, fixed. The flare burned itself out at last. Its hiss thinned to a whisper, then to nothing, and it winked away, leaving only a fading afterimage burned into their vision. The strange colors drained from the ice, shadows returning to their normal depth. Though normal felt like a word that had been quietly emptied of meaning. For a long breath, there was only the sound of the North Light's engines and the distant crack of shifting ice. Then at last, the radio in the wheelhouse gave a small, reluctant crackle, like a man clearing his throat before speaking. The crackle in the radio was like a man drawing breath through his teeth. For a moment, it was only that, a dry hiss threading through the wheelhouse, stroking the nerves of every man within earshot. Then the hiss thinned, gathered itself, and became a voice. Whaling ship Northlight, it said in English. The accent wobbled somewhere between German and something else. Vowels clipped a little too sharply. Consonants rubbed until they were almost smooth. The tone was calm, polite, and as flat as the white horizon outside. Arnie felt the hairs lift on the back of his neck. "This is Captain Solberg," he answered, stepping in closer to the set. "State your vessel and your situation." There was a pause on the line, as if the other man were considering how much to say. Static whispered. Behind it, something ticked faintly. When the voice returned, it did not give a name. "There are animals here," it said instead, each word placed carefully. "Enough for your men. Enough for you to go home." Arne glanced sideways at the first mate. The younger man's jaw eased a notch. The season had been lean so far. Too much fuel burned for too few whales caught. The crew felt it. The owners would feel it harder. "You should not come further than this," the voice continued. It was not spoken as a warning shouted from one deck to another. It came out like an instruction read from a card. No urgency, no fear, no anger. Just a statement of how the world should be arranged. "There are many places to hunt," the voice went on. "You do not need this one." The subtle ticking under the words resolved itself for Arnie now that he was listening for it. Click, 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 click. It was not Morse. He had heard enough of that during the war to recognize its mechanical rhythms. This was softer, uneven, like the sound of something hard tapping very gently on a surface, too far away to identify, or like distant gears turning, slipping once in a while, catching again. Carlson, the radio operator, looked up from his seat, eyes darting between the dials and Arnie's face. He held his breath without seeming to notice. "Your position?" Arnie asked, because that was what a captain was supposed to ask. The voice ignored the question. It began instead to recite coordinates, latitude and longitude, spoken in clear English numbers. The cadence of them was so smooth, so rehearsed, that Arne had the odd sensation of listening to a schoolchild repeat a lesson. The same sequence came twice, without variation. He felt his own hand reach for a pencil, start to move toward the chart table, and forced it back down to his side. "Repeat," he said, to buy himself a second to think. The numbers came again, exactly the same. No hesitation. The ticking continued, soft as breathing. As he listened, leaning slightly closer to the speaker, Arne noticed something that made his skin crawl. For a few heartbeats, the tiny clicks under the voice matched his own pulse perfectly. Thump in his chest, click in the radio, like an echo. Thump, click, thump, click. Then they slipped out of sync, stuttered, doubled up on one beat, drifted away. His heart went on at its usual pace. The ticking chose its own. "You said there are animals there," Arne replied, keeping his tone as neutral as he could. "Whales." "Yes," the voice said. "Enough for your men, enough for you to go home. That is good, yes?" The last word had the shape of a smile without any warmth behind it. "Our season has been poor," Arne admitted, surprising himself. "But we do not sail on the instructions of strangers. Who are you?" Another pause. "Men," the voice said. "Like you. Our ship is not in need. We are completing something. You should not disturb it." The wheelhouse felt smaller by the second. The men who had drifted in to listen stood very still, their boots seeming too loud on the metal floor, their breathing too sharp. "That line again," the first mate murmured at Arne's shoulder. "You should not come further than this." Boundary, Arne thought, not advice. A line in the water, drawn by a hand you could not see. He opened his mouth to press, to demand a name, a flag, any sign of normality. But before he could speak, Carlson jerked slightly in his chair. "Captain," the operator said, "they are still not sending any identification tone. No call sign, nothing. Just that." He tapped a trembling finger against the metal casing of the radio, as if that would dislodge the answer. Outside, the unknown ship sat as motionless as a scab on the ice. Its line of dark-coated figures still faced the north light, still stood spaced perfectly along the rail. The flare smoke had already thinned into a faint bruise in the sky behind them. On the speaker, the voice repeated calmly, "You have the numbers you need. Take your animals. Go home. Do not come further." The ticking seemed slightly louder now. Or perhaps that was just Arnie's nerves. He imagined the whales the coordinates promised, the shudder and crash of a successful strike, the spray of breath from the blowholes, the ugly work of cutting and boiling and packing, and at the end of it, men going home with more money in their pockets, owners happy. Another season survived. He felt the weight of the ledger in his mind, the sum of costs and returns. He also imagined what might lie beyond those numbers, further into the ice. There were stories, always stories. German expeditions before the war, hidden harbors under ice shelves, stations built to watch the southern sky for something more than weather. Arnie had heard them all from men who drank too quickly when they came back from long voyages and needed to talk, needed to bleed the fear out through their tongues. He was not a man who scared easily. The sea had scared him enough times already. He knew what fear felt like and what paranoia felt like and how to tell the two apart. This felt like standing on the wrong side of a church door during someone else's funeral. "I will consider your information," he said into the microphone. North light out. He nodded at Carlson to cut the transmission. The operator's fingers hovered over the switch and then dropped. The voice did not try to stop him. There was one last little series of clicks. Click, 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 and then the line went dead. The silence that followed was not entirely clean. It was as if something still sat just at the edge of hearing, waiting. Men began to talk at once, in low, urgent tones. "It is a trick," one said. "They want us somewhere they can take us. Pirates, maybe. Or Navy men up to something black." "Who cares who they are?" another replied. "Those numbers sound like what we came for. We will be months behind if we turn our backs on a lead like this." "German," someone muttered. "You hear that accent? Nazis hiding down here. We should send a message and get the Navy instead of taking their bait." Arne let them speak, listening to the panic curl itself into their words, the hunger too. These were men who did not own the ship, who would not have to pay for her fuel or repairs. They thought in terms of shares and bonuses and the letters they could write home. He stepped away from the radio set and toward the side window. "Where is she?" he asked. The first mate frowned. "Still there, Captain. Right off." He broke off. They both leaned closer to the glass. The unknown vessel had begun to move. It was easy to see now, with the flare's ghostly afterimage gone from their eyes. The ship that had seemed nailed into the ice a few minutes before was sliding away through the floes, turning her bow in a smooth, slow arc. There was no smoke from her funnels. No rumble of engines reached across the water. The ice in front of her seemed to part just enough to let her through, floes tilting gently aside and then drifting back into place in her wake. Except there was no wake. No churned gray water boiling up behind her hull. No turbulence. She simply glided, as if the sea were a solid surface and she a shadow slipping across it. The men on her rail did not move. Their pale faces stayed pointed toward the north light as the distance stretched. Their coats did not flap. They dwindled slowly into the haze, a row of small dark marks, and then vanished into the general gray. In the space they had occupied, the air seemed colder. "Gone," the first mate breathed. "Ships do not vanish," Arne said, but he kept his voice low, as if not to wake something. In his cabin, an hour later, he unfolded the navigational chart across his small desk. The overhead light swung a little with the ship's gentle motion, making the lines and numbers shift under his eyes. He picked up his pencil. For a moment, his hand hovered above the paper, reluctant. Then he set the tip down and began to write. He copied the coordinates exactly as he'd heard them, checking and rechecking each number. He circled the point where they intersected, the graphite leaving a faint gray ring on the pale blue of the chart. His fingers trembled more than the motion of the ship could account for. Next to the little circle, he wrote one word, in block letters that dug slightly into the paper. Plenty. He sat back, rubbing at his knuckles, and stared at the chart. The circle seemed to stare back. That night, when he finally slid into the narrow bunk and closed his eyes, the ice came for him in his dreams. He dreamed of stacked circles under black water, rings inside rings, each one smaller and darker than the last, descending into an endless shaft. Around the circles, something moved slowly, dragging itself in a spiral, leaving marks in the ice that did not look quite like scratches and did not look quite like writing. He woke with a start, hand flung out as if to push something away. His fingers were numb, so cold they ached, and the air in the cabin felt thin, like higher altitude. He flexed his hands until the feeling crawled back in prickling waves, and told himself it was only the cold, only age, only too much talk of ghost ships and German stories before bed. Far away in time, the paper aged. Decades later, another hand turned that same chart over under a very different light. The white of the paper had yellowed. The pencil circle had faded to a ghost of itself. The word plenty was still legible, though the letters had softened at the edges. The hand that traced the circle now was lined and liver-spotted, the skin thin enough that the bones showed clearly beneath. It paused over the coordinates, tapping once, twice, as their owner read them under his breath. "So, that is where we went wrong," an older American voice murmured, weary and full of something that was not quite regret and not quite fear. The hand belonged to Radio Man Second Class Elias Ward, long retired and still listening, who had followed those numbers south under a different flag and learned what waited when men crossed lines they had been politely asked not to. The sky over town had sunk as low as it could go without touching the roofs. It was one of those Midwestern winter days where the clouds came down and sat on everything, pressing color out of the world. The trees along the road to the cemetery were bare and black, their branches like ink strokes against the flat gray. The snow on the ground was old, plowed and refrozen, piled in dirty ridges at the edges of the lot. Mara Ward stood beside a small knot of family and watched them fold the flag. Her grandfather's coffin looked almost too big for him. That thought struck her and would not leave. Elias Ward had seemed smaller in the last few years, shrinking into his chair at the VA home, bones showing under the thin skin of his hands. The box they were burying him in now was neat and polished and squared off, like a piece of furniture you ordered from a catalog. The honor guard did their work with slow precision. The flag snapped once in the wind as they lifted and turned it, then was drawn tight between their hands. Mara watched the red and white bars disappear into folds of blue and stars, knowing it was a gesture he would have appreciated. He had never called himself a hero, but he had always spoken about his time in uniform like it was the last part of his life that made sharp sense. The pastor's voice drifted over the wind, calm and practiced. Words about rest, about service, about the peace of the Lord in troubled times. Mara heard them and did not really hear them. Her eyes kept going back to the framed photograph set on the small easel by the headstone. It was an old picture, taken maybe 10 years after the war, when his hair had gone mostly white, but his shoulders were still straight. He was sitting on the front steps of a little house, a dog at his feet, smiling in that tight, slightly embarrassed way he had when someone pointed a camera at him. It was his hands, though, that caught her. The photographer had not meant to center them. They were just there, resting on his knees. Big, knotted hands, the veins standing up like ropes under the skin, fingers thick and square. The hands of a man who had turned dials and twisted wires and carried boxes, who had done hard work before anyone paid him to sit in a chair and remember. She realized with a small jolt that she had spent more time looking at those hands in real life than at his face. When she visited him at the home, she often saw his hands first, draped over the arms of his chair, flexing a little when he dreamed. Now they were still, somewhere under wood and fabric and earth, folded neatly on his chest. Her mother sniffled beside her and squeezed her arm. Mara squeezed back, automatic, her attention already drifting ahead to the business of after. Paperwork, phone calls, the necessary dissections of a life into forms and signatures. The service ended with the usual awkwardness. People unsure how loudly to talk, unsure how long to stay. There were murmurings of, "I'm sorry," and "he was a good man." Hands shaken, cheeks kissed, Cold air slipped under coat collars and sent everyone gradually toward their cars. Mara lingered near the tent a moment longer, watching the grounds crew stand at a respectful distance, waiting for the family to leave before they finished the job. The folded flag was heavy in her arms. It smelled faintly of dust and starch. "Ms. Ward?" She turned. A woman in a dark VA nurse's coat stood a few feet away, a cardboard box in her gloved hands. Her face was lined but kind, the sort of face that had learned how to keep bad news gentle. "Sorry to bother you here," the nurse said. "I'm Carla. I work nights on Mr. Ward's floor. The social worker asked me to pass this along." She shifted the box forward a little. It was battered and sagging at the corners, the top half-heartedly taped. Mara could see the edge of an old magazine sticking out from one side. "His personal effects," Carla said. "We cataloged them, of course, but he didn't have much. He was very clear he wanted you to have the box." Mara took it automatically, feeling the weight transfer to her hands. It was lighter than she expected, but not empty. "Thank you," she said, "for taking care of him." He took care of himself mostly," Carla said, lips quirking. "Stubborn old thing, always insisting on walking himself to the bathroom at 3 in the morning, always wanting to adjust the TV antenna himself." Her expression softened, went distant for a moment. "He had bad nights sometimes, though," she added. "You probably know that." "Nightmares?" Mara asked. "Yeah." Carla nodded. "He'd wake up, real panic, breathing fast, talking about lights under the ice mostly. Kept saying the snow was wrong. Sometimes he'd say there were men who didn't stay dead." She shrugged, the movement making her ID badge bounce. "We figured it was war stuff, PTSD. A lot of the older guys have their own particular version of it. His was always something about ice and radios. We'd give him his meds, and he'd settle back down. He was never violent, just scared." Her voice lowered on the last word. A small, cold thread of curiosity unspooled itself in Mara's gut. She had known, in a vague way, that her grandfather had been a radio man in the Navy. He had told her stories when she was little about ships and storms, but they were always the safe stories, the ones with punchlines about cooks and captains and broken equipment. He never talked about being afraid. He never mentioned ice. "Lights under the ice," she repeated quietly. Carla waved a gloved hand, as if to brush the air clear of ghosts. "Anyway," she said, "sorry, I'm rambling. I just thought, if he was talking about that at night, and he wanted you to have this, maybe there's some things in there that matter. Or maybe it's just junk. Old guys and their treasures, right?" She smiled apologetically. Mara returned it, a little stiff. "I'll go through it," she said. "Thank you for telling me. And for everything." "Of course." Carla hesitated, then patted the edge of the box lightly. "Take care of yourself, okay?" The nurse walked away, coat flapping in the wind. Mara stood for a moment longer, with the box in her arms, feeling its cardboard edge dig into her skin through the wool of her coat. Then she turned and made her way to her car. By the time she got back to her apartment, dusk had slipped in, under the heavy clouds, and turned the world, outside her windows, into a dim, blurred version of itself. Streetlights had come on, glowing halos in the thin mist that had started to rise from the melting snowbanks. Inside, her place was small but orderly. A second-floor unit in a tired brick building, with scuffed hardwood floors and walls painted a neutral landlord beige. It was warm, the radiators ticking quietly in the corners. The television murmured low in the living room, a crime show she had left on for background noise. She set the flag carefully on the couch and put the cardboard box on the coffee table. The tape over the top gave way under her fingernails with a tired little rip. The smell that came out when she opened it hit her harder than she expected. Old paper, machine oil, a faint ghost of tobacco. Elias had not smoked in the last decade of his life, but the habit had marked his belongings long ago. On top, there were the obvious things. Medals in a small velvet case, their colored ribbons dulled, but still bright enough to catch the lamplight. A pocket Bible, its black cover cracked along the spine. A pressed flower tucked between the pages, like a bookmark from someone whose name she would never know. Under those lay a folded sheet of thicker paper. When she lifted it free and opened it carefully, the dry fibers crackled in protest. It was a chart, nautical by the look of it. Lines and numbers, pale blue swirls of coastline she did not recognize. The corners were worn, the folds made and remade until they had almost torn through. Near one edge, in faint, smudged pencil, she saw a small circle drawn around a set of coordinates. The graphite had faded so much she had to tilt the paper toward the light to catch it. Next to the circle, one word was written in a hand steadier than the one she remembered: plenty. She frowned, tracing the circle lightly with the tip of her finger. The paper felt colder there, though that made no sense. Beneath the chart were the things she had half expected and half hoped not to see. Reel-to-reel tapes. 4 of them, maybe 5, depending on how she counted the one in a cracked plastic case with no label. The others had white stickers on their hubs, labels stained and curling at the edges. Words written in the shaky, insistent handwriting Elias had used in his last years. South 47, said one. Ice, said another. Not for official, said a third. Her mouth went dry. The VA nurse's words circled back. Lights under the ice. Wrong snow. Men who did not stay dead. Mara sat down slowly on the edge of the couch, the box between her knees, and stared at the tapes. The TV murmured something about a detective finding a clue. Outside, a car passed, tires hissing on wet pavement. In the back of her closet, gathering dust behind winter boots and a stack of old magazines, she knew there was an object she had not thought about in years. The tape player her grandfather had insisted she take when he moved into the home. Old stories need old machines, he had joked, pressing the handle into her hand, just in case. She had taken it to humor him, carried it through 2 moves, and never once plugged it in. Now, she found herself rising, almost before the decision had reached the level of thought, and going to look for it. The player was exactly where she expected it to be. Heavy and rectangular, its plastic yellowed with age. She wiped a film of dust off with her sleeve and carried it out to the coffee table, setting it carefully beside the box. When she plugged it in, there was a small, reassuring hum. The reels, when she turned them by hand, moved smoothly. She chose the tape labeled South 47, fingers clumsy for no good reason, and threaded it onto the spindles the way he had shown her once, years ago, laughing at her frustration. The tape lay taut between the hubs, dark brown, faintly glossy in the lamplight. Mara sat back, thumb hovering over the play button for a heartbeat. Just a story, she said under her breath, not sure if she was talking to herself or to the machine. She pressed the button. The tape rolled. For half a second there was silence, a blankness so complete it made the room feel larger. Then softly, the static began to hiss, Nice. Chapter 2 is officially awake and shivering. Whenever you're ready, send me the brief for 2.2. First playback, and I'll keep the same voice, pacing, and vibe, and grow it into another Nouse 900, 1,000-word segment that flows smoothly from what we just wrote. The static is already hissing in the background. We just have to let Elias start talking. Band sleep did not come that night. It hovered somewhere just out of reach, like a word on the tip of her tongue. Mara lay in bed for a while after turning the tape off the first time, staring at the dark ceiling, listening to the old building breathe around her. The radiator ticked inside. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed with a soft thump. The crime show she had left on the TV had rolled into another episode, voices muffled now as if they were talking underwater. She closed her eyes and saw numbers. Not the chart's coordinates, not exactly. Just sequences of digits marching past her inner vision, blurring together. Her thoughts kept looping back to the sound of his voice on the tape, younger and steadier, describing the ice and the radio room and the way the air tasted in the ship. At some point, she gave up. The red digits on her alarm clock said 1:27 a.m. when she swung her legs over the side of the bed. The apartment was a dim box around her, defined mostly by the faint golden pool from the single lamp she had left on in the living room and the tiny red eye of the TV's standby light. She padded barefoot down the hall, feeling the chill of the wood floor through her skin. The tape player sat where she had left it on the coffee table, the reels still and dark. The cardboard box of Elias's things gaped open beside it, corners sagging. She sat on the couch, pulled the thin throw blanket around her shoulders, and slipped the headphones over her ears. The padded cups pressed lightly against her skull, cutting out the distant whine of traffic outside until all that remained was the faint, tinnitus-like hiss of her own blood. She pressed play. A moment of silence. Then the tape caught, and the reassuring bass line of static rolled in. After a second, Elias's voice joined it, mid-sentence from where she had stopped earlier. He sounded less like a grandfather here, and more like someone she might have walked past on the street. Younger, intent. "We had the usual channels," he was saying. "Fleet command, weather, intership chatter. Then there were the empty ones. Frequencies nobody was supposed to be using." His words were measured, as if he had thought carefully about each line before speaking into the microphone all those years ago. Underneath his voice, something crackled faintly. The texture of old tape, of room noise long gone. "I like to listen to the empty ones," he admitted. "Most of us did. Once we got used to the boredom, you never know when the universe is going to leak somewhere it is not supposed to." There was a brief rustle as he shifted his weight near the recorder. A faint clink of glass, the tap of a fingertip on wood. "And then one night," he went on, "the empty ones were not empty anymore." The static dipped, like a curtain being drawn back, and another sound slid in beneath it. At first, Mara thought it was just more of the same hissing noise, arranged differently. Then it began to separate into syllables, into words. Elias imitated it, his tone careful. "Eins," he said. "Zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben." 1 through 7 in German. "Then they go back down," he said quietly on the tape. "Sieben, sechs, fünf, vier, drei, zwei, eins." Over and over. The same voices, always the same voices. In the background, another voice spoke alongside him, tinny and distant, following the same count. It was not a recording laid in later. It was right there on the original track, bleeding through from his old headphones into the tape. Mara realized with a small jolt that she could hear the timbre of those voices. Male, by the sound of it. Older. There were at least 2, maybe 3, overlapping. They were not shouting, not panicked or angry. The words came out with the dead flat tone of someone reading a list they did not care about. The cadence never changed. 1 to 7, 7 to 1, breathing arranged into neat segments. It was on a frequency nobody was supposed to be using, Elias said. Not us, not them. And it never stopped. You could switch away, come back, and they would still be at it, always from 1 to 7, then back. Mara's scalp prickled under the band of the headphones. As if responding to her attention, the old tape did something new. When Elias on the recording repeated the numbers, 1, 2, 3, another voice slipped in on top of his, layered so closely it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. This second voice was deeper, more distorted, as if coming through thicker static or from a greater distance. It counted in German as well, but the order was wrong. Drei, it said, when Elias said, 1. 1, when he said, 4. 7, dropped in where no 7 belonged. The result was a rough braid of numbers, some in the right place, some jarring, the whole sequence feeling like stairs that did not match up in height. Her brain tried to sort them, found it could not, and recoiled. She pulled the headphones slightly away from one ear, letting a little of the room seep back into her skull. The lamp hummed faintly. The refrigerator in the kitchen cycled on with a low, distant grumble. She rewound the tape a few seconds and let it play again. The second voice was still there, but now, if anything, it sounded slightly different. The distortions dragged in a new way. One of the wrong numbers fell in a different place than before. Mara frowned, the tiny muscles around her eyes tightening. Analog tapes degraded, she knew that. Old recordings could warp, could pick up noise that had nothing to do with the original. But the feeling here was not of decay. It was of something trying to find its proper shape and failing. She rewound again, listened. The deeper voice changed its stumble by a fraction. "It is just your ears," she whispered, though she was not sure who she was trying to convince. "You are tired. You are hearing patterns where there is nothing." On the tape, Elias said, almost as if answering her, "We told ourselves it was just interference, reflections. Their signals bouncing off the atmosphere, coming back crooked. That is what we said in the daylight." There was a pause, a breath drawn and held. "In the night," he added, "we did not say that." His voice dropped lower, nearly a whisper now. Mara leaned forward on the couch, elbows on her knees, the cable of the headphones taut between her and the machine. The blanket slid down from one shoulder. She turned the volume up a fraction, wanting to catch every word. He began to describe something more quietly then. The shifts in the voices. The way they sometimes seemed to pause in their counting, as if listening. The nights when the numbers would climb higher than 7, and the air in the radio room grew so thin he could barely catch his breath. She leaned in closer, the way people do when they forget they are listening through electronics, as if proximity to the device will bring them closer to the past it holds. At that exact moment, the tape screamed. The sound that tore out of the headphones was not human and not mechanical. It was a high, tearing shriek, as if someone had taken a strip of reality and wrenched it sideways. It started in the upper registers, too high for comfort, and then slid through a range of frequencies in an instant, dragging claws down her spine. She did not have time to think. Her body reacted first. She flinched so hard that the blanket fell entirely off her shoulders. Her hands flew up to rip the headphones away, fingers fumbling on the plastic cups. The shriek was inside her skull, behind her eyes, vibrating in her teeth. At the same moment, every light in the apartment flickered. The lamp beside the couch brightened sharply, as if someone had cranked the voltage up, then dimmed, then popped. The bulb made a soft cracking sound, like ice breaking in a glass, and went dead. The TV's standby light blinked off and on again. In the kitchen, the overhead fixture guttered and steadied. The shriek cut off mid-note. Silence slammed into place, thick and absolute. The tape continued to move, but it might as well have been turning air. There was no hiss now, no room noise, no remnants of her grandfather's voice. Just the faint mechanical churn of the reels and her own ragged breathing. Her heart was pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. She tore the headphones fully free and tossed them onto the couch where they lay, ear pads turned up like small, listening mouths. For a few seconds, she just sat there, fingers digging into her knees, waiting for the world to do something else wrong. Nothing happened. The apartment was plunged into a soft, dim, half-dark. The only light now came from the street lamp outside the window, filtering in through the thin curtains, and from the small, sullen glow of the power strip behind the TV. She swallowed, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet. "Okay," she said aloud, voice shaky. "Okay. That was the tape. That was just the tape. Her rational mind offered up a list. Old magnetic media, damage, warping, some kind of high-frequency noise the player was never meant to handle, a faulty lamp, an old building with old wiring. Coincidence? The back of her neck remained cold. She reached for her phone on the coffee table, needing the comfort of its familiar little rectangle of light. When she touched the screen, it stayed black. For a moment, she thought the shriek had broken that too. Then the low battery symbol blinked up at her, red and accusatory. 3%. She frowned. Before she had gone to bed, around 11, she was sure it had been at 60. She plugged it in automatically, cable snaking down to the outlet. The little charging icon appeared, smug. Mara stood, walked to the kitchen, and flipped the light switch off and on again. The overhead fixture came up normally, pale and steady, no blown bulbs there. Back in the living room, she reached to twist the dead lamp's switch. Nothing. When she leaned close and peered through the frosted glass of the shade, she could see the filament inside the bulb snapped in two. She checked the breaker box just in case. All the switches sat in their usual positions, little plastic soldiers undisturbed. There was nothing to blame but coincidence and stress and age. She went back to the couch, stood over the tape player, and pressed stop with a little more force than was necessary. The reel slowed, then came to a halt, the dark ribbon of tape settling in place. Her phone buzzed faintly on the table, the vibration rattling it against the wood. The screen came fully to life now that it had a little power back, icons blooming into existence. A small red dot winked at her from the top corner, the badge of the voice recorder app. She had never bothered to delete it, though she almost never used it. It had opened once by accident when she was recording a grocery list. She had not touched it tonight. The badge showed a new file. She picked up the phone, thumb hesitating for a second over the glass, then tapped the icon. The app unfolded, showing a list of recordings, most of them months old. At the top was a new entry, marked with the current date. The timestamp read 1:52 a.m., the exact minute, she realized, when the shriek had torn through her headphones and blown the lamp. The recording length was 10 seconds. For a moment, she considered deleting it without listening. Her thumb hovered over the trash icon. Her heart, however, had other ideas. It beat a little faster, a little high and tight in her chest, as if it already knew what she was about to do. She tapped play. The phone's speaker hissed softly, a thinner version of the tape's static. For the first few seconds, there was nothing but that, and the faint ambient hum of her apartment, the distant rumble of a truck passing outside. Then very softly, layered under the noise, a voice spoke. Mara, it said, just her name. The syllables shaped carefully, the vowel drawn out a fraction longer than a stranger would have done. Stop listening. It was not her own voice. It was not any of her co-workers or her mother or a random clip. It was the same voice that had been talking to her all evening from the tape, younger and steadier and pressed flat by old magnetic particles. Her grandfather's voice. He had recorded those tapes decades before she was born. He had never once, in all the stories he had told her at kitchen tables and in nursing home armchairs, said her name in quite that tone, as if he were standing in the room with her, as if he knew exactly where she was and what she was doing. The tiny speakers clicked softly as the recording ended. The app's screen went still. In the quiet that followed, the only sound was the slow, deliberate thud of her own heartbeat, and somewhere deep in the building's pipes, a single, distant tap, like a fingernail on metal, answering a question she had not yet thought to ask. On the tape, his voice came back with the steady patience of a man who had decided that, if he was going to remember, he might as well do it properly. Task Force 68, Elias said. We looked impressive on paper. There was a faint shuffle, as if he were consulting an old list. 13 ships, he went on. Carrier, destroyers, icebreakers, supply vessels. Big gray beasts, all of them. Painted the same way, smelling the same way. He began to name them, rolling the syllables out like beads on a string. The carrier with its flat, endless deck, and the little forest of antennae on its island. The big, blunt-nosed icebreaker, whose job was to chew a path through the younger ice. The tankers, fat with fuel. The tenders, the destroyers strung out like guard dogs along the edges. Helena's wake, he said, when he came to his own. Tin can, just like 100 others, but she was ours. Under his voice, the tape held the faint memory of engines, low and constant, a presence rather than a sound. The listener could almost smell it, diesel and hot metal and a lingering, stale trace of cigarette smoke ground into every surface. Men came aboard from all over, Elias said. Some of them fresh out of training. Some of them who had seen enough Atlantic and Pacific and all the places in between to last them 3 lifetimes. You could tell which were which by how they looked at the horizon. There was a smile in his voice, but it did not quite reach the words. The young ones stood on deck when we left Norfolk, he said, leaning out over the rail like we were heading for a carnival. Antarctica, they kept saying, like it was a magic word. New continent, new stories, a place none of their buddies back home had ever seen. The older ones smoked in little circles by the superstructure, collars turned up against the wind, watching the city recede, with expressions that said they had no illusions about new stories. They had already learned that the ocean had only a few tales to tell, and it told them over and over, sometimes with storms, sometimes with steel. sometimes with silence. Life aboard Helena's wake compressed itself quickly into a routine. The corridors were so tight, two men passing each other had to turn sideways and flatten themselves. Paint rubbed away, where shoulders had done that 1,000 times. The air carried layers of scent: oil, sweat, wool, the sharp tang of cleaning solvent, coffee boiled too long. In the mess hall, trays rattled on metal tables. The cook slapped food down with a rhythm that matched the sway of the ship. Utensils clinked and scraped. Laughter bounced off the steel walls, louder than it needed to be, as if volume alone could keep boredom and fear at bay. The talk there was of what they might find. Whole forests under ice, they say, a young seaman claimed one afternoon, gesturing broadly with his fork. Trees that fell down 1,000,000 years ago. Maybe there's oil under there, more oil than anybody's ever seen. New islands, another added. They keep finding new rocks sticking out where there weren't any before. You watch, they'll plant a flag on one and name it after some senator. There was speculation about abandoned German weather stations, half buried in snow, left behind when the war turned, and there weren't enough ships to go around. Someone said he'd heard of a base where the Germans had tried to live on seal meat and condensed milk and gone gradually mad from the cold and the dark. Someone else rolled his eyes and asked how that was different from the regular Navy. The older radio man in the corner, a man with a face lined by too much sun and too little sleep, did not join in until the talk turned to charts. "I saw one once," he said, tapping ash from his cigarette into a tin. "Back when I was on a North Atlantic run. German chart. Captain had taken it off a prize ship. He took a long drag, let the smoke curl out slowly. They'd drawn a hole in the ice," he said. "Not a mistake, not weather. A hole, big circle on the edge of the world, like a mouth. Had little arrows pointing into it. Notes in German about currents. They marked it like it was a harbor and a storm all at once." The mess hall grew a fraction quieter around his words. Someone laughed a little too loudly, tried to turn it into a joke about Germans seeing mouths everywhere, always hungry, never enough territory to bite. "Charts are just paper," one of the younger men said, forcing briskness. "They can draw whatever they want on them. Doesn't mean the whole is really there." "That is what I tell myself," the older man replied. "Most days." The tape captured the way the noise rose again after that. The clatter of trays and the scraping of chair legs, the laughter coming back a shade too bright. It also caught the hollow beat of the ship's heartbeat, the engines thrumming out their own steady mantra. In the radio room, the world sounded different. "It was never quiet in there," Elias said on the tape, "even when nobody was talking." He described the cramped space, bulkheads lined with equipment, dials and switches, and little glowing bulbs that marked the life of the circuits. The shelf of headphones, each pair worn to fit the head that used it most. The reels turning in slow, patient loops when they recorded messages. Cigarette burns on the edge of the desk, coffee rings, a pencil worn down to a stub. The static was always there, he said, a kind of ocean made of sound instead of water. You learn to hear shapes in it. You learn what normal sounds like before you can hear what doesn't belong. Through the tape's thin speaker, the old static murmured in demonstration. It had a texture to it, a soft, busy hiss like far-off rain. The occasional sharp crackle of distant lightning, the quick blip of a tuning signal, the crisp intrusion of a voice calling out call signs and coordinates. Sometimes, in the pauses, you could hear Elias's own breath, close and steady, the slight creak of his chair as he leaned forward or back. His headphones, he said, had felt after a while like a second set of ears, the rubber pads as familiar as the collar of his shirt. He wore them so often he caught himself reaching up to adjust them when they were not there. There were official messages, of course, weather reports, logistics, orders from the flagship. There were the scheduled check-ins with other ships, the submariners' clipped tones, the pilots' more relaxed chatter when they headed out to photograph ice and rock. And then there were the other things, the little scraps of humanity that floated through when someone forgot to release a key, when men used the airwaves the way others used walls or journal pages. You'd hear a guy humming to himself sometimes, Elias said, or praying, real soft, thinking nobody could hear him with the channel closed. Once I caught two fellas from different ships arguing over who made better coffee, and they didn't even know they had an audience. He let a small chuckle escape there, a brief human warmth that made the later cold stand out all the sharper. Officially, he went on, we were there to do logistics and training. Practice landing on ice, practice getting out again, learn how the equipment behaved in the cold. There was a scientific component too, mapping, sampling, all that. They told the papers it was a peaceful mission to learn more about the last wild place on Earth. The tape caught a faint shift in his tone. The briefings we got were not quite as pretty, he said. He spoke of the Admiral's big speech before they crossed into the higher southern latitudes. The crew had been assembled on deck and in mess halls, in whatever spaces could hold them, and a loudspeaker at once. The Admiral's voice had come through the shipboard system, slightly flattened, but still carrying that practiced authority that made men stand straighter even when they tried not to. He talked about logistics, yes, about resupply chains, about the importance of not wasting fuel, about safety around ice and aircraft and equipment. He praised the scientific teams and spoke of the honor of representing their nation at the bottom of the world. But threaded through it, if you listened carefully, were other phrases. We must ensure response readiness in all theaters, he said at one point. The word response landing heavily. We must be prepared to identify and counter unknown threats in emerging environments. The data we gather will inform future defensive positions. Elias, listening through the ship's internal speakers, and then again later through his own headphones on a replay, heard those words more clearly the second time. The way unknown threats sat there, unelaborated. The way defensive positions lingered in the air a little longer than scientific cooperation. They wanted us to learn what it looked like down there, he said. Not just for scientists, for planners, for men who might someday have to fight in places where compasses spin and radios talk to themselves. He paused. On the tape, there was a faint scratching sound, as if he were drawing something or tapping the tip of his pencil against paper. The funny thing, he added after a moment, is that the weather was the one part that made the least sense. He explained that they received reports from meteorologists, predictions of storms and clear skies, wind directions, expected temperatures, men whose whole job it was to read the sky and the sea from far away and turn them into neat little symbols on a map. And half the time, Elias said, they were wrong. He described days when the forecasts promised heavy storms, and they sailed under glass. Skies so clear and sharp, it felt like the sun was an eye with all the clouds peeled away. Days when calm, cloudy weather was expected, and instead, They found themselves slammed by sudden squalls, winds coming from directions no one had charted, snow ripping sideways across the decks in blinding sheets. "Maybe that's just the Antarctic for you," he admitted. "Wild, unpredictable. Maybe the world down there never read the textbooks." There was another pause, a deeper one. "Or," he said, softer, "maybe someone was lying to somebody. Maybe we were not the only ones sending signals into the white." The tape hissed on, filling the small gaps between his words like drifting snow, and the story began to tilt, almost imperceptibly, toward the places where forecasts failed and something else took their place. On the tape, there was a soft scrape, as if Elias had shifted in his chair before deciding to keep going. "You know that feeling," he said, "when the world seems to be slowly changing around you, but nobody can quite say when it started?" The hiss of static filled the space after the question, a kind of thin, restless breathing. "That is how it was when we reached the ice edge." He began to describe it the way only someone who had stared at it for hours could. "At first you just see white," he said, "a low strip of it along the horizon, like somebody forgot to finish painting the world. Then the ship keeps going, and the white grows teeth. There were icebergs," he explained, "big ones that rolled their shoulders out of the sea like sleeping gods, their flanks ridged and scarred. Smaller ones that had broken away, floating alone with strange, melted hollows like eyes. The light, already thin and cold, did strange things when it hit them. The ice isn't just white," he said. "It's every color you never got to see in snow back home. Sickly yellow, where the sun hits it wrong. Deep, clear blues inside the cracks. The kind you feel like you could fall into just by looking too long. Green sometimes, where old water is trapped, and it looks like glass over a drowned world. The ship nosed through fields of loose floes, pushing them aside. From the deck, you could see slabs of ice as big as houses drifting in slow collisions, grinding against each other with low moans. Beyond them, farther south, the pack thickened into something like land, a bunched, jagged skirt at the edge of the continent. The air changed too," he said. "You could feel it in your lungs. Back near Norfolk, it was thick, full of smoke and city and everything people had breathed out a million times. The farther south we went, the more it felt like we were breathing something new. It was clean and sharp enough to cut lies right out of a man's throat. Men joked less on deck once the ice took over the horizon. Their eyes were busy. They watched the floes, the bergs, the sky. It sunk in, gradually, that the maps and briefings and speeches had all been trying to describe something that did not particularly care to be described. Night was a kind of suggestion more than a reality. The sun didn't set the way it did back home, Elias said. It just dragged itself along behind the mountains and made everything gray. The sky got tired, that's all. The light never quite left. It just went thin and sideways. It was during one of those not-quite nights that the first man saw the glow. He was a lookout on one of the tankers, Elias said. Swore up and down later that it was his eyes playing tricks. Maybe he wanted to believe that. I know I did, the first time I saw it myself. From the deck of Helena's wake, they spotted it as a smear of blue where there should have been only black water and white ice. At first, it was vague, a patch of brightness under the hull, easy to dismiss as moonlight caught in a crack, or the reflection of some distant, unseen shore. Except there was no moon, not that night, and the nearest shore was buried under miles of frozen rock. The glow was under the ice. Elias said. Not bouncing off the top, not floating on the water. Under, like somebody had laid a lantern on the far side of a sheet of glass. It started as spots and streaks, blurs that swam lazily beneath certain flows. When the ship slid past, the glows stayed with the ice, not with the water, like stains. Then, gradually, they began to move. From up on deck, he said, it looked like rivers of light flowing under the frozen skin of the sea. Thin little streams at first, then bigger, branching ones. Men leaned over the rails, their breath ghosting in front of their faces, watching the blue veins slide and twist. The glow pulsed faintly, as if it were being drawn in slow breaths. Sound changed with it. When the lights came under the hull, Elias said, you could feel it in your feet before you heard it. The tape crackled softly, as if trying to remember the vibration. The metal started to hum, he went on, just a little, like someone plucked a bass string the size of a ship. The whole hull took it up. You could feel it through your boots and into your bones. It was not loud. That almost made it worse. It was subtle enough that you could pretend you were imagining it until the compasses began to twitch. Our needles started to wander, he said, just a few degrees off, then back, then a few more. The quartermasters swore and tapped the glass and tried to blame the wiring. But even the backup ones, the ones not connected to anything but the Earth itself, did it too. In the radio room, the static changed flavor. You spend enough time listening, and you recognize when the noise is just noise, Elias said. This wasn't that. We started getting a new kind of static. It wasn't random, not the usual hiss. It had a beat to it, a pulse. On the tape, he made a quiet demonstration. A soft, regular rise and fall, like a far-off drum. It lined up with the glow, he said. When the light under us got brighter, the pulses got closer together. When it dimmed, they spread out, like something was breathing down there, and the radio was feeling its chest move. Some of the men loved it. There are always some, Elias said. The ones who laugh when the lights go out in a storm, who think every strange thing is an adventure, waiting to have a story told about it. On the open main deck, those men whistled down at the glow whenever it swelled brighter beneath them. A few of them threw bits of trash overboard, crumpled paper, an old rag, a handful of coffee grounds, watching to see if the drifting offerings changed the light. Bioluminescence, one of the junior officers declared, pleased to have a word handy. Plankton, maybe, or squid, some godforsaken kind of jellyfish. Just like fireflies, a homesick kid from the Midwest said, eyes wide. Only under ice. Others did not think it was beautiful. Some of the men started getting headaches when the glow was strongest. Elias said, nausea, nosebleeds, like the air was a little too thick to pull in. He told of one machinist who laughed and clapped at the light, then went pale and sat down hard against the rail when the glow abruptly gathered itself into a neat, perfect ring under Helena's wake. That was the first circle, Elias said quietly. We hadn't told each other about the stories yet. Not properly. Not the charts with the mouths. So when that ring formed, nobody had words for the way it made them feel. But they felt it. The light, which had been drifting in loose, lazy seams, drew itself inward. It became a band, unmistakably circular, the edges cleaner than anything down there had any right to be. It sat under the ship, matching her position, turning as she turned, as if someone had painted a target on the underside of the ice. The machinist stared down at it, his lips moving soundlessly. Then his eyes rolled up, and he slid bonelessly to the deck. By the time his friends got to him, his nose was bleeding. A thin trickle of red crossed his upper lip and dripped onto the metal, startling against the dull gray. "Kid just fainted," one of the petty officers said. "Too loud. Too much coffee. Not enough sleep." Nobody mentioned the circle. Down in the radio room, Elias could not see the glow, but he knew when it arrived. "You could feel that bass string in the floor," he said, "stronger than before. The static on the bands got that same rhythm. It was like sitting next to a man whose breathing you can't ignore." He had his headphones on, the cups pressed so tight to his ears that the world outside the room shrank to a flattened suggestion. On the channels that had been empty before, the new pulse ticked along, softer than a heartbeat, steady as a metronome. Tap, tap, tap. He told himself he was not going to try to make it into code. His brain did it anyway, reaching for patterns in the on-off, the spaces between. "It wasn't Morse," he said, "not by any chart we had. But God help me. I kept listening for letters, for words." He tapped a pencil absently on the desk as he spoke, the sound echoing faintly on the tape. If you listened closely, it almost merged with the remembered rhythm bleeding through decades. The compasses twitched harder. There were shouted conversations on the bridge about corrections, about steering by stars instead of needles, about the need to trust instruments and the equal need to trust your own skin. Then, Elias said, for 7 seconds, it all stopped. He did not raise his voice there. If anything, it dropped lower, forcing the listener to lean in mentally. One moment, everything was humming. The hull, the radios, the glow under us, he said. The next, it was like someone pinched shut the artery of the world. The hum died. The pulse and the static vanished. Every voice on every monitored channel cut off mid-word. Even the usual background hiss went thin and then disappeared, as if someone had pulled a plug out of the ocean. The silence was so loud it felt like pressure, he said. I could hear my own heart. I could hear the blood in my ears. He glanced at the clock on the bulkhead, a simple thing with a white face and black hands, ticking away Navy-issue seconds. I counted, he said, because that is what you do when something goes wrong and you don't know how to fix it. You count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Outside, under the hull, the perfect ring of light contracted inward, just a little, like a pupil shrinking when someone flicks on a brighter lamp. The men on deck hissed through their teeth, some stepping back involuntarily, as if the deck itself had shifted under them. On the 7th second, the world exhaled. The static rushed back into Elias's ears. Voices crackled alive in mid-sentence, oblivious to their own absence. The hum under the floor resumed, the bass note right where it had left off. The glow under the ship spread back out, the circle softening at the edges, pretending it had never been anything else. If you ask the logs, Elias said softly, nothing unusual happened that night. Routine operations, minor compass variants, within expected tolerances. Weather, calm. Visibility, adequate. There was a small, bitter smile in his voice. If you ask me, he said, I think something down there closed its eye for a moment to see what we would do while it wasn't looking. On the tape, there was a pause long enough for Mara to imagine him looking down at his own hands, remembering what they had done and what they had held. When he spoke again, his voice had that careful, braced quality of someone stepping onto ice they already know is thin. The first ship to really have trouble wasn't ours, Elias said. It was the Thurman. He described her as just another destroyer in the formation. A tin can like Helena's wake, somewhere out on their starboard quarter most days. Close enough to see with binoculars. Far enough that you felt there was an invisible rope tying you together instead of a solid bridge. We listened to each other all the time, he said. Routine checks, status reports. Most of it was boilerplate. Engine room all green, sir. Fuel stores at such and such. The kind of thing you can say half asleep. The tape captured a snippet of that rhythm, a demonstration of the kind of banter that filled the bands on an ordinary evening. A man from the Thurman joking about how their coffee could strip paint. Someone on Helena's wake replying that at least it kept barnacles off the hull from the inside. Then one night, Elias said, the tone changed. He played a segment from his old recording equipment into the tape he was making now. The sound quality shifted slightly, gaining another layer of distance. A crackle, the throat clearing of a microphone, then a voice from the Thurman's bridge. Helena's wake. This is Thurman. Over. The voice was steady, but something in the way the man clipped his consonants told a different story. Go ahead, Thurman. Elias's younger voice responded faintly in the background, relayed through Helena's wake's own system. We're seeing some power fluctuations down here, the Thurman's man said. Nothing critical yet, just odd. Engine tempo's off, lights dipping every few minutes, requesting you log it and advise if you observe anything similar. Over. There was a deeper hum under his words than usual. The tape carried the memory of it. A low, throaty vibration, like sitting too close to a big transformer. Every so often, there was a sharp pop in the background, brittle as distant ice breaking under weight. Copy that, the recorded Elias replied. We'll monitor on our end. Any weather change on your side? Over. Negative. Weather seems stable. Clearer than the forecast said, actually. But we've got evening class lights under us again. You could hear him hesitate before that phrase, as if he regretted choosing it the instant it left his mouth. Evening class? Elias's old voice asked. Little fellas, the Thurman man said, forcing a laugh that did not land. Not the big halo rings you boys were bragging about. Just streaks and smudges. Bioluminescence. Or angels with bad handwriting. Hard to tell from up here. There was a murmur behind him. Someone else saying something unintelligible. The hum swelled, dropped. One of those brittle pops cracked through the audio again. On the tape Mara listened to decades later, another sound had been layered in that none of them had noticed in the moment. The counting knocks had come along for the ride. Soft, faint, almost lost in the mess of engine noise and static. You could hear them if you knew what to listen for. Tap, tap, tap. They were not quite regular, not quite syncopated. They hung at the edges of the Thurman's microphone range, like a shy guest at a party, not stepping fully into the light, but not ready to leave either. Maybe the array was picking up reflections from our own decks, Elias said now, explaining to Mara and to whatever else might be listening over her shoulder. That's what I told myself. That the knocks were bleeding through from somewhere nearby. It's the only way it makes sense, if it makes sense at all. He paused. At the time, he added, nobody on the Thurman said they heard anything. Not the knocks. Not the hum. Just the power acting strange. He had patched their channel to a reel to get a cleaner copy, he explained. It was habit. Anytime a ship started using words like fluctuation and odd in reference to power, the communications boys knew to start recording. When things went wrong at sea, there were always inquiries later, men at desks wanting to hear how the disaster had sounded. By the time he had the reel spinning, the conversation had moved down a deck. They switched to a feed from the Thurman's engine room. Engine room, report. A crisp voice, probably the Thurman's captain, snapped somewhere above the clatter. The reply came from a mechanic, his voice echoing slightly off metal walls. "Sir, we're showing dips in output at irregular intervals," he said. "Not tied to load. It's like something is taking a bite out of the line every couple of minutes. Gauges jump, then settle. Temperature holds steady, but the tempo's off. Feels wrong underfoot." His words were punctuated by the familiar industrial symphony of a destroyer's bowels, the rumble of engines, the whine of turbines, the metallic jangle of tools. Underneath, the hum had deepened to a tone you could feel in your teeth. "Any visible damage? Leaks? Warping?" the captain asked. "Negative," the mechanic said. "Everything looks normal. It just feels like something's pulling. Hard to explain, sir. Like a cold draft, only it's hitting the machines, not the men." There was a half laugh at his own attempt at metaphor. It died quickly. On Helena's wake, Elias leaned closer to his own mic. "Thurman, this is Helena's wake," his younger voice said on the tape. "We're not seeing any corresponding fluctuations on our end yet. Glows under you still present? Over?" There was a shuffling sound on the other line, as if the man had turned his head to look at something while holding the mouthpiece out. "Affirmative," he said after a moment. "Still got some streaking under the hull. Nothing organized. No..." He stopped. The word broke clean off. "Thurman, repeat last. Over," Elias's recorded voice said, a fraction sharper now. Silence from the other end. Not the clean break of a transmission cut. A muddier, ambient kind, like someone had dropped the microphone and it was swinging slightly, picking up more room than words. In that muddle, the knocks came clearer. Tap, 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 tap. They sounded, in that moment, just a little like a hand feeling its way along the skin of the ship. Then the mechanic spoke again, but his tone had flattened, the emotion ironed out. "It's colder," he said. "Engine room temperature is dropping. It's like air is being sucked out of here, like somebody opened a door to something." A hollow ringing came through, as if tools had begun to tremble on their hooks. Metal shrieked faintly against metal. "You boys up there messing with the ventilation?" he added, a brittle attempt at humor. "Feels like..." What cut him off was not a scream. It was not the usual sounds of a man getting hurt at sea. The yell, the curse, the impact. It was a sound that sat somewhere between a voice and a piece of steel shearing in half. A sharp, almost wet snap, high and abrupt, like a cable under terrible tension giving way. It tore through the line and through the decades, making the tape warble for a split second, as if whatever had happened on the Thurman had reached back to pull at the recording itself. Then came the roar. It rushed into Elias's headphones like wind sucking through a narrow canyon. There was size in it, depth. It did not sound like one engine, or 10, or all the turbines on the fleet screaming at once. It sounded like space itself had opened up in front of a microphone and let him listen to miles of emptiness collapsing. For a few seconds, 3, 4, he never knew exactly. There was nothing else. No commands, no curses, no scrambling feet. Just the long, hungry rush of that wind. Then it too cut off. On Helena's wake, men on deck had seen it in a different register. The glow under the thermon brightened, Elias said, voice low. Men said later it was like somebody turned a dimmer switch up under the ice. One moment, it was those little streaks we joked about. The next, it was a halo. The water around the other destroyer lit from below. Not the soft, milky blue of plankton, but a harder, more electric color, shot with white at the edges. The hull of the thermon took on a strange underlighting, shadows on her superstructure turning sharp and alien. Her deck lights flickered, on off, too fast for comfort. For an instant, all of them died, leaving the ship a dark silhouette against the half-light of the horizon, lit only by the furious glow under her. Then the light under her winked out. Not faded, not dimmed, gradually. It snapped off. Where it had been, the water and ice seemed darker than the rest. A patch of sea that had lost not only its glow, but the ambient reflected light around it. Like a shadow, where light should have been. They said it looked like she was suddenly sitting on a hole that went straight down forever, Elias murmured. Like the ocean forgot to put water in that one spot. There were shouts over the intership channels now. Confusion, orders, demands for status. None of them came from the thermon. Her line stayed dead. We called her over and over, he said. Bridge, engine room, aux stations, nothing. No hum behind the silence, no clicks, no anything. He let that hang. On the tape, the old static filled in for a heartbeat, hissing quietly. I logged everything, he said, because that is what you do. Even when the world goes sideways, you keep your pencil moving. I noted times, phrases, ambient noises. I made sure the reels kept turning. It was the only part of the situation I could control. Later, how much later, he did not specify. Time in situations like that loses its edges. He sat alone in the radio room and replayed the recording of the thermon's last clear transmission. The mechanic's voice, the mention of cold, the half-joke about someone opening a door, the not scream, the roar. I thought maybe I'd catch something I missed the first time, he said. Some clue in the background, a word, anything that would make it fit on the shelf in my head, where I kept all the other bad things I'd heard. On the tape, you could hear him click a switch, a faint whir, as an old reel started up somewhere in the past, feeding its contents into his newer recorder. The mechanic spoke, the brittle pops, the deeper hum, the snap, the canyon wind, and then layered under the chaos, right before the line went dead, Elias heard something that made his stomach drop, even after all those years. My own voice, he said. Not the one speaking now, older and frayed, but his younger tone, the one that had said, "Copy that," and over 1,000 times. Only this time, he had not spoken aloud. On the replay, just as the roar began to rise, a faint whisper threaded itself through the sound. Most ears would have slid over it, dismissed it as a quirk of tape. Elias had spent too long listening not to notice. "We are not alone down here," his own younger voice said, very softly. He had no memory of saying those words in that room. In fact, he was sure he had not. He had been too busy switching channels, logging times, trying to get someone, anyone, from the thermon to answer. But there it was, on the reel, overlapping with the mechanic's last half sentence. His own breath, his own cadence, saying something his mouth had never shaped out loud. I did not put that on the tape, he told the recorder Mara held in her hands decades later. Either the machine did, or the sea did, or the part of my mind that broke that night is louder than I thought. He breathed out, a thin sound through old lungs. Or, he added, after a beat that stretched just a little too long. Something else was using my voice to say what it wanted us to hear. On the tape, there was a rustle, the faint creak of a chair. When Elias began again, his voice had that hollow, tired note that meant he was getting closer to the part of the story that had never let him rest. The day the sky went wrong, he said, didn't start with the sky at all. It started with the barometer. It was late in the watch. The fleet was moving through a patch of relatively open water. The ice pushed back into wide fields that drifted like continents around them. The light was the same dull, smeared gray it had been for days. The sun nothing more than a brighter smudge behind the clouds. The air bit, but not more than usual. Men joked in the mess. Someone strummed a guitar in a corner, strings buzzing against calloused fingertips. In the radio room, we'd been having the usual arguments with the weather, Elias said. Reports said storms. We got calm. Reports said calm. We got slapped. So when the barometer started to drop, nobody was in the mood to see it as anything but more of the same. The needle ticked downward, slow but steady. A little more. A little more. Men who had sailed long enough glanced at it and frowned, then went back to their routines. The officers consulted charts, muttered to each other about fronts and pressure, sent updated notes to the other ships. And then the light changed, he said. At first it was subtle. The gray outside sank half a shade, like someone had adjusted the dimmer switch on the world. Faces in the corridor took on a flatter look, shadows sharpening around eyes and mouths. By the time the word spread that something was off, the shift had accelerated. We'd seen clouds move fast before, Elias said. Down there, weather doesn't stroll in, it arrives. But this was different. This wasn't the usual big, rolling banks coming over the horizon. The clouds were already there. They just thickened. From the open parts of the decks, men watched the sky darken too quickly, the patchy ceiling of cloud above them gathering itself together. It was like looking up at a hand that had been resting open and seeing the fingers curl inward, forming a fist. The dark didn't come from one direction, he said. It came from everywhere at once. The line between sky and ice blurred. The air grew heavy, pressing against eardrums. Someone made a joke about a blackout drill, then did not repeat it when no one laughed. Snow began to fall. It wasn't the right kind, Elias said quietly. We knew snow. We'd seen soft stuff, big flakes you could catch on your tongue, little stinging grains like sand. This wasn't either. These flakes were small, hard, crystalline shards. They fell fast, driven by a wind that seemed to come from above rather than from the side. When they hit metal, they made a sound like handfuls of tiny stones thrown against a door. Ping, ping, ping. Decks, railings, helmets, all chimed with it. On Helena's wake, the order went out to secure anything loose. Men threw canvas over equipment, checked lashings, tightened straps. The air tasted metallic, as if someone had stirred iron filings into the wind. In the radio room, the noise changed first, Elias said. You could hear it in the static. The usual hiss took on a new edge, a high, glassy whisper under the familiar lows. Transmission quality dipped. Voices from other ships came in thin, stretched, like someone had pulled on them. This is Thurman, reading you with some distortion. Over, one man said over the circuit, his words drawn out just a fraction too long. Say again, Thurman. You're out. came the reply, snapping back into clarity halfway through the sentence. It was as if the lines themselves were being tugged and released, time stretching and then snapping back into place. Elias lifted his headphones slightly, letting in the muffled sound of the world outside his tight little room. The pinging of the crystalline snow was loud enough to be heard through steel. Under it, the deeper rumble of engines, the occasional shout. And then we saw them, he said. Not from the radio room. He learned about that part secondhand, from the men who had been on deck, faces turned up into the ruined sky. Through the snow, he said, they saw shadows. The falling flakes blurred lines and softened edges, but some shapes pushed through. Elliptical darknesses moved across the underside of the cloud layer, low and fast. Not the sharp, angular silhouettes of known aircraft, but flattened, distorted ovals, as if someone had taken regular planes and pressed them under glass. They moved like they belonged up there, Elias said. Not like planes fighting wind, like fish in water. Searchlights stabbed upward, their beams bright swords in the thickening gloom. The shafts of light caught snow and turned it into a swirling storm of sparks, a blizzard of white motes rushing past. Every so often, a beam would strike something more solid. For a heartbeat, you'd see them, he said. Not all at once, just pieces. The tape did not have the pictures, but his words painted them. Flattened forms, their undersides smooth and featureless at first glance, then revealing details as the light moved, rotating slowly as they slid overhead, as if turning to show different faces. Along their flanks, faint lines of dim orange slits, not quite windows, not quite vents. They glowed like banked coals, a color that did not belong in the sky. Engine noise? He repeated the unspoken question. Nothing. That's the part that got to the pilots the most. They were used to judging distance by sound as much as by sight. There was nothing to hear but the storm. The presence of the shapes seemed to press down on sound itself. Out on deck, men were shouting. He said, orders, warnings, good old-fashioned curses, but it all sounded muted, like listening through a wall. Even when a man was right next to you, his voice didn't quite carry the way it should. The snow hitting the deck was louder than he was. Gun crews swung anti-aircraft cannons into position by reflex, training them upward. Hands moved over levers and triggers, muscle memory taking over where thought faltered. The orders still existed, familiar as prayers. Track them, boys. Wait for a clean silhouette. Do not waste shells. Someone somewhere gave the order to open fire. Elias never knew exactly who. Perhaps no one did. Perhaps in that kind of mounting strangeness, the need to shoot rose from the bones of the fleet as a whole. The first rounds went up like they always do, he said. A stuttering, flashing arc into the sky. You could feel the recoil through the ship. You could see the burst through the snow. Shells exploded in the clouds, brief orange flowers in the swirling gray. For an instant, they backlit the moving shadows, sketching their outlines in negative space. And then some of the bursts didn't, Elias said. He described what the men on deck swore to later. Rounds that went up as expected, then simply vanished midair. Not with a bang, not with a fizzle. They reached a certain point in the cloud and blinked out, leaving behind small, perfectly round holes in the falling snow. For a second or two, he said, you could see those gaps, little circles where no flakes fell, like someone had punched holes in the storm with a paper cutter. The shapes slid through the sky, unhurried, When the searchlights caught them full on, for longer than a heartbeat, the slitted orange lines along their sides brightened slightly, then dimmed again, as if registering the intrusion and then losing interest. On the radios, Elias said, it sounded like a bad dream. Voices came through warped, elongated, certain syllables slow as molasses, others snapping past too fast to catch. Words broke in half, the first part arriving before the second, then stitching themselves together in memory. Helena's wake. The ice is... A voice would begin, the ship's name dragging like a stuck record, then suddenly jumping to, man, we have... Conditions? Repeat. We have... Power, with half the sentence missing. He tapped the headphones with his knuckles in the recording, as if he could still feel the strange tugging sensation at the edges of his hearing. I kept tapping the dials, thinking it was my equipment, he said. Like if I could just tweak the frequency, everything would slide back into place. It never did. Not completely. Not while those things were up there. Flashes of return fire lit the undersides of the clouds in jittering strobes. Shrapnel fell back into the sea, hissing as it hit. Somewhere, a pilot swore loudly as the airfield crew scrambled to get aircraft off the carrier's deck, a reflex as much spiritual as strategic. Men used to being the ones above did not like the idea of being helpless under anything else. Some of the pilots said later that as they revved their engines, the controls felt sluggish. Elias said, like the planes did not quite want to leave the deck, like the sky was already crowded and didn't want more guests. The shapes did not dive or dogfight. They did not roll or climb. They moved with an eerie taxicab patience, sliding along parallel to the fleet, turning in slow, graceful arcs, as though studying the gray line of ships below them with a mild, curious disdain. Think of a predator pacing along a fence, Elias said softly. Not hungry enough yet to jump, not bored enough to walk away. The Thurman, still limping from her earlier encounter with the impossible cold, sailed in the middle of the formation. Her silhouette was familiar to every man who had seen her, but tonight she looked smaller, somehow, like a fish swimming slightly out of rhythm with the school. We kept getting little pips from her, Elias said. Short clipped check-ins. Still holding course? Power output variable, but within range. That sort of thing. The captain on her had a steady voice. I remember that. I clung to it. Through the frantic snow and the stuttering light, one of the dark shapes altered its course. It peeled off, Elias said. That's the phrase the pilots used. It was like watching a shadow decide it belonged to something else. The elliptical form slid sideways out of the loose pattern the others were keeping, its rotation changing subtly. It angled down, not in a dive, but in a slow, deliberate descent, like a leaf choosing where to fall. It came to a halt, or as close to a halt as anything that size in that sky could manage, above the Thurman. Not directly over her, but off-center, like a hand hovering over an animal's back, deciding where to touch first. From the decks of Helena's wake and the other ships, men stared upward, breath steaming in the freezing air, snow needling their faces, unable to decide whether to be more afraid of what might happen or of what might not. In that moment, Elias said, it was like watching somebody else's nightmare pick its favorite place to start. He fell silent on the tape, the old static rising to fill the gap, as if the sea itself were drawing in a breath before the bite. On the tape, Elias took his time getting to the part he clearly most wanted not to remember. The thing people never believe, he said at last, is that it didn't start with light, not the way they tell it in the stories. It started with sound going away. Outside his remembered radio room, the storm still swallowed the fleet. The crystalline snow fell in curtains, rattling on metal, turning the decks into slippery, glittering fields. The dark shape above the Thurman hung there, not quite still, not quite moving. Its flattened body rotating lazily, like a coin almost finished with its spin. From where we were, Elias said, you could see it if you went topside and squinted through the snow. A black smudge with those faint orange slits along the side. But the real change came when, whatever it was, decided to reach down. It did not send down a ray the way a searchlight or a flare did. There was no single, sharp column of brightness. It began with a ripple. Imagine the air itself bending, he said, like heat over a road in summer, only colder. You could see the lines of the Thurman's masts and railings start to smear, as if you were looking at them through bad glass. Colors shifted first. The navy gray of the hull and the white of the snow on her decks slid sideways through odd shades. Greenish at the edges, sickly yellow around bolts and fixtures. Straight edges shivered, doubled, then tried to pull themselves back together. Where that distortion touched metal, Elias said, frost came, fast. It did not spread in a gentle, creeping sheen. It leapt. Flowers of ice, he called them. Tiny branching structures bloomed outward from points of contact. Railings, bulkheads, gun mounts. In seconds, delicate spikes and ferns of white were crawling across steel, climbing ropes, tracing the outlines of doors. They looked almost pretty. Almost. Men on deck tried to get out of its way, he said. You could see them running, slipping, grabbing for handholds. Some of them fired anyway, shooting up at that thing like bullets could do anything to something that could bend the air. And then the fleet learned what it meant for sound to be taken before anything else. From the radio room, Elias said, I heard everything go dull. He did not mean that it went quiet. Quiet was something you could hear. The absence of noise, the small creaks and breaths that replaced it. This was different. One moment, there was the storm, he said. The guns, the shouting, the snow on steel. The next, it was like someone had clapped enormous hands over the whole formation. Voices on the channels flattened, the hiss of static compressed. The ping of falling crystals on the hull faded down to a distant, cotton-wrapped patter. On deck, men would later swear they heard the crunch of their own boots on the frost louder inside their skulls than in the air. On Helena's wake, sailors stared across the short expanse of black churning water at the Thurman. They saw mouths wide open, teeth bared in shouts and curses and prayers. But what reached them was only a muffled thump, as if the men were behind thick glass. One of our gunners said later it felt like watching a silent movie, Elias noted. Only the projector was inside his head. In that vacuum, a single new sound threaded its way in. At first, it was just a tickle in the ears, Elias said, like that soft whine you get after standing too close to machinery all day. Then it sharpened. It came through his headphones as a thin, high tone, way up in the upper registers, more feeling than noise at the beginning. It reminded him, distantly, of the high, steady whine of a dentist's drill heard from another floor. Something you did not want coming closer. It grew, he said simply. The pitch climbed a fraction, then steadied, then slipped up again. It did not pulse or throb. It was a single, unwavering note, insinuating itself into the narrow space between his eardrum and his thoughts. He pulled one cup of the headphones away, then the other. But it did not help. The tone was in the air too, faint but undeniable, pressing in. It felt like it was trying to find the part of my head it fit into best, he said. Out on the Thurman's deck, where the distortion from above thickened and the air bent in shivers, men began to slow. Some of them just stopped, Elias said quietly. The beam, or whatever it was, he refused to give it a friendlier word, touched down in a broad, shimmering patch that covered a section of the forward deck and part of the superstructure. Within that reach, things forgot how to move. Mid-step, he said. Mid-word. Mid-breath. A sailor racing toward a railing with a rope in his hands froze with 1 foot half raised. Another, mouth wide in what might have been a war cry or a warning, hung there with his jaw slack, tongue just visible, teeth bared. A third, crouching by a gun mount, hands on a shell, hands gripping metal so hard his knuckles had gone white, never finished the motion. Their breath, caught in their throats, puffed out in tiny, incomplete clouds that crystallized in the warped air. Little halos of ice formed in front of their lips and nostrils, hanging there like snapped-off speech. For a moment, Elias said, they didn't look dead, just paused, like statues somebody had carved out of frost and fear. The frost flowers continued to grow, crawling up their boots, their trousers, the edges of their coats. Within the beam's reach, cloth took on the brittle sheen of hoarfrost. Skin dulled. Eyelashes whitened. The high tone burrowed deeper into Elias's head. I wanted to say something, he admitted. Into the mic, to the bridge, to myself. Anything. But my tongue felt wrong, like the note was wrapped around it. The distortion from above shifted. The bent air trembled, slid sideways. For an instant, the beam's focus moved off the frozen men and onto the empty deck behind them. That's when they went, Elias said. They did not explode. They did not fall in bloody pieces. They did not even slump, like people whose strings had been cut. They just came apart, he said. The statues crumbled where they stood. Flesh, bone, cloth, rope, everything held in that paused moment, lost coherence in a heartbeat. It was as if someone had reached in and rubbed the world between finger and thumb. What was left looked like dust, he said. Not white like ash. Gray, like the color of lead shavings, real fine. It just blew away. He described seeing, through binoculars, a faint, smoky plume drifting off the Thurman's deck, where men had been moments before. The storm wind took it, stirred it into the falling snow, erased the outlines. Buckles, buttons, anything heavy fell, he added. You could see little gleams on the deck where metal hit metal, but the rest of them went wherever dust goes. On the tape in Mara's apartment, his voice faltered for half a second there. I do not know, he said, if they felt anything between stopping and going. I hope to God they didn't. The high tone reached a point where he thought something in his ears would tear. Then, just as abruptly as sound had been taken, a new noise erupted close to the microphone. It was a sharp, metallic bang, loud even through decades of copying. The kind of sound you get when a heavy door slams hard right behind you. In Mara's dark bedroom, a world and a lifetime away, the noise detonated out of her headphones like a physical shove. She jerked, every muscle tightening. Her knee hit the underside of the nightstand. A glass of water tipped, thudded over, rolled and spilled cold across her wrist. For a dizzy moment, she thought something had actually slammed in her apartment. Some door blown shut by a draft she had not noticed. Her heart pounded against her ribs, as if trying to knock its own way out. On the tape, in the wake of that bang, Elias muttered something under his breath. Just an old man's reflexive curse at the memory of his own fright. Sorry, he added a second later, as if remembering his future listener. That was a hatch. On the day, one of the compartment doors swung on its hinges when the sound cut back in. I almost climbed out of my own skin. Back in the story, on Helena's wake, sound returned in a rush. It was like the world remembered it had a voice, he said. The storm came back all at once. Wind, guns, men shouting. The note vanished, just gone. Left a ringing behind that never quite left me. On the Thurman, the beam's reach withdrew. The distortion in the air thinned, the smearing of edges easing. Frost stopped blooming and began to flake away in slow, crystalline drifts. The flowers of ice on railings and bulkheads lost their sharpness and slumped. The thing in the sky held still for a breath, Elias said, like it was considering what it had done. The dark craft, if craft was even the right word, hovered a fraction longer over the wounded destroyer. The dim, orange slits along its sides glowed a little brighter, then dimmed, as if taking a last, dispassionate look. Then it moved. It went straight up, Elias said, not like a plane climbing with a curve. It just accelerated. No banking, no circling. One moment, it sat there, heavy in the clouds. The next, it was a dark smear shot upward, shrinking, swallowed by the low ceiling of cloud in an instant. The snow closed in behind it, seamless. The other shadows in the sky followed, though none of them had come down as far. They slid away into the storm, smears turning to smudges, smudges to nothing. The strange, damped quality of the air lifted by degrees. Voices regained their depth. The pinging of the crystalline snow on metal sounded properly sharp again. We were left with what we started with, Elias said. Gray sky, bad weather, and a fleet that didn't quite match the one we'd had an hour before. The Thurman listed slightly to port now, a tired, uneven tilt. Her lights were dead, every porthole and deck lamp dark, as if the ship had flinched and closed its eyes. Streaks of blackened metal scarred her hull, where frost had bloomed and died, like the shadow of a handprint too large to be human. She stayed afloat, Elias said, for a while. On the tape, the static swelled and ebbed around his words, like slow breathing. In Mara's room, the spilled water on her wrist felt colder than it had any right to be, and the echo of that metallic bang still sat just behind her ears, as if there might be another door, somewhere very far south and many years ago, waiting to slam again. On the tape, the tempo of Elias's breathing changed. It was subtle, but it was there, a rougher edge on the inhale, a small hitch on the exhale, as if just remembering what came next tightened something in his chest. Ships are supposed to die loudly, he said. They protest. They drag it out. The sea is greedy, but it is not always neat. The Thurman did not go down the way he had been taught ships went down. After the beam, he said, we tried to do the things the manuals say you do. The storm still clawed at the formation, though the worst of the sky's wrongness had eased. Orders barked across the radios, clearer now, more human. Other ships maneuvered as close as they dared to the Thurman's wounded position, watching their own compasses flutter and their own hulls mutter uneasily in the black water. She looked hurt, but not mortally, Elias said. Listing, yes, scars on the hull. Lights dead, but she sat high enough. We had seen worse make it home with half their guts hanging out. Then the water started coming up from below. The reports from her last moments, the ones I saw before they disappeared, all said the same thing. He went on. The flooding was not where it should have been. Watertight doors had been dogged. Pumps had been engaged. Men had worked in the dark with flashlights between their teeth, slamming levers, spinning valves. And yet, compartments that should have had minutes, maybe hours, before flooding, were reported full almost at once. It was like something was letting the sea in from underneath, Elias said, not from a breach in the side, from a place we did not have diagrams for. On Helena's wake, they watched the Thurman settle lower in the water, not with the sickening, rolling dramatics of a torpedoed ship, but with an odd, steady inevitability. The bow dipped a fraction. The stern followed, as if a hand under her keel were pressing down. There was not enough debris, he said. There should have been more stuff. Wood, crates, gear, things float, people. What little did come up was strangely ordinary. A chunk of splintered railing, a slat from a bunk, a dented helmet, no lifeboats, no rafts, no bodies that could be identified as men they had spoken to only hours before. A few shapes surfaced, he admitted, voice flattening. We fished some out. They did not look finished. Not in a way you could take home to anyone's mother or wife. The officers decided they were better off given to the deep. The Thurman's bow rose slightly as the stern went under. Then she angled, slow and unnatural. There was a moment, Elias remembered it too clearly, when her propellers kissed the air, still, before the sea took them. Then she slid down. No roll, he said softly. No last thrash. Just down. Faster than the numbers say a ship that size ought to sink, given the damage we saw. The ocean closed above her, surface smoothing with insulting speed. The storm went on, doing what storms do. The fleet shuffled its formation, a gap where the Thurman had been. Someone in a distant office would later redraw the line of little symbols on a map. And then the paperwork started, he said, within days. How many, exactly, blurred by watch rotations and too little sleep. The first of the new orders came over the secure channels. They were crisp, official, entirely certain about things that the men who had been there were not certain about at all. Thurman lost with all hands, Elias recited, bitterness under the careful mimicry. Suspected boiler explosion following structural failure during severe storm conditions. He let the words sit there, heavy and wrong. There were references, he said, to difficult visibility, to confused observations, to optical illusions caused by unusual atmospheric refraction. A polite phrase for men yelling about shadows in the sky. All mentions of unknown aircraft in preliminary logs are to be amended, he recalled. The wording was very precise. Amended, not removed. As if they were correcting a spelling error. He described, in quiet detail, going to the log room and finding pages missing. Typewritten sheets that had been there at breakfast were gone by dinner, he said. In their place, new pages, same dates, same headings, different sentences. He had learned to type himself a little for the reports. He knew the quirk of the machine they used, the way the E in that particular typewriter always hit slightly low. On some of the new pages, the E sat perfectly in line with its neighbors. Different machine, he said. Different hands. Same story, though. Explosion. Storm. No mention of beams. No mention of dust where men had been. On the tape, there was a little static crackle then, the audio equivalent of him glancing over his shoulder in an empty room. "I should not even be saying this into a box," he admitted, voice tightening. "You think you will be free, in your own words, on your own time. But the longer you spend in rooms where pages go missing, the more you start to worry about who might be listening, even when the drawer is closed." He paused, drew a long breath that rasped slightly. "I am saying it anyway," he added. "Because if all that is left of the truth is an old man muttering into a tape, that is still better than the typewriter winning completely." He moved on, but the paranoia stayed coiled under his words. A second voice. "A few days after the Thurman sank, life aboard Helena's Wake did what life always does at sea. It tried to normalize the abnormal. Watches rotated, decks were scrubbed, coffee was made, too strong, jokes were told, half-hearted. Men stared a little longer over the side than usual. And then I saw them," Elias said. He set the scene in the mess hall, a place Mara was now familiar with from earlier descriptions. Low ceiling, metal tables bolted to the floor, benches that creaked, air thick with the smells of food and sweat and ship. "I was halfway through whatever the cook called stew that day," he said, when 3 sailors walked in wearing the wrong patch. The Thurman's insignia, a small, distinctive emblem, sat on the shoulders of their jackets. It was familiar. It did not belong in that room. "They were introduced," he said, just like that. "These are survivors from the Thurman. We picked them up before she went under. They will be reassigned here." Everyone nodded. Somebody clapped one of them on the back. We made room at the table. Officially, that solved a number. Lost with all hands was always a heavy phrase. Survivors lightened something in the officers' mouths. Except, Elias said, nothing about them felt like survivors. He tried, gently and without cruelty, to explain the offness. "They moved, slowly," he said. "Not like injured men. Not like men in shock. Those have their own rhythms. These 3 moved as if they were waiting for a cue. When one reached for his tray, the others followed a half-beat later, as if echoing his decision. Their faces," he said, "were right, if you glanced. I recognized one of them, or thought I did, a guy I had seen once on the Thurman's deck, rolling a cigarette. But when they smiled, their eyes did not quite keep up. The smiles were small, obedient things, showing the correct number of teeth. The eyes above them remained flat for a heartbeat too long, as if remembering only at the last second that they were supposed to join in. They ate like men following instructions," Elias said. He watched them over the rim of his mug. Bite, chew, swallow. Bite, chew, swallow. They took the same number of mouthfuls from each part of the tray every night. They always finished at the same time, within a second or 2 of one another, even when they started at different moments. "Hunger is messy," he said. These men looked like they had read about it instead of feeling it. He tried to talk to them, asked one where he had been when the Thurman went under. The man blinked, recited something about an aft compartment, about a rush of water, about being pulled into the sea and then up by a line. "It was a good story," Elias said. "Too good. Clean. The kind you put in a letter home. Not the kind that comes out of a man's mouth with salt still on his tongue." At night, in his bunk, the knocks came back. "I had a rack in a narrow compartment," he said. "Bunk stacked 3 high. Thin bulkhead between us and the corridor. You get used to ship noises. You know what is pipe and what is idiot and what is ghost story. This was none of those." 3 slow taps on the wall by his head. "Like this," he said. and on the tape there was a faint demonstration. Tap, tap, tap. Then a pause, long enough for his heart to count. Then again, tap, tap, tap. It matched nothing on the ship's usual roster of creaks, he said. No pumping sequence, no engine cycle. Just knuckles, or something that wanted to sound like knuckles. He lay there, listening, the thin mattress doing nothing to mute the sound. He told himself it was a bored shipmate counting time. He told himself it was a pipe settling in the cold. The third set of taps got me out of the bunk, he admitted. I could not pretend it was not for me anymore. He swung his legs down, feet finding the cold metal. The ship's gentle roll shifted his balance. He opened the narrow bunk curtain, then the compartment door. One of the Thurman boys was standing there, he said. The man filled the corridor space in a way that felt wrong. His posture was not relaxed, not tense. He stood very straight, eyes fixed somewhere slightly past Elias's face, as if looking at a point on the wall behind him. His eyes were open, Elias said, but they were not seeing me. Not all the way. The sailor's lips moved. When he spoke, the sound that came out made the hairs on Elias's arms lift even now. Decades later, through a cheap microphone, it was my language, he said, my words. But the voice sounded like somebody had recorded 3 men saying the same thing, then played them back together at a slightly different speed. The tape captured the memory of that phrase as Elias repeated it, more stable now, but still unsettling. We are not supposed to remember falling, the layered voice had whispered. On the tape, you could almost hear the ghost of the original, a faint doubling, a slight echo around the words, like multiple tracks laid imperfectly on top of one another. They, Elias said now, not I. The sailor's eyes flickered then, as if something behind them had been momentarily jolted. He blinked. Focus slid back into place. When he looked at Elias again, it was with ordinary confusion. Sorry, Chief, he said in a normal, single voice. Got turned around on the way to the head. These corridors all look the same. Elias stepped aside automatically. The young man brushed past, moving down the hall with that slightly too even gait. The taps did not come again that night. I never heard him say those other words again, Elias told the recorder. Not out loud. He hesitated, then added, very quietly, but I heard them in my own head every time I closed my eyes, as if somebody had dropped the phrase into the water of my thoughts, and it would not stop rippling. In Mara's dark room, the tape hissed gently between sentences, like the sound of distant surf under ice, and the walls around her seemed, for a moment, a little thinner than they had been before. Mara told herself it was just going to be a quick search, half an hour maybe, long enough to quiet whatever the tape had stirred up, long enough to prove to herself that what her grandfather had described was either well-known history or an obvious exaggeration. Then she would close the laptop, turn off the lamp, and sleep like a rational person. The glow from the screen painted the small apartment in cold light. The only other illumination came from the cheap floor lamp in the corner, its shade slightly crooked, giving the room a tilted look. Outside, the winter night pressed in against the windows, streetlights turning the lingering snowbanks on the sidewalk into lumpy, pale shapes. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment, then began to type. Operation High Jump. The search results appeared at once. Articles from mainstream sites, military history blogs, a digitized encyclopedia entry. She clicked one of the safer-looking links first, something with scanned black and white photos. sailors on decks, planes on ice, men in parkas standing proudly beside tracked vehicles half buried in snow. She read the official lines. A large-scale Antarctic expedition, 1946-47. Task Force 68. Objectives: train personnel, test equipment in cold conditions, establish the feasibility of maintaining bases in Antarctica. Additional goals: expand American sovereignty claims, conduct scientific research, gather weather data. 4 fatalities, she read under a caption. 3 in a plane crash, 1 in a loading accident. She sat back in her chair, letting the text blur for a second. 4. Her grandfather had talked about a destroyer going under in a storm that was not a storm, about dust that used to be men, about a ship dying faster than it should have. That kind of loss did not fit into 4 tidy deaths and a couple of official condolence letters. She opened another tab, another article, scanning for ship names. She found some, familiar ones, some that matched what Elias had said. Carriers, icebreakers, tenders. She did not see a Thurman. That, she told herself, did not mean much. Names changed. Hull numbers were reassigned. It was all just naval bureaucratic sleight of hand. And yet, the refrigerator hummed softly behind her, a steady, domestic sound that helped keep the room on this side of reality. Her fingers tapped lightly against the keyboard, a small, nervous rhythm. She typed Task Force 68 Lost Destroyer into the search bar. The results got stranger. The polished, authoritative pages thinned out. In their place came scanned PDFs of old newsletters, message boards with dated layouts, the websites of people who referred to themselves as researchers in their own biographies and whose paragraphs wandered. She clicked anyway. A forum post from 15 years ago. Someone claiming their uncle had served in the Antarctic operation and had once mentioned a ship that didn't make it into the paperwork. The replies were skeptical, mocking, tangential. The original poster never came back to elaborate. An archive of FOIA requests, clumsy scans of dense text, black bars marching across the pages like winter shadows. One request mentioned unredacted casualty lists for TF-68. The response letter said that all relevant material had already been provided in publicly available records. No further documentation existed or could be located. Convenient, Mara muttered. Her laptop fan, quiet until now, whirred up a notch, a soft sigh of protest at the opened PDFs and image-heavy pages. The sound grew a little louder as another declassified document loaded, the text slow to resolve. Then, once the page finished building itself, the fan noise eased back down, as if something had gotten what it wanted. She shook that thought away, annoyed at herself. She dug deeper. Somewhere in the tangle of half-broken links and reposted scans, she found a reference to Soviet-era summaries of American polar activity. The page itself was ugly. A blog with a black background and white text formatted in a font that tried too hard to be serious. The author talked about South Pole secrets and Third Reich refugees beneath the ice, threads she mentally pushed aside. That was not what she was here for. Buried halfway down was a sentence that snagged her attention. Multiple Soviet intelligence memos from the late 1940s and early 1950s refer obliquely to an American ship destroyed by unknown atmospheric disturbances in southern waters. Her pulse jumped. She scrolled back up, then down again, looking for a link, a citation. The blog owner had attached a thumbnail scan of something in Cyrillic, so low resolution it was barely legible. A few words were clear. Task Force 68, in English letters, underlined in red. The rest was a forest of characters she couldn't read. "Of course," she murmured. "Of course it is." She opened a new tab and typed, "FOA Soviet Memo. Task Force 68. That rabbit hole was even messier. People arguing in comments, people calling each other shills and true patriots and lunatics. Assertions without evidence. Screenshots of screens. She leaned back, pinched the bridge of her nose. The room felt smaller. On the desk beside her laptop, the headphones lay coiled like a sleeping animal. Her grandfather's voice still echoed in her mind, the way it had wavered when he talked about the dust that used to be men, the soft way he'd apologized to the tape for being afraid. She replayed, in her memory, the moment his words had cracked, just a fraction, when he spoke of the Thurman. He had not been putting on a show. The fear in his voice was a raw edge, not manufactured. He believed what he was saying. Whether it matched the world or not was another question, but he had not been lying to the machine. Maybe he was hallucinating, she said under her breath. Old age, PTSD. There's a list. Her cursor blinked on a blank search field, waiting. If she stopped here, she could tuck the whole thing away into a box labeled trauma and misinformation. She could say to herself, like a doctor, like a rational person, his brain broke in the way war brains sometimes do. Memories fold, nightmares press in, stories warp. The tape was his way of exorcising ghosts, not of documenting reality. Yet the official records had a shine to them that felt less like clarity and more like oil. It was in the phrasing, how neat everything was, how symmetrical, how every death had an assignable, comprehensible cause, how words like illusion and atmospheric anomaly appeared right where his stories began. She had read enough history to know that official narratives were not court transcripts. They were curated. She flexed her fingers, cracked her knuckles one by one, and went back to the tab with the blog's blurry Soviet memo. The image was grainy, but she could make out headings stamped at the top, ministry seals. Somewhere along the side, a block of text had been blacked out almost completely. Thick strokes of ink or marker, or whatever digital equivalent the scan represented, hid most of a paragraph. Her laptop fan spun up again, louder this time, as she zoomed in, the image becoming a mosaic of squares. The refrigerator's hum in the kitchen overlapped with it, two mechanical throats singing slightly different notes. A car passed outside, tires hissing softly through slush. She scrolled. Below the redacted paragraph, the document continued in smaller type, lines spaced close. One line remained untouched by ink, the words thin and sharp, even through the bad resolution. Unknown atmospheric phenomena over southern waters in proximity to Task Force 68. Her skin prickled. She leaned closer. The scan cut off mid-sentence, as if whoever had done it had only cared about that phrase, and not what came after. Below the edge of the image, a note from the blogger had been appended. Source: Summary file, Karelian SSR, Archive, Ret Archivist, V. Pevtsov, Interview, 1993. The laptop fan whined higher, then dropped abruptly, like something exhaling. Karelia, Mara said softly. Northern Russia, forests and lakes and cold. A place her grandfather had never mentioned. A place that nevertheless held a file with his fleet's designation pinned to it, years after anyone was supposed to be paying attention. She opened a new tab and typed the archivist's name. The search engine tried to offer corrections. She ignored them, hit enter. A couple of tiny references surfaced. footnotes and other conspiracy posts, an old scanned conference program listing a V. Pevtsov as retired senior archivist, Security Services File Depot. No address, of course, no neat email link to click. Her eyes went back to the blurred Soviet summary, to the inked-out block, to the thin line that had slipped through and mentioned phenomena over southern waters. In the next room, the pipes in the wall gave a small, hollow knock. 3 beats, then silence. Probably just heating. Probably just the building shifting in the cold. Mara rested her fingers on the keyboard, gaze flicking to the old nautical chart folded on the coffee table. The faint pencil circle labeled plenty. The coordinates that had tied her grandfather's stories to a specific place at the bottom of the world. Official history said one thing. His tapes said another. Now, in the space between those 2 stories, a fragment of someone else's secret report had appeared, half erased but still pointing south. She took a slow breath, the glow from the laptop turning the air in front of her into a pale, ghostly sheet. Okay, she murmured to the empty room, to the humming machines, to the old man's voice still waiting on the next reel. Let's see what the Russians thought they saw. The email chain that led to the call felt, in retrospect, a little unreal. At first, Mara had not expected a reply at all. She found an old conference program listing an A. Lebedev as a retired security services archivist in Karelia, and, after half an hour of stubborn searching, an institutional email domain that might still exist. She composed a message in careful English, attached the blurry Soviet memo screenshot, mentioned Task Force 68, and hit send, fully expecting it to disappear into the same black hole as the lost pages in her grandfather's logs. The answer came the next morning. Short, polite, written in slightly formal English that carried the weight of another alphabet beneath it. I believe I may know the file you mean, it said. We can speak. Video is possible, but not guaranteed to behave. Time is not kind to old wiring. He suggested a time that was the middle of her afternoon and the thick of his night. She clicked accept before she could talk herself out of it. When the hour came, the corner of her laptop screen filled with the spinning icon of a connecting call. The little camera light glowed green. Her own face appeared in the small thumbnail. Hair pulled back, circles under her eyes, the faint reflection of the tape reels on the table behind her. The other window remained black for a long heartbeat, then resolved into an image that looked like it had been shot through gauze. Dr. Anton Lebedev's face appeared in patches, as if the connection were painting him in from memory. Deep lines, a strong nose, eyes that had once been sharp and now seemed tired but deeply awake. Behind him, the room was crowded with shapes. Shelves packed with books, stacks of paper, a map tacked crookedly to the wall. The lighting was poor, some small lamp off to one side pushing a warm circle against the gloom. "Miss Ward?" he said. The audio lagged just enough that his lips moved a fraction before the sound arrived. "Yes," she said. "Mara, thank you for answering." He nodded, a small dip of his head. His expression was not exactly friendly, but it was not hostile either. It was the look of someone who had seen curiosity before and had decided it was not the worst sin. "Your message was interesting," he said, "and unwelcome, which is often the same thing." The video stuttered slightly, freezing his face on the word unwelcome for half a second before letting it move again. Somewhere inside the speakers, a faint crackle made itself known, like dry leaves stirred by a heel. She told him about her grandfather in outline, the service in the late 40s, the tapes, the references to Task Force 68. She did not go into detail about beams or dust or layered voices. She watched his face as she spoke, waiting for the lift of an eyebrow that would say crank, the polite tightening of lips that would say delusion. Instead, at the mention of the Knox, something in his gaze shifted. "Radio man," he murmured, almost to himself. "Yes, always the radio men." "What did you work on?" she asked, seizing the opening. "If you do not mind my asking." He smiled, without showing his teeth. "Young clerk," he said, "this was long ago. It was not glorious work. I read other people's reports and wrote other people's index cards, but sometimes the papers on my desk were out of sequence with reality." He lifted a hand, the skin on the back of it thin and spotted, and made a small dismissive gesture that might have meant bureaucracy, or history, or both. "There was a period," he went on, "after your war and before mine, when our services were very interested in American activities in polar regions. They thought perhaps the Reich had left them gifts there. Bases, factories, doors. There were many files." Her laptop fan kicked up a little, a soft rise in pitch, as if something in the processor leaned closer too. "I remember one summary," Lebedev said, "because it was dull in a way that was not honest." He leaned back slightly, and the camera fought to adjust to the change, the image pixelating before settling. The room behind him was full of paper, folders, sheaves, binders. The map on the wall showed the Arctic in the center, the rest of the world bent around it like petals. It spoke of an American task force in southern waters, he said. Designation, 68. Objectives, research, training, all the things you can read now on your internet. It also contained, in the earlier drafts, notes from intercepted communications, translations of what American sailors said to each other when they thought only other Americans were listening. The audio glitched for a moment, his voice stretching one syllable, sailors, before snapping back into rhythm. A faint, familiar hiss underlay his words for 2 heartbeats, then faded. Some of them reported unidentified luminous bodies. He continued, lights under ice, above clouds. Others mentioned structural collapses that did not match the listed causes. A ship lost faster than it should be. Damage that did not look like impact or explosion. He shrugged one shoulder. I did not have the clearance to see the full transcripts, he said. Only the summaries. But sometimes the men who did have clearance drank too much tea and forgot to close the door. I saw pieces. He lifted his hand again, sketching shapes in the air as if remembering the sketches on paper. Circles, he said. Within circles, always that motif. A circle under a ship, a circle drawn inside a depression in ice. And there was a symbol one of the Russians had added in the margin, from his own interests. We called it, jokingly, the broken compass. The words landed oddly in the audio. Broken came through twice, a faint echo, half a second behind the first, as if someone were repeating it in another room, in another call. Mara adjusted her headphones, suddenly, irrationally sure that another speaker had joined the line without video. What did it look like? She asked. Lebedev frowned, eyes going a little distant, then brightened. Easy to draw, he said. He reached for something off-screen, a pad, a pen, and bent over it. The camera showed only the top of his gray head and the movement of his hand. It is a circle, he said. Always the circle. But inside, instead of one line pointing north, there are 4 lines, each pointing not quite to any of the cardinal points, all of them bent, a little, as if a magnet has decided that north is now a suggestion. He held the drawing up for her to see. The camera struggled with the focus, but she caught the gist of it. A circle, 4 skewed arrows, nothing fancy, familiar and wrong at the same time. When men draw such things, he said quietly, it is because they are trying to make sense of something that refused to line up with the sky. The crackling under his voice returned for a few seconds, stronger now. It sounded very much like the static on Elias's tapes had sounded when the knocks came. A soft, busy hiss with odd little pulses in it. You mentioned in your email, he went on, a line that survived redaction in this summary. Unknown atmospheric phenomena over southern waters. Yes, I remember when that line was allowed to live. For a while. You said earlier drafts, Mara said. So there were later drafts? His smile this time had no humor at all. Of course, he said. We had our own typewriters. He told her how, after a certain date, orders had come down to harmonize foreign reports with internal policy. Anything too strange was normalized, he said. A file that spoke of lights under ice became a meteorological anomaly. A memo about unidentified flying objects became optical illusions due to fatigue. A ship lost to something nobody had a word for became a boiler explosion in a storm. Her stomach twisted at the coincidence of phrases, boiler explosion, storm, that matched her grandfather's grudgingly remembered orders almost exactly. And the Americans? She asked. Did you think they were lying? He hesitated. We thought, he said slowly, that they were doing what we were doing, trying to beat the world into a shape that the men in offices could tolerate. If you admit the sea does things you do not understand, how do you tell a captain to go back out on it? The audio cut out for a second, his lips moving silently. When it came back, he was mid-sentence. Agreements, he was saying. Some spoken, some not. There are places both sides were content to leave alone, for now. She almost asked him what he meant by for now, but the look on his face dissuaded her. Not fear exactly, resignation maybe. The knowledge of a man who had watched too many truths fade. I kept one thing, he said instead. He leaned sideways, reached into a drawer, and brought out a thin, battered folder. The cover was blank. He opened it carefully, as if the paper inside were older than both of them. Technically, he said, I am not supposed to have this, but the men who made the rules are mostly dead, and the rules are tired. He pulled out a single sheet. On it, she could see the stark black of a photocopied sketch. Circles within circles, crude lines radiating outward, and, in the margin, the broken compass symbol, drawn by a hand that had not been sure if it was allowed to. I will scan this, he said. I will send you a file, to add to your own ghosts. The speakers popped softly, as if in protest. Dr. Lebedev, she began. Do you? He held up a hand. A warning, he said. He leaned closer to his camera. The angle magnified his features, the deep lines, the pale irises. The room behind him blurred, the books and papers and maps becoming a single textured darkness. Your grandfather, he said. He was the one who spoke of the knocks, yes? Her throat tightened. Yes, she said. His gaze shifted, as if he were looking past her, into her walls. If you hear knocking in your pipes, he said softly, do not answer. On the last syllable, his voice doubled, an echo arriving just behind it, making the words sound deeper than they should. Before she could react, a burst of loud digital noise flooded the speakers, a harsh electronic squawk that overwhelmed everything for a second, like a modern version of that impossible roar her grandfather had described. The video froze on his face, eyes half closed, mouth mid-word. Then the call window went black. "Call disconnected," the app announced, in cheerful, oblivious text. In the sudden quiet of her apartment, the fridge hummed on, the laptop fan wound down, and somewhere deep in the building's old bones, a single soft tap sounded in the pipes behind her wall. The email arrived with a sound that felt too bright for the hour. Mara had been sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of cooling tea between her hands, staring at the folded chart like it might unfold itself if she waited long enough. The laptop sat open beside her, the screen dimmed to half brightness, Lebedev's frozen face still fresh in her memory. The soft chime made her flinch anyway. She pulled the laptop closer and clicked. From Aya Lebedev. Subject: scan as promised. There was one line in the body of the email. "This is only a fragment," he had typed. "It is enough." Below, a single attachment. Scan Lebedev Omwant PNG. Her cursor hovered over it for a heartbeat. The fridge hummed behind her. Somewhere upstairs, a neighbor's TV murmured through drywall. The ordinary world doing what it always did. She double-clicked. The image opened in a new window, expanding slowly, as if reluctant to show itself all at once. It was black and white, high contrast, the kind of photocopy of a photocopy that came from machines older than she was. At first, it looked simple. A circle, drawn freehand, but careful. Inside it, a series of concentric rings, each one a little darker than the last, suggesting depth, a depression, a bowl, something sunk rather than raised. Lines radiated inward, not straight but curved, like paths spiraling down. In the center was the symbol. It resembled the broken compass Lebedev had sketched on camera, but this version was more ornate. The outer circle was thicker, as if emphasized. Inside, the four misaligned lines pointed not neatly in any direction, but bowed slightly inward, their tips hooked as if turned to bite at their own bases. Threaded through the cross of those lines was another mark, a jagged rune-like shape, angular and unfamiliar, its strokes intersecting the compass points in a way that looked deliberate. Something about it reminded her of images she'd seen of carved stones in Nordic museums, of old alphabets that had never quite made friends with the Latin letters that came later. Around the central design, tiny notations in cramped Cyrillic clustered like wary insects. She could not read them, but the density and underlines suggested urgency. Beneath the circle, a line had been scrawled in Russian, and then, in different handwriting, translated into English in parentheses. Depression in ice, believed to be entrance to subshelf cavity, the English note read. Codename, White Mouth. Her skin prickled at the coincidence with her grandfather's muttered rumors. She closed the image, then reopened it, as if the symbol might have shifted when she was not looking. It held steady, still wrong in the same way. The mug between her hands had gone lukewarm. She pushed it aside and reached for the chart. The paper crackled as she unfolded it, the old folds resisting, like a body whose joints had grown stiff. She spread it carefully across the table, weighing the corners down with whatever was close. The mug, a salt shaker, her phone. The lines and numbers she had stared at before swam into focus. Coastlines traced in pale blue, latitude and longitude printed in neat, tiny type, and Near one edge, where the ink had faded slightly, a faint graphite circle drawn by a steady hand decades ago. Plenty, in block letters beside it. Arna's hand, her grandfather had said on the tape, older and fond despite the fear. A whaler's hopeful mark, hungry men's promise. Mara's heart thudded once, hard, without reason, as she reached for a pen. She did not write with it. She used it as a pointer, orienting herself, finding the latitude on the chart, the longitude. Then she glanced back at the digital window, reopened the scan. The Soviet sketch did not provide coordinates in neat print. It had hand-scribbled numbers along the edge of the circle. Lat, long, approximated by whoever had drawn it from whatever source they had. The print quality was poor, the digits slightly blurred, but she could make them out. She matched one set to the other by feel more than by math, her finger running along the chart's grid lines, translating what the sketch implied onto something that had once lived on a ship's table. It was not perfect. The Soviet numbers were rounded, the chart's grid small. But as she traced intersecting lines in the air, her fingertip hovering over the old paper, a cold certainty settled in her gut. The coordinates from the sketch, the depression in the ice, the white mouth, fell within a whisper's distance of the circle labeled Plenty. She pulled her hand back as if the chart had burned her. The old paper lay there, unbothered, its penciled mark as faint and harmless looking as ever. A whaling captain had circled that spot long before anyone stamped foreign summaries with codes and erased paragraphs. A place where he'd been told there would be whales. A place where her grandfather had later listened to static become something else. In the next room, one of the apartment's ancient walls made a faint, dry sound. It was not loud. A soft crack, like plaster shifting minutely as the building cooled for the night. The sort of noise she had heard 100 times, half asleep, and never noticed. Tonight, it sounded like something adjusting its weight. She stayed seated, pulse speeding. On the laptop, the scan waited, the symbol in its center grinning its crooked bitten compass grin. She minimized it, leaving only Elias's file list open in the background. There was a later tape she had not finished yet. Its label, written in his increasingly shaky hand, read simply, German Rumors, Ice. She loaded it into the old player, threaded the tape, pressed play. His voice came through slower this time, the weight of years more audible. He spoke as if to himself for a while, the sound of a chair creaking underneath. Officers have their own gossip, he said. We weren't supposed to hear it, but a radio man hears things he's not supposed to. That's half the job. He talked about hushed exchanges near closed doors, words caught on the edges of microphones, German names, Norwegian names, a pre-war expedition that had gone south with maps and planes and big dreams about claiming empty spaces in the name of an empire that was not yet finished being imagined. They said the Germans found a shelf of ice that sat wrong, he murmured. Thicker than it should be. Sounded hollow when you tapped it with the right instruments. So they drilled. They went down. Built listening posts under there, under the shelf, in caverns carved out by old water and older habits. He coughed, a rough sound, turned away from the recorder, then back. They had a code name for the region, he said. White mouth. Like the ice itself was open, waiting. She glanced involuntarily at the footnote under the Soviet sketch. Code name, White Mouth. On the tape, he went on, almost to himself. I saw a map once, he said. Confiscated from a German trawler, they said. No one was supposed to. but it passed through the radio room on its way to someone more important, and I looked. Paper rustled faintly in the background of the recording, an old sound woven into a new one. "They'd drawn something on it," he said. "Near the bottom of the world. A symbol, not a word. Looked like a compass that had bitten itself. The points bent inward, like they were tired of pretending north was anywhere but down." His voice went soft on the last word. The tape hiss filled in the silence, a familiar, restless sea. At the kitchen table, Mara reached out slowly, almost against her will, and ran the pad of her index finger around the faint graphite circle on the chart. The pencil line was so light, it was more suggestion than mark now. Her skin brushed over it, over the old fibers of the paper. The wall behind her gave another tiny crack. Then, from deep within the pipes, a drop of water fell. The sound was mundane, amplified by metal, a hollow tick, echoing down a vertical line. If she had not been listening for it, it would have blended with all the other background noises of the building. Instead, it traced a line of recognition down her spine. 3 slow taps. Not tonight, just one. An introduction. She pulled her hand back, folded her fingers into a fist. Something in the corner of her eye tugged at her attention. Her phone lay on the table near the chart, screen dark. The laptop, still open, showed the email window. She glanced back at the attachment list to check the file name again. For a heartbeat, it was not what it had been. The text under the little paperclip icon flickered, the way words do when you are halfway through renaming a file. Scan Lebedev01 PNG, blurred, stretched, and, for the space of a blink, resolved into something else entirely. Listeningroom.png. Her eyes widened. She leaned closer, without meaning to. By the time she focused, the name had snapped back to its original form. Scan Lebedev01 PNG sat there, small and innocent, as if nothing had happened. No other windows were open. No cursor sat in the file field. No download process glowed in the corner. On the tape, her grandfather's voice spoke again, as if catching up to her thoughts across decades. "We listened too long," he said quietly. The words were followed by a small, dry scratch of pencil on paper, caught by the microphone. She looked back down at the chart, at the edge where he might have rested his hand. In the margin, so faint she almost missed it, a symbol had been drawn in pencil. It was small, a circle, 4 skewed lines bending inward, not as elaborate as the Soviet version, less certain than Lebedev's careful sketch. A first draft of the broken compass. Beside it, in the older, shakier version of his handwriting, someone, Elias, had written 3 words so lightly they had nearly vanished into the age-stained paper. "We listened too long." The pipes in the wall ticked as they cooled, an ordinary sound. The chart lay on the table between her hands. On the laptop screen, the attachment sat waiting to be opened again. In the narrow space between those objects, the present, the past, and a place far south under ice began to feel less like separate rooms and more like corners of the same listening room, all sharing the same thin walls. The email left Mara's outbox and went south in a way no plane ticket ever would. She had agonized over it, rewriting the first paragraph 3 times before accepting that there was no elegant way to say my grandfather may have recorded an encounter with something under the Antarctic ice, and I think your instruments are picking up its echoes. In the end, she attached a cleaned-up scan of the chart, a screenshot of Lebedev's sketch, and a short, tight description of what she knew. Task Force 68, the coordinates, the word white mouth, the broken compass. She did not mention dustmen or beams that took sound first. She saved those for the tapes. The reply came faster than she expected. Subject, Re. Odd polar coincidence. The sender identified himself as Dr. Kellen Ruiz, geophysicist, currently stationed at Halley 6. His tone was light, but not dismissive. Most days, he wrote, I get emails about Hollow Earth, Nazi bases, and aliens in snow boots. Your message is more coherent than average. Also, your coordinates sit on top of a very annoying EM glitch that has been messing with one of our instruments for 2 seasons. So, you have my attention. He suggested a call. She agreed. When the video connected, the man on the other end looked younger than she had expected, for someone with a doctorate and a whole continent between them. Early 30s, maybe. Dark hair badly in need of a trim. Olive skin, gone a little pale from months out of proper sunlight. He wore a hoodie under a station-issued fleece, the hood up against a chill that his heating system could never quite beat. Behind him, the view was all sharp lines and humming metal. The Antarctic Research Station was a far cry from her grandfather's steel corridors, but it had its own inhospitable charm. The camera showed a narrow module corridor, walls lined with conduits and pipes, the flooring a grid that whistled softly when someone walked over it. A laminated poster about frostbite hung crookedly behind his left shoulder, a pair of cartoon toes turning progressively whiter in neat stages. Ms. Ward, he said. Mara, I'm Kellen. I like your ghosts. There was mischief in his voice, but also something more serious under it, like a scientist who knows better than to dismiss coincidences out of hand. You got my files? She asked. He nodded, swiveling his chair to tap at a second monitor. The gesture made the camera wobble a little, giving her a brief, dizzy view of his workstation. Multiple screens, maps, a mug with steam rising from it, a small plastic penguin perched atop a stack of data printouts. Old Navy charts, halfway redacted Soviet memos, a retired archivist with more integrity than job security, he said. And that symbol, the one that looks like a compass that's given up. The broken compass sat enlarged on his screen, rendered crisp and clear from Lebedev's scan. Someone, likely Kellen himself, had traced it in a graphic program, the lines sharper, the rune-like strokes more pronounced. I get contacted by people with weird theories a lot, he said, side effect of working somewhere that looks like a blank spot on most maps. But you did something most of them don't bother to do. What's that? She asked. You attached numbers, he said simply. Coordinates, dates, a place I can actually point to on a satellite image and say, here, something is not behaving. He pulled up another window, a composite map of the ice shelf near the edge of the continent, color-coded by elevation, and some other parameter she could not immediately parse. An area near one corner flickered with subtle interference, a bit of digital static on an otherwise clean field. This is from our magnetometers, he said. We've been seeing weird readings in this sector for a while. It's like the needle wants to spin, but only when we're not looking. We chalked it up to equipment issues, because any other explanation makes funding committees nervous. Then your coordinates landed on my desk, the flickering patch aligned, disturbingly well, with the faint graphite circle she had traced on the old chart the night before. So, you think it might be connected? She asked. He shrugged, the motion making his fleece rustle. I think the world is big and old and mostly indifferent, he said. But when two different sets of people, your whaler captain, your grandfather, some bored Soviet clerk, and now my sensors, point at the same patch of ice and say, something is off here, I am inclined to at least raise an eyebrow. He glanced past the camera, listening to something she could not hear. Look, he said, we have a drone mission scheduled anyway. Under ice survey, mapping cavity structures near the shelf. I can tweak the plan, nudge one of the tracks closer to your haunted coordinates. It won't cost anyone extra diesel, and I get to pretend I'm being open-minded. And me? She asked. Do I just wait for a paper in 6 months? He smiled. You get a front row seat, he said. We can patch you into the feed. It'll be boring. Just blue and rocks and occasional shrimp. 99% of science is boredom with bad coffee. But if anything odd shows up, you'll see it when I do. He warned her about the time difference. When it was late night for her, it would be mid-mission morning for him. She said she was used to being awake when she should not be. They agreed on a date. The list of coordinates left her screen and folded itself into the station's plans. Outside his window, small, double-glazed, a thick rim of frost obscuring the edges, Antarctica lay like another planet. The base itself was a cluster of modules on stilts, long rectangular boxes painted blue and white and red, like someone had decided the color scheme might scare off the monotony. They stood above the snow on metal legs, so they could be raised as the drifts rose, climbing year by year. The wind never really stopped. It swept over the open, white expanse with a persistence that wore at steel as much as it did at bone. Inside, the world hummed. The air was dry and warmed, but never exactly warm. Heaters thrummed in the walls. Ventilation systems sighed. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, creating an artificial day that ignored the sun's moods. The floor smelled faintly of metal, old socks, and whatever the kitchen had cooked last. There were coffee machines in corners. Their carafes stained the color of strong habit. Laptop screens bloomed on desks. Graphs, code, email inboxes full of logistics. Posters warned about UV exposure, crevasse danger, and the unglamorous stages of frostbite, depicted in medical diagrams that did not sugarcoat anything. Romantic, isn't it? Kellen said over the line, angling his camera briefly toward a corridor window. All Mara saw was white, endless, blank white, broken only by the faint horizon and a few dark specks that were distant outbuildings and sensor masts. She thought of the description her grandfather had given of the ice fields. Colors hidden in cracks, blues and greens and sickly yellows. The modern view looked flatter, the depth harder to see through glass and pixels. On the day of the mission, the connection came to life with a small chirp on her laptop. A new window opened. Live feed. Sub-ice drone. 3. Kellen's face appeared in a smaller frame in the corner, one headphone on, the other pushed back to hear the room around him. Morning, he said, or whatever it is there. You're just in time for pre-launch. This is the exciting part, where we stare at beeping boxes and pretend we are gods of the deep. The drone in question was visible on another screen, its camera feed currently pointed at its own launch cradle. It looked like a sleek metal fish. Cylindrical body, thrusters along the sides, a domed eye of reinforced glass at the front, cables as thick as her wrist trailed from the top, connecting it to the winch that would lower it into the drilled shaft in the ice. Around it, men and women in bulky jackets and gloves moved methodically, adjusting clamps, checking seals. Their voices were muffled by their gear, and the station's thick walls, but a sense of rehearsed choreography came through. "Sub 3's good to go," a voice said faintly through Kellen's open ear cup. "Thrusters test." On Mara's feed, a small vibration shook the view as the drone's propellers spun briefly. The audio carried a soft whir, a high insect-like buzz, underlaid by the lower, more sonorous ping of the sonar system checking its throat. The sonar pulses went out in slow, measured beats, low tones like bells rung underwater, each one followed by a tiny pause as the system listened for its own echo. "You hearing this okay?" Kellen asked her. "Yes," she said, quieter than she meant to. "It sounds calm." "For now," he said. "That's the goal. Calm is good. Calm keeps my funding." The camera shifted as the crew maneuvered the drone toward the hole. The shaft in the ice looked, on her screen, like a perfectly black circle cut into white. The edges were rough where drills had chewed, the inner walls smooth where the meltwater had refrozen. Vapor rose from it in faint tendrils, the warmer air inside the station meeting the colder world beneath. "Surface temperature's a balmy -15, Kellen commented, glancing at a readout. "Water under the shelf is just below freezing. Nice and cozy. We've run this route before, just not quite this far out." His eyes flicked toward the small map overlay in the corner of the feed, where a blinking dot marked their projected path under the shelf, past familiar territory and into the faint, shaded zone that corresponded to Mara's coordinates. Outside, the wind pressed against the station walls in a steady, filtered roar, occasionally rattling a loose panel with a hollow clang. Inside, the hum of heaters and electronics layered a second atmosphere over the first. "Lowering in 3, someone said off-screen. 2, 1. The drone's view tilted toward the hole. For a moment, the camera was filled with nothing but the clean, sharp ring of ice around an impossibly dark center. Then the edges rose out of frame as the body descended. The change in sound came gradually. At first, there was the station, the muffled wind, the faint voices, the whir of the winch. Then the shaft walls rose around the drone, white narrowing to a tight circle of light above, and the outside noises grew more distant. The sonar pings sounded louder against the enclosed space, each one returning with a quick, close echo. Then the drone's eye slipped beneath the waterline, and the world changed color. On the feed, air and ice gave way to cold blue and black. The last halo of surface brightness faded overhead, replaced by the grainy darkness of depth. Tiny particles drifted in front of the lens, illuminated by the vehicle's own lights. Dots of white and occasional flecks of something more solid. The station's sounds cut down to almost nothing. All that remained in Mara's headphones was the steady, low thrum of the drone's motors, the slow peal of sonar pulses, and the faint crackle of compressed digital signal traveling farther away from where she sat at her kitchen table, elbows resting beside an old chart that had just found a new voice. The drone moved forward into the long throat of the world, and the ice narrowed around it. On Mara's screen, the camera showed a tunnel that was not quite a tunnel, more a corridor carved by time and habit than by human intention. The drone's lights threw out a pair of pale beams that fell away quickly, swallowed by cold water and old darkness. Within that short reach, the walls of ice appeared in shades of blue and black that her laptop could only approximate. It was not smooth. The ice was layered, thick and milky in some places, clear and glassy in others. Strata ran at odd angles, catching the light like pages fanned open. Here and there, The camera caught small, trapped spheres, ancient air bubbles, captured centuries ago and held in place as the weight above them grew. Some were tiny, pinpricks. Others were large enough that, if she let her mind wander, she could imagine a fingertip pressing into them from the other side. Depth 27 meters under shelf, Kellen's voice said in one corner of her headphones. Water temp minus 1.8, drone speed holding. He sounded mostly calm, but the background had changed. Gone was the filtered wind and station hum. In their place were noises that belonged down here. The soft, constant wash of water against the drone's body. The faint whir of the thrusters. The slow, bell-like pings of sonar reaching out into spaces neither of them could see. Every now and then, something small and unidentifiable drifted past the lens. Bits of organic matter, Kellen had called them. Shreds of old algae. Fragments of things that had once swum or floated freely before being carried into caverns like this. They flashed briefly in the light. Pale threads, dark flecks. A long, translucent strip that twisted on itself like a discarded ribbon. Mara watched one of those strips tumble by the window of the machine, and for a second, before she could catch herself, she imagined it was hair. Passing through upper strata, Kellen narrated, more for himself than for her. We'll hit the main cavity in approximately 3 minutes. On his end, she could picture him hunched over his screens in the humming warmth of the station module, eyes flicking between data readouts and the video feed. One of his monitors showed a simplified map, a side-on view of the ice shelf, the dark line of the seabed below, and the drone as a tiny moving dot in the gap between. A concentric shape was starting to form beneath that dot on the sonar plot, a suggestion of a bowl where the flat should have been. Seeing a depression, he said a moment later. That's interesting. On the split screen feed, another window expanded, the sonar display as a wash of greens and blues, brightness indicating density. A circular formation was emerging there, clearer with each ping. Not jagged like a natural hole ripped open by chaotic forces, but smooth, the edges rounding toward precision. Almost perfectly circular, Kellen murmured. Radius about, what, 80 meters? Maybe 90. That's too neat. Rings of differing density showed within it, darker and lighter bands stacked over each other. It looks layered, he said, sounding as if he was thinking out loud. Like something melted and refroze, melted and refroze. Controlled, or at least repeated. Mara swallowed, the inside of her mouth suddenly dry. The term white mouth came back to her, the pencil circle on the old chart, the sketch in the Soviet file. The idea of something under the ice that was not just hole, but throat. The drone eased down and forward, following the downward slope indicated by the sonar. No current to speak of, Kellen said. That's weird. I'd expect some flow through here. But the water is still. On the camera, the walls opened up. The corridor widened into a chamber, the ice ceiling arching higher, the floor falling away into the circular basin the sonar had promised. The drone's lights penetrated only a portion of it, but enough of the curve was visible to confirm what the instruments had suggested. It was a bowl. Broad, shallow at the edges, deepening toward the center. The walls of ice forming it were smoother than the surroundings, as if something had polished them. Okay, Kellen breathed. That is very neat. I don't like neat this far from people. The camera swept slowly, taking in more of the basin. Near the perimeter, where wall met ceiling, the ice showed lines. At first they looked like cracks. random stress fractures etched by pressure and time. But as the drone's light moved along them, the randomness fell away. There were curves that repeated, arcs that echoed each other, lines that bent inward in ways that made her chest tighten. "Do you see that?" Mara asked, voice low. "Yeah," Kellen said. "I see it." The grooves in the ice traced shapes that were not identical, but related, like variations on a theme, curved strokes that suggested circles within circles, short, angled lines branching off, bending back. Not enough to resolve fully into the broken compass symbol, but enough to evoke it. "Could be melt patterns," he said, because it was his job to say such things. "Salinity differences, refreeze layers, all that. The ice grows weird down here sometimes." He zoomed the camera in on one section of wall. The grooves there were deeper, wider. They had a carved-in look. Some lines ended abruptly in the middle of the ice, the edges rounded, as if something had tried to push all the way through from the other side, but had not quite made it. "It almost looks like writing," Mara said, surprising herself with the word. "Nature writes," Kellen said lightly, then fell quiet as the image sharpened. One particular cluster of grooves formed a rough circle with 4 inward bending lines. Not precise, not ceremonial. It looked more like something pressed repeatedly and urgently against the ice from the far side, one attempt after another, until the echoes of the shape built up into a suggestion of a symbol. "Some of these lines are convex," Kellen said quietly. "See that bulge? They're not just incised from this side. Something behind the wall was pushing." Mara sat back, every hair on her arms lifting. The hydrophones picked up something else then. It came first as an almost subliminal pressure, a shift in the baseline noise. Then it resolved into sound, a low thud. It was not a sharp noise, not like a knock or a crack. It was rounded at the edges, thick, like a heavy hand hitting a padded surface. It took its time, spreading through the water and into the drone's frame. "Was that us?" she asked. "Checking," Kellen said, already scanning his readouts. No thruster surge, no impact on the hull. There's no ice coming down that I can see. Might be calving somewhere distant. Sound travels weird down here. Another thud. It came at a long interval after the first, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 15. Mara found it hard to tell time around it. The sound was not loud, but it was thorough. It seemed to arrive everywhere at once. Through the drone's microphones, through the station's relays, through the cheap plastic of her headphones, and into the bones of her jaw. With each thud, tiny flakes of ice drifted down from the chamber ceiling, catching the drone's lights as they fell. Glittering snow underwater, falling upward and downward at once. "EM spike," Kellen said under his breath. "Magnetometer's not happy. Still within tolerances, though. Breathing, Mara. It's just breathing." He was trying for humor, but the word breathed had weight. Mara's own heartbeat, already elevated from anticipation, tried to align itself with the deeper rhythm and failed. For a moment, she could feel the 2 pulses knocking against each other in her chest. Her human, quick beat, and the slow, ponderous thud coming through the headphones. Her body did not know which to follow. It chose the faster, stuttering along, leaving her slightly nauseous. Depth now. Kellen glanced at his instruments. 43 meters under the base of the shelf. We are approaching the center of the basin. Drone's fine. All readings nominal. If you ignore the fact that my sonar is drawing shapes, I do not want to explain to anyone. The image on her screen showed the drone moving out over the deeper part of the depression. The lights reached farther into the drop now, illuminating part of the curved inner wall as it fell away. Beyond a certain distance, the water turned to pure black, as if more light would not help. The grooves on the ice grew more concentrated as they descended, lines crossing, circling, bending back. In some places, they had been eroded, blurred by melt and refreeze. In others, they were sharp, as if more recent, or as if whatever had made them had pressed harder there. Another thud rolled through. This time, underneath it, the static changed. The background hiss that had been a steady companion, compression artifacts, transmission noise, the audio equivalent of snow, developed a pattern. Not a clean one. Something pulling at it, stretching it. Getting interference, Kellen said, frowning. Signal's still good, but we've got modulation on the line. Mara listened harder. Between the heartbeat thuds, the static rose and fell. Not randomly, but in long, drawn-out swells. There were faint peaks in it, ridges like syllables stretched until they almost broke. It was not language. Not yet. But her brain, trained by stories and inherited fear, started to lean toward it as if it might be. Thud. A wash of sound, rustling and thin. It almost suggested a consonant, a breathy H or S pulled like taffy. Thud. Another swell, slightly different. A faint rise at the end, the way a question might rise. Her skin crawled as she recognized, absurdly, a cadence. Kellen, she said, before she could stop herself. Does it sound like someone trying to talk? He did not answer for a moment. On her screen, the drone's camera tilted further down toward the center of the depression. The basin's walls curved inward more sharply here, the grooves tightening into tighter spirals. The sonar display showed the circular shape with increasing clarity, dark in the middle, as if something there refused to answer the pings properly. Hydrophone could be picking up the drone's own noise loops, he said finally, too careful. Feedback patterns, nothing sentient. Don't anthropomorphize the sea, Miss Ward. It gets ideas. Another thud rolled through. The following hiss rose again, higher now, and in the stretched, whispery peaks of it, she thought she almost heard a familiar rhythm of numbers, broken and rearranged, counting something that was not seconds. The drone drifted forward into the center of the white mouth, and whatever lay under the ice seemed, for the first time in a very long time, to notice that someone was listening on purpose. For a while, the descent felt strangely routine. The drone moved deeper into the basin, its thrusters whispering against the pressure. The lights on its nose lit only a small, stubborn sphere of the world ahead, the surrounding darkness soaking up the beams as if they were barely more than ideas. Sonar pings went out and came back in ghostly, half-formed echoes that did not quite match the shapes the camera suggested. Depth 55, Kellen said, voice tighter now. Approaching the lowest point of the cavity. No direct bottom return yet, just attenuation. On Mara's screen, the basin's inner curve gave way to something less concrete. The ice walls lost definition, their grooves and carved lines dissolving into shadow. The water ahead looked different, not just darker, but thick, a blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. It was as if light moved more slowly there, dragging its feet. Okay, we are going to hover here, Kellen said. No sudden moves. Sub 3 is not rated to argue with physics if they decide to change the rules. The drone steadied, Little bursts from its side thrusters nudged it against invisible currents. Its nose pointed down toward the center of the depression, toward a patch of water that, even on her laptop, seemed wrong. Pixels there refused to settle, always a fraction of a shade deeper than the surrounding black. The heartbeat sound, that slow, resonant thud that had been pacing them, rolled through once more. Another. Then without warning, it stopped. Not faded, not drifted away. It cut off as sharply as if a hand had been yanked off a drum. Silence underwater is not like silence in air. Up here, quiet has texture. Rustles, breaths, distant traffic. Down there, when the hydrophones caught nothing at all, it was total. The only sound in Mara's headphones for several long seconds was the faint electronic hiss of the transmission path itself. Hydrophone signal is flat, Kellen said softly. No ambient. That is not normal. The drone hung over the deepest point of the basin, poised like a small, curious insect over a well. The sonar pings continued, but their returns grew shorter, as if they were being absorbed by something that did not want to be mapped. Sub 3, hold position, a voice said faintly over Kellen's shoulder. Procedure, trying to keep a grip on events. Then the sound came back, all at once, but it was not the heartbeat. It was a voice. Radio Man Ward to Fleet Command. We are not alone beneath the shelf. The words arrived through Mara's headphones, raw and crackling, not clean like Kellen's modern audio, but edged with static, as if they had ridden up along an old wire looped around the world. The accent was American, mid-century, the vowels crisp and slightly flattened by training. It was a voice she had already spent hours listening to in the dark. Young Elias. She froze. Her fingers, which had been lightly tapping against the laptop casing without her noticing, stopped mid-motion. The kitchen, the walls, the faint sounds of her building fell away. For a moment, there was only that familiar, impossible tone. On her screen, Kellen jerked, one hand flying to his console. "Whose channel is that?" he demanded, to the room behind him. "Who is on English audio? This band is for telemetry only." There was confusion in the background. A second voice answered, distant but urgent. "No one is transmitting, Kellen. We have no open mics on that line. In the drone's feed, nothing visible changed." The camera still pointed into a darkness that refused detail. Tiny particles drifted in the beam. No shape broke the frame. The voice continued, overlapped now with a soft, intermittent crackle that sounded like old tape being pulled too quickly through a machine. "We listened too long," Elias said. "Now it listens back." The sentence struck her twice. Once with the familiarity of words she had read in pencil on an old chart. Once with the cold realization that this was not a recording she had played. This was live, or something pretending to be. Kellen opened his mouth to say something. Mara could see the shape of a curse forming. But what came through the line next was not speech. A distorted screech tore down the connection. It was sudden and total, a ragged, metallic shriek that hit every part of the audio spectrum at once. It sounded like steel plates being ripped apart underwater, like a microphone driven straight into the throat of a storm. The volume spiked brutally. Her headphones turned into weapons pressed against her skull. She ripped them off on instinct. The sharp edge of one ear cup clipped the mug beside her, sending it spinning. Ceramic slammed against the table with a loud, immediate bang that echoed the sound inside the feed, turning her kitchen into a brief, chaotic mirror of the noise under the ice. On the laptop screen, The drone's camera shook violently. For a fraction of a second, a single smeared frame. The field of view tipped just enough to catch something behind the drone, illuminated by its scattered lights. It was vertical, column-like, not a clean cylinder, but a rising structure that extended beyond the edges of the frame, both up and down. Its surface glowed faintly, not with external light, but from within, a pallid bluish radiance like the faint luminescence of deep-sea creatures. Patterns ran along its skin. Mara's mind tried to separate them into categories and failed. Some looked like machinery, repeating ridges, segments, articulated plates. Others resembled bone, ribs, vertebrae, sockets where joints might be. Between them, carved lines wound in spirals and circles. The broken compass invoked again and again in subdividing detail, as if someone had taken the symbol apart and rebuilt it in 3 dimensions. Then the image snapped away. The feed went to black, so suddenly her eyes flinched, muscles in her face tightening as if to brace for an impact that did not come. On Kellen's side, alarm messages bloomed across his monitors like a rash. Telemetry lost. Signal integrity failure. Pressure spike detected. Sub-3 offline. His voice, audible now through her laptop speakers, even without headphones, climbed despite his efforts to keep it level. "We lost visual," he said. "I am not getting any return. Power just... No, that is not right. It is not power. It is like the signal has nowhere to go." Behind him, station staff moved quickly, shadows crossing in and out of frame. Someone swore in a language Mara did not recognize. Someone else rattled off checklists about winch tension, cable integrity, emergency retraction. The sonar window on her feed showed one last trembling frame of the basin's circular outline, then dissolved into pure noise. White and black pixels scrambled together, a digital snowstorm. Then even that vanished. Connection interrupted, the streaming window informed her, with a little apologetic icon. The smaller frame showing Kellen's face froze mid-motion, then grayed out. In the quiet that followed, the apartment sounded wrong. The refrigerator's hum seemed out of tune. The distant traffic outside took on too much weight. She realized, distantly, that her heart was pounding hard enough to make her vision pulse at the edges. Her headphones lay upside down on the table, one ear cup still faintly hissing, disconnected but not fully dead. She stared at them as if they might speak again. Hours later, she did not remember all the details between. The official explanation arrived. An email from Kellen, tone-clipped and professional now, stripped of the earlier humor. A short paragraph that read like someone's supervisor had looked over his shoulder. During the scheduled submersible survey, Sub-3 experienced a catastrophic instrument failure near the base of the ice shelf. Telemetry indicates a rapid pressure anomaly followed by total loss of signal. Recovery attempts were unsuccessful. The incident is being logged as equipment failure pending further review. No mention of voices on the line. No mention of column-like structures or carved ice. No mention of faint whispers in the static. In a second, shorter note appended at the bottom, not quite in the same formal cadence, he added, "Video and audio feeds on our end show nothing but static and a normal cutoff. If you captured anything different on your copy, please send a fragment. I suspect a software artifact, but I would like to see it." She almost replied immediately, but something in her held back. Instead, she dug into the bowels of her own machine. Her laptop, by habit, cached a local recording of video calls. It was meant for debugging, for offline reviews. She had turned it on months ago, and forgotten it existed. Now, a file sat in the relevant folder, time-stamped with the mission time. Its size larger than she would have expected for a feed that had cut off so quickly. She double-clicked. The recording opened in her media player, the familiar image of the drone's descent reappearing, the basin, the grooves, the thick water. She watched the crucial minute again. Headphone volume turned down this time. The heartbeat was there, then gone. The silence unfolded. Elias's voice came in, exactly as before. Radioman Ward to Fleet Command. We are not alone beneath the shelf. Static crackled. Kellen's mouth moved in the corner frame, hands flying across controls. No station voices on this recording. Her system had prioritized the drone audio. The next line followed, laid over the absence of any visible change. We listened too long. Now it listens back. The screech arrived, still vicious even at low volume, ripping through the waveform like a tear. The frame where the column appeared flashed by, too fast to catch more than the impression of height and impossible patterns. She thumbed the spacebar, freezing the image at the moment the drone's camera shook. The software complained, jittering between frames. When it settled, the column was caught, half-formed. She could see more of it now than she had in the live feed. The glow, the fused bone machine texture, the spirals etched into its surface like a language written for people who could read in more directions than she could. Her eyes prickled, something in her brain insisting that if she stared long enough, the shapes would resolve into letters. She forced herself to look away, to scrub the timeline ahead. That was when she heard it. A voice, quieter than before, slipped into the space between the screech and the cutoff. It had not been there in her memory of the live feed, or if it had hidden under the panic. Do not come closer, little girl. It knows you now. It was Elias again, but not the young version she knew from the war tapes. The vowels were the same, the cadence identical, but there was an old weariness in it, the drag of age. A man who had seen too much, speaking across more than one kind of distance. The last second of the file displayed as a blur of motion. She advanced it frame by frame. In one of those frames, just before the image dropped to pure black, the drone's camera caught a reflective surface, part of its own housing, curved and faintly polished. For a moment, it functioned like a mirror. A face looked back out of that reflection. It was small, distorted by the curve, features stretched slightly. The image quality was poor, underwater light flattening color, but the outline was unmistakable. The hair pulled back, the shape of the jaw, the wide, startled eyes. Her own face, hanging in the water behind the machine, in a place her body had never been. She stared at the paused frame until her eyes watered, blinked, and looked again. The image did not change. Somewhere in the building's old intestines, a pipe ticked, expanding or cooling. One knock. Then after a pause just long enough to matter, another. Somewhere in the country, far from ice and metal, in the heavy, patient sea, there is a small room that knows you well. The lamp on your nightstand throws a warm circle of light across the wall, just enough to soften the shadows without chasing them away. The shade is a little crooked, in a way you stopped noticing years ago. The bulb hums faintly, its glow settling over the pile of books you meant to finish. The half-folded laundry in the corner. The framed photo that no longer needs dusting because your fingers pass over it every time you walk by. Your bed is a familiar chaos. Sheets twisted, comforter rumpled into a low hill. One pillow flattened into the exact shape of your head. Another pillow, the one you never quite use, but never quite discard, leans against the headboard like a quiet witness. At the foot of the bed, there might be the slow rise and fall of a sleeping pet, fur lifting with each breath. Or there might be an empty space where a pet used to be. On the other side of the mattress, there might be the warm weight of another body turned toward the wall, already drifting. Or there might be a smooth, cool expanse that still remembers someone else's outline in the way it dips. Your phone rests on the nightstand, screen turned sideways, propped against a glass of water. The glass catches a tiny reflection of the screen, a faint inverted rectangle of moving light dancing against the rim. The brightness is turned all the way down, the way you always set it at night. A soft progress bar inches forward. Above it, the title sits like a small private dare, The Hunger Beneath the Ice. Full story to fall asleep to. You have put it on for company, for the gentle rise and fall of a stranger's voice walking you through someone else's fear. The narrator speaks with a low, calm cadence, letting the words roll out like slow waves rather than sharp commands. Sometimes it is Mara's voice, reading from her grandfather's tapes and her own notes. Sometimes it is a neutral narrator, smoothing the seams between past and present, between ship corridors and your quiet hallway. From the tiny speaker, a world leaks into your room. There are faint crackles of old radios, clipped mid-century voices, speaking in numbers and codes. There are slow, padded thuds recorded under the ice, deep enough that even through your phone, they seem to touch the soles of your feet. Under all of it, someone has laid a soft bed of ambient music, distant, hollow tones, like a choir singing underwater, fading in and out so gently you notice it more when it disappears. In your actual room, the sounds are smaller, more domestic. The refrigerator down the hall hums in its patient, uneven cycle. A car passes outside, tires hissing on asphalt, headlights briefly brushing your curtains. Somewhere above you, a neighbor moves a chair or closes a cabinet. The building has its own vocabulary of creaks and sighs, the wood and plaster shifting as the air cools, as another day folds itself away. The narrator talks about coordinates now, about a whaling ship called the North Light and a circle on an old chart labeled Plenty, about a destroyer that sank too fast and a symbol like a compass that had forgotten what north meant. You listen with half your mind. The other half is already drifting, softened by the repetition of certain phrases, by the way the story loops back on itself. White mouth, broken compass. We listen too long. The horror, such as it is, feels strangely far away. It belongs to steel decks under a sky that never darkens, to men in heavy coats whose names you will not remember tomorrow, to a young radio man with headphones clamped over his ears, leaning over a desk bolted to a wall that moved beneath him, to a woman alone at a kitchen table, tracing old pencil lines with her finger while water ticked in the pipes. You are not there with them. The narrator makes sure to remind you of this, gently, without breaking the spell. You are not on a ship tonight, the voice says, not quite addressing you, and yet somehow aimed at your chest. You are not standing on a deck that tilts. There is no black water waiting just beyond your boots. You are not breathing air that tastes like diesel and ice. Your eyes half close. The light from the phone blurs into a soft smear. You are lying in a room that knows you, the voice continues. Your pillow knows the shape of your head. Your blankets remember every night you pulled them up to your chin. The walls have heard every sigh you thought no one else noticed. This is your small piece of the world, not the seas. Your breathing settles into a slower rhythm. Inhale, exhale. The story moves into its later chapters, the parts where the line between past and present thins. Mara plays the recording of the drone as it descends into the circular basin under the ice. The hydrophone captures the slow heartbeat of something enormous and patient. Kellen, at his screens in the south, describes depth and pressure. Half joking, half praying, the numbers stay boring. The underwater sounds are soft at this volume, a low thud every so often, more felt than heard. Little bursts of static as the signal strains and recovers. Nothing sharp, nothing sudden. Around them, the ambient music has grown even gentler, the notes stretching farther apart. The narrator's sentences lengthen, gathering more breath, leaving more silence between images. The deep part of your mind that still hoards old childhood fears recognizes the shape of the tale. Things that live where people do not, watching the thin floor of ice, listening to the clicks and groans of ships. But the older part of you, the part that has paid bills and waited on hold and driven home in traffic, knows this story the way you know a thunderstorm that you watch through a window. Close enough to see the flash, far enough that you count several seconds before you hear the thunder. Your eyelids grow heavier. They flutter once when the narrator mentions a voice coming back through a modern headset, speaking words recorded decades ago. They flutter again when Mara whispers that some things under the ice are less dangerous than the things that live in our heads. The video goes on. You do not pause it. You do not scroll. Somewhere in the room, your phone's battery percentage ticks down by 1. Somewhere in the house, the heating system thinks about what it is going to do next. The story is still spiraling under the ice, but up here, in this bed, your body has started to spiral slowly inward as well, toward that small dark at the center of the night where sleep waits. Just before you cross that edge, the narrator's voice reaches you one more time, soft and almost affectionate. Whatever is hungry beneath the ice, the voice says, is very far away. Tonight, what is close to you is this room, this bed, this breath. Your eyes finally close. The phone screen dims one more step, the room tipping into a deeper, kinder darkness, while the story continues without needing you to follow every detail. The last conscious thing you register is the feeling that the video is less a warning and more a lullaby, a long, low song about distant dangers that cannot climb through your window. And then, for a while, you sleep. The video continues on your phone, the narrator moving deeper into the parts of the story where machines fail and voices slip across time. Under the blankets, your body has gone loose and heavy, the way it only does when the day's sharp edges have finally worn down. Your thoughts drift in strange, slow loops, half following the words, half wandering through unrelated memories. Names mix with images, ice shelves and parking lots, sonar displays and office desks, a compass with bitten points and the face of someone you have not seen in years. Then something touches the glass. The sound is small at first, a little rattle, a faint tick-tick that does not fit neatly into the usual night noises. The wind has picked up outside, leaning against your building with a new insistence. It sweeps around the corner and meets your window with a push. The pane trembles in its frame, just enough to complain. The rattle comes again, but this time it has a rhythm, A slow, uneven sequence, a shiver, a tap, a pause, another tap. To a mind half asleep and full of stories about knocks on bulkheads and coded taps in metal corridors, it sounds almost like someone very politely asking permission to be let in. In the video, as if timed to the moment, Mara is talking about the knocks. She describes her grandfather lying in his narrow bunk, hearing 3 slow taps beside his head, spaced out like measured breaths. She quotes the archivist in Karelia, his lined face bent toward a camera glitching with static. If you hear knocking in your pipes, his tired voice says, "Do not answer." The words mix with the sound of your own house breathing. Down the hall, your heater wakes up with a click and a low, laboring hum. The pipes in the wall beside your bed carry hot water with renewed enthusiasm. Expansion and movement make metal touch metal in slightly new ways. 3 soft knocks answer each other somewhere behind the plaster. Tap, tap, tap. For one heartbeat, the story and reality lean into each other hard enough that the seam between them goes thin. The knocks in the wall feel too close, too deliberate. In your drifting mind, it is not the pipes, but the cold hull of a ship, and the wall beside your bed is suddenly an inch of steel holding back miles of black water and something inside it that has learned how to count. On your phone, the deep underwater thud resurfaces in the soundtrack, that slow, distant heartbeat recorded below the ice. Your drowsy senses misfile it. For a moment, the sound seems to come from under your floor, as if your building rests not on concrete and soil, but on a thin crust above something large and patient. Your heart stutters, then races a little, casting a small, bright flare of adrenaline through your veins. Your muscles tense just enough that you feel them again. You are awake now, or close enough to it to notice that your palms are slightly damp against the sheets. In that small spike of fear, all the old stories gather. Fingers dragging along windowsills, voices behind outlets, things that only knock in patterns when they are sure you will hear. For one long second you wonder, almost calmly, what you would do if someone whispered your name through the drywall. The room holds its breath with you. Then the narrator's voice changes. The tone softens, slows further. The words stretch out, leaving longer pauses around them, as if stepping back from the edge they have been walking. The things under the ice, the voice says, are very far from you. The sentence lands in the room like a small light, reasserting distance. They live in cold water and old timelines. The narrator continues, painting the separation gently. Their hunger is for ships and secrets, for metal hulls and long waves of static, not for bedrooms, not for blankets, not for the soft, ridiculous miracle of your breath fogging the air above your pillow. You exhale, not quite realizing you had been holding that breath. The heater's knocks fade into a steadier murmur as the water finds its rhythm in the pipes. The wind outside shifts direction, the gusts no longer hitting the window straight on. The rattling glass settles back into its usual small, unremarkable creaks. The knocks in your house, the voice says, belong to old wood and hot pipes, to neighbors closing doors and radiators remembering what to do. They are just the sounds of a building that has been here longer than you have and plans to stay after you move on. It knows your footsteps. It knows the weight of your sleep. It remembers you. A car passes outside, headlights sliding across the curtains like a brief pale wave. The sound of its engine is comfortingly ordinary. Somewhere below, Someone lets a door swing shut a little too hard. For a second, the echo reaches your room, arriving as a hollow thud that your brain quickly files under people, not monsters. The underwater thud on your phone fades into the background again, its volume lowered behind the narration. The ambient music shifts to a simpler pattern, long, gentle chords, like someone laying warm hands on either side of the night and smoothing out its wrinkles. Your body responds. The tightness in your shoulders loosens. Your fingers unfurl from the fist they had curled into without your noticing. The pulse in your throat slows, returning to the tempo it had before stories about ice and listening rooms and broken compasses crept under your skin. You can feel the mattress hold you, the way it sags exactly where you are heaviest, the way it rises in the empty spaces beside you. You can feel the fabric of the sheet against your legs, slightly cool where your feet have not yet warmed it, pleasantly soft where it has. The window is still there, a rectangle of darker dark against the wall. Behind it is air, then cold, then whatever passes for wind tonight. Behind that, far beyond, there is a continent of ice and the memory of ships. But that distance is so large, it might as well be another planet. The narrator's voice drops even lower now, as if careful not to disturb something that is finally settling. Let the knocks belong to the house, it suggests. Let the sea keep its own stories. Your work for the rest of this night is much smaller. It is just to lie here, to feel the bed hold you up, to feel your own heart tapping gently at your ribs, not trying to match any other rhythm. You notice, with a faint, sleepy relief, that your heartbeat has stopped trying to sync with the imagined one under the ice. It goes at its own pace again, skipping only occasionally when your breath hitches around the edge of sleep. The wind outside eases. The heater settles into a low, steady drone that sounds less like knocks and more like a cat's distant purr. The refrigerator in the kitchen rumbles briefly, then falls quiet. Under your cheek, the pillow smells like laundry detergent, your hair, and the faint, clean trace of water from the glass on the nightstand, tipped earlier and righted without spilling. The phone's light has dimmed again, one step closer to black. Only the faint white progress bar crawls on. Your body sags deeper into the mattress. The line where your shoulders meet the bed blurs. Your breathing lengthens, matching the slow, steady rhythm of the music beneath the words. Somewhere below the Antarctic shelf, if any machine is still listening, water presses against ice and rock with a patience measured in centuries. Whatever heard the drone today goes back to the business it had before people arrived and will continue after they leave. Up here, in your small, warm rectangle of night, the only thing that matters now is that your eyelids are heavy and your room is still, and the story is starting to sound less like a warning and more like a quiet hand resting on the door, keeping it gently, firmly closed. On the screen by your bed, the story is almost over. You do not see the progress bar now. Your eyes are mostly closed. But the voice has taken on that particular cadence that endings have, the way sentences begin to curl back toward earlier images, as if folding a map along the creases it first arrived with. The music underneath is simpler now, less willing to surprise you. Mara is speaking. It is her own voice again, not her grandfather's, not the careful narrator's. A little rough around the edges, a little hoarse from talking late into the night. There are parts of this story I cannot prove, she admits quietly. Some tapes are damaged, some files were taken, Some people who knew more than they were supposed to are buried under snow or paper or time. She does not sound resentful, just tired in an honest way. My grandfather died still afraid, she says. He woke up more nights than he slept through. He listened at walls that never spoke back. He never quite trusted the quiet. You can hear a chair creak faintly in the background of the recording, as if she is remembering where he used to sit. But when he started talking to that old tape machine, she goes on, something in him loosened. He was still scared. Some fears don't go away, but he looked less alone in it. Like saying the worst parts out loud meant they were not just his to carry anymore. You shift your head on the pillow, finding a slightly cooler patch of fabric. The phone's light, now face down or nearly so, paints only a dim glow along the edge of the nightstand. The room feels smaller in a good way, as if it has drawn itself in closer to keep watch. I like to think, Mara says, that by listening to him, I took a little bit of the weight. That every person who hears his voice now, hears him talk about dust and beams and knocks, dilutes the fear a little more. Like putting dark ink into a bigger and bigger sea until it is only a faint tint, no longer thick enough to swallow anyone whole. The ambient music leans into that image, notes spreading out like ripples from a drop, growing wider and shallower until they are more suggestion than sound. The narrator takes over again, smoothing the personal into the universal. Some mysteries are teeth, the voice says softly. They close on you and do not let go. They bite deep, and you spend the rest of your life running your tongue over the marks, scared they will open again. You think of the column under the ice, the beam that took sound, the men who crumbled into dust. The world has plenty of teeth. But some mysteries, the voice continues, are mirrors. On the imaginary screen inside the video, the camera pulls back, up and up, away from the basin and the broken compass carved in ice, away from the drone that never came back, the ruin of old ships, the listening posts no one admits were built. You see, in your mind, Antarctica from above, a white, cracked circle sitting on the bottom of the spinning globe, like frost on the edge of a coin. Clouds spiral over it. The sea around it glints dark blue-black, the color of deep, well-kept secrets. The whole planet turns very slowly, almost lazily, as if it has all the time in the world. They show you, the voice says, how small you are, how fragile, how temporary. And somehow, instead of swallowing you, that knowledge makes every quiet night more precious. Every cup of water on a nightstand, every working heater, every room that holds you while you sleep. Your breathing has fallen into an easy, deep rhythm. Inhale, exhale. The fear that spiked earlier has dissolved into a thin aftertaste, more memory than threat. Your body is heavy, limbs warm, fingers relaxed. The video is in its last minutes now. You would see the end approaching if you opened your eyes, but you do not. You hover at the edge of sleep, the place where sounds stretch and images fuzz at the edges, where reality and story share a doorway. The building makes its last argument for the night. Somewhere deep in the plumbing, maybe in the basement, maybe 3 apartments over, maybe right under your floor, a small pressure shift makes old pipes talk to each other. The sound travels down the long metal bones of the structure, losing volume but keeping shape. Tap, tap, tap. 3 knocks, gentle but distinct. Your drifting mind, well trained by the last 2 hours, recognizes the pattern immediately. It is the same rhythm that haunted the walls of a destroyer and the sides of a bunk. The same rhythm that echoed in a Russian archivist's memory and a Midwestern apartment's pipes. 3 slow taps. Not enough for a sentence, just enough for a hello. Half asleep, you could choose to be afraid again. To imagine that the knocks are not hot water shifting or a neighbor's shower starting, but the ghost of something under the ice, remembering the sound of ships and wanting to hear it again. Before that thought can fully assemble itself, the voice on your phone arrives right on time, as if it has been waiting at the threshold. If you hear a slow knock tonight, the narrator murmurs, you do not have to answer. The words feel like a hand laid gently, firmly, over the story's mouth. You do not have to go anywhere, the voice continues. You do not have to open any doors, real or imagined. Let the ice keep its hunger. Let this room keep you. Your half-dreaming mind accepts the permission gratefully. The knocks settle into the category of ordinary late-night noises, filed away under home instead of threat. The last of the adrenaline drains out of your muscles. Your jaw slackens. Your tongue lies heavy and comfortable in your mouth. On the nightstand, your phone screen, now face down, wakes itself one more time. You do not see it. Your eyes are closed, your breath slow. But for a single second, the glass glows a little brighter against the wood. A notification slides briefly across the locked screen. There is no familiar app icon, no message bubble, no email envelope, just a small white circle outlined in pale blue. Live. Under ice feed, the text reads. The words hang there for a breath. The device buzzes once, very softly, almost as if it is unsure whether to disturb you. Then, as your mind tips finally over the edge into real sleep, your hand shifts a fraction closer to the phone without quite touching it. The screen times out. The glow dims. The notification disappears into the dark backlog of things you will never scroll down far enough to see. You do not tap it. You do not wake up. Far to the south, where day and night mean less and the wind has its own calendar, scalding cold water moves around a circular basin beneath the ice. The grooves in the frozen walls remember shapes pressed into them long ago. The basin's center, that wrong patch of darkness, sits quiet. Whatever is down there listens. It listens the way it always has, to pressure, to shifts in the ice, to faint strange sounds from the world above. Tonight, no new machines descend. No new wires carry curious voices into its reach. The last signal that came has already flickered and gone. It hears the slow groan of the ice shelf. It hears distant, harmless echoes of storms. It feels, in its own unfathomable way, that nothing has stepped closer for now. So it quiets, just a little, not sleeping. Things like that do not sleep the way you do, but resting in the long, cold patience that existed before ships and will exist after them. Back in your room, the video ends. The app rolls into automatic silence. Your phone, finally left alone, cools under your fingertips. The building's hum wraps you in a cocoon of small, ordinary sounds. A fridge cycling on, a car's engine fading down the block, the faint buzz of electricity in the walls. The world is still out there, wide and strange and full of stories about frozen seas and listening rooms under the ice. It is larger than any one mind can ever hold, but you do not have to hold it. Not tonight. Tonight, all you have to hold is this: your own small life, your own small room, and the soft, familiar noises that mean, simply and quietly, that you are still here.